Oke guys, udah balik. Mungkin ini apa yang namanya udah keren banget. Jadi dari jam 18.30 atau jam 12.00 ya, lama paling kita kalau kita lihat di MWI jangan ntar apa ya, bukan nempel Indonesia, coba cewek deh. Kita lihat aja, aduh parah wajah.
Early game, there are still moments where she creates weird decisions. I feel you know, a little egotistical in her gameplay.
Lama banget ya. Fire, keren juga Fire-nya cok. Nggak apa-apa lah, kita coba dulu deh. Betul. Inilah Dota terus. Kayak kita nonton Dota dulu deh. Oh jujur gua mau nonton ini tapi ya kayaknya belum ini ya. Belum ya karena kerjasama dengan Valorant kalau bisa. Kita main party Valorant ya belum bisa ya. Yang bagian Valorant Pasifik bisa banget ya karena ini apa namanya?
Convincing fashion once they finally said enough is enough. So even when they get angry, they are still playing up to par as the best roster as we would expect them. But you don't want to make them angry because when you do, we know what they can do.
Definitely.
Selamat kita nonton ini.
Maybe even put like his puck as #1. I think this is like his absolute signature. This is a Necro favorite matchup, and it can go from bad to worse really quick, as Necro's a type of hero. If he gets an early advantage, he can sit on your hill, permanently hit you, out-regen you, because he just wins with the sustaining overall.
And looking at the rest of BB Team's lineup, Lone Druid, which has been a hit or a miss in basically every game until yesterday.
Yeah.
Actually, it's been mostly a miss until yesterday, where we saw the bear kind of appear in the mid-game, while the rest of the cores actually carried him.
Yeah, they were kind of winning without him, like in a way, but...
Is that the requirement for this hero right now?
I don't think your team needs to win. If they can stabilize and damage control, I think you're happy. If your team is winning, they're like giga overperforming.
Yeah. We'll see how he ends up shaping the Lone Druid this game, as we see the Undying on Kataomi. We talked about the Hoodwink already, and then the offlane Miero on Slardar, which in combination with Lone Druid in the mid to late game, going to be pretty fearsome combo overall.
No, it's very, very good. And they talked about it on the panel too, right? Puck, overall, while it is one of GPK's best heroes, the hero hasn't looked phenomenal. You know, it's one of the few tournaments where the win rate isn't that good. You're starting to run into damage problems. But they have a lot of damage amplification, right? You have the Boomerang later, you have the Flesh Golem damage amp, and also the Corrosive Haze. And you can see that, at least for now, GPK is doing a very good job at this early game.
Yeah, basically an even start for the Puck v Necrophos matchup. It's going to be both sides getting the water runes as well. In terms of rotations in the mid lane, which team do you think has the advantage with not only the supports that can come and potentially get a kill, but also being able to leave their offlaner or whatever other lane, even the safe lane, are alone?
Honestly, it's maybe not that different for both sides. Like, I would say like both Tusk and Hoodwink really like leaving their lanes. I'm not sure if we'll see that much from both Jinkyu and Kateomi playing the Winter Wyvern and the Zombie as they're a little bit more slow. But overall, like the other annoying thing for the Necro, or for Puck against the Necro in this matchup is that by the time you have Coil, usually Necro is like nearly full HP, he's got like a 20 wand ready, he's got maybe even a Raindrop, a Fluffy Hat, so it's very difficult to move to this lane.
And we see a little bit of action here from Barbecue Brisket team, as you can see Bach getting pushed out just a bit, playing the Beastmaster, which has been an extremely consistent offlaner. It feels like any offlaner that buys Helm of the Dom becomes just that.
Yeah, and he owned yesterday. Like, his Beast performance was crazy, and he was very, very pressured in that game as well. And honestly, while this early laning stage is not that easy for the Beast, I think Beast scales quite well throughout this lane. Like, once you get level 2 boars, maybe level 3, you deal a lot of damage to the bear. Also, Undying kind of, he likes playing against Beast early on, but not later. All the summons are very annoying. It's very hard to run into this hero.
How good would you say Wyvern is against the bear later in the game, especially if you're linked up?
Very good. I think Wyvern has to be like one of the worst support matchups. One of the supports you have Cold Embrace, first of all, obviously that's a full nullification of any damage you have on Lone Druid. And the Curse as well is incredibly good, as is Arctic Burn. Like, the bear hates when there's random stuff that's slowing you, that's stunning you, that's making it difficult for you to walk in. So I'm expecting Jinkyu to have very good impact, which he always does.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Whether it's killing couriers or heroes, he'll do something in the game usually. One of the more, I mean, it's weird to call him underrated, but he keeps finding himself on new team. I mean, I guess that's just the Chinese scene in general. They're just swapping.
No, but this guy is very good. Like, whatever team he joins, they play incredibly well, right? Like, Vici were fine, but then they get XM, they get Jinkyu, and I feel like they're finally starting to really flourish with like what they're showing us with the performance.
Yeah, for sure, which begs the question, why are they free agents to begin with?
Yep. Shout out to XG.
Maybe he doesn't wash his face enough, I suppose. That's definitely a possibility. Hasn't learned his lesson from the great Zhao 8. And as Kiritich right now sitting on the pretty good CS, 28-4 versus the 22-3 of Shiro's Clinks, which we have yet to mention in this game. How good of a Clinks game is it?
It's a good...
Kita lihat kalau sih dua kamu kalau gimana mungkin cuma iklannya kayak gini banget ya coba bisa nggak apa ya, bisa nggak iklanin dia pas sesuai dengan sponsornya sih karena ya
Well, they have the Talia ultimate to generate space. They have the Camille engage that can be so long. But now Kana finally with a TP behind door and no flash.
Dragon's Descent, this might be under the turret. He's already committed a TP for this. Kana's thinking, do I dive, do I not? Yike's probably calling it off, and there you go. TP now burned. Faker has an open wave in top that Yahoo has to go and manage, but there are no more TPs outside of Kalist on KC.
That was a really nice communication right here. I think it dropped from Kalist. They pinked instantly Talia, falling into fog of war. So Kana gets the gist to don't dive this one. And now we'll see again. Shen is literally in front of them and also gets interrupted by the Talia, right? It's not like an extra person got into the fight to make it a 3 versus 3. So unfortunately, KC lose the skirmish in numbers.
And a big problem there as well is just Kana's not strong enough on the Shyvana. He still doesn't have his first item, but KC found pace.
He's got nowhere to go. He's got a flash, but he gets kicked into the wall before that happens. Shut down. He doesn't want to burn it, and so he'll get punished.
Really clean CC chain there by Yike. Gives him no opportunity to flash with Kalist. Does he have the
Disrespectful
satchel?
walking in front of the face of Owner, but expects that the damage won't be followed up. Kalist still holds onto his flash. Does T1 try and choke this surroundings of Herald?
Kalist needs to be really careful here in rotation. Carrier can easily solo kill him. He has the Sundered Sky.
Scatter doesn't work out. Look for Kana. No TP. He has to reset and walk there, but the play's going to be called off. T1 have a ward. They spot it. They see it going down. They disintegrate their play. Yike's going to get Herald, and it's a decent win for KC.
Yike has been active this entire time. He's got 100% KP on that Lee Sin. Every single play for KC that's resulted in the kill has started from Yike. And we actually had a lot of question marks. We've seen that Lee Sin banned versus KC. And we talked about the fact that when Yike comes to mind, Lee Sin doesn't. It's more like a Kha'Zix or something. And he has been doing fantastically well, resulting in the Rift Herald, which could open up that mid lane that will make it very scary for champions like Talia and Syndra to step up for a wave.
Yeah, I agree with you, Trouble. Yike's had a phenomenal game on Lee Sin thus far. And KC, they have some good news and some bad news. Kana has the Triforce, but Dorn has Mana Mirror.
Oh no.
So 2 items on Doran now, 2,500 gold lead, but Casey, they still want to try to contest this 5 versus 5. They need to find and engage fast before they get poked out.
Look for the Doran poke. Speaking of, Pays walking in, Kana with a Dragon's Descent with an angle, but he's spotted out. Seismic shove, he might have to pop the ult now with a Hextech ultimatum. Kana can't escape. Owner jumps in, Dragon out. Yike gets the kick out, but Carrier will live for the Dragon. The health bars not in KC's favor. It is T1 who hold the advantage, ready to walk in with such a big health discrepancy.
And that's 2 ultimates burned, 3 actually for KC. They're still gonna look to contest here. It's difficult. Carry is not there.
Sonic
but
wave.
Kana.
Lee Sin can steal. Goes for him. Yike. First strike of the game. Owen pops his up, so Yike will die. But who's next? Doran for the follow-up. Finds Boosie, but he shadow dashes out. Fake up with the range. Flips over. Down. It's T1 T1 hold 5. They lose the Dragon, but the fight's coming naturally to them. With Yahoo up next. The dive easy. Carrier ready to die for another kill. That goes to T1.
And KC attempted some fancy footwork to try to outplay that situation, but T1, they have the numbers, they have the damage. They're gonna get the kills, they get the mid tower, and even though they lose the Dragon, make no mistake, they're in firm control of this game, as they might even look on Kana here.
Weaver's wall, Kana with no Dragon. He's going to try and use the mini wave to stack that up quickly, but a seismic shot Pays. Not going to find his target. It is a small movement from Kana to get him out of that kill shot.
A little bit miscoordinated in that Dragon fight. Shyvana goes out while Lee Sin goes in, so there was a bit of a back and forth out there for KC when they weren't necessarily sure who the target was. And through, yes, getting the Dragon,
Here we go.
they've lost 2 towers with the top.
Gang squad's got to come in. 16 kills at 18 minutes. Want to build that bridge up. As
Can't reach.
a little bit further away. Doran has a big bounty on his head if they can take him down. A bit more gold for KC as we look towards mid. Kerry's been tagged out. Kallis looking for the chokehold. There's the ulti. Going to bomber him a little bit here as a slow down. Kerry about to hit the ground. Meanwhile, KC finding a play. It's Kerry down first. His pace gets a little bit low. Yike, low on the energy. Busio, low on the health. He too will drop. It will be a 1-for-1 with both supports biting the dust.
Both top laners TPing in. It's just a 1-for-1 for supports. You're starting to see the sacrifice that both supports made here with all these roams. They're so incredibly squishy and they fall down so fast. As we head into the replay here and watch this Dragon fight, as Yike finds the steal, very, very nicely played by him, jumps out, but then after this is just T1's fight. They're able to chase them down. Faker flashing over, getting the ultimate onto Busio, taking him down, and a nice sidestep from Kallis here on the Scatter the Weak, and Yahoo sidesteps the shuffle from Pace as well, but he still ends up falling with how much damage T1 has.
Come back to live. It's no Dragon, but it's Baron coming through. Dragon's Descent. Instead, we get a fight. Sonic Wave dodged by Terrier. That was smooth. He ulties to dodge Yike, then flashes out.
But flash is so important for that Camille to get the hookshot flash onto vulnerable targets, and Carrier will not have it available. Must be a sigh of relief for the next couple of minutes for KC, as they can possibly play a little bit more aggressive over in the mid lane without a tower.
Well, the problem is Scatter's going to hit. Yeah, Faker looking for the charge. 1v1. Chaos Storm going to sit on his head. Yeah, who's running for the hills? What Pays might do the rest of the work. Faker just accepts that he's not in this fight anymore. Here's to Stand United instead. A 2v2 bridging with Faker in the rear guard. Carrier comes back. Busio walks in, Scatter the Weak dodged by a Shadow Dash, and now that Shen ulti is down.
I think a little bit preemptive there, Busio with the ultimate. I think T1 weren't quite sure if KC was going to match them with the numbers, so it ends up being a teleport for the Shen ultimate, but you can see how T1 are able to continuously push in all these lanes, and KC are not really able to find a breaking point in T1's formation to actually get pressure off their own, as T1 is matching them every step of the way.
Love our observers zooming in. That is not a Krug, that is a Gromp, but he's got too much health for us to even consider that possibility. And he has not died to Krugs this tournament, so W Doran.
I don't know, man. He's 3.6k up, 5-1 and 3
he's
on
not
that
dying to any
chase.
camp this tournament. Doran is actually so crazy.
The worrying thing is that I don't think he's dying to KC anytime soon.
He could fight like
Unless-
50 Krugs.
Yeah.
At least.
50 Krugs versus Doran. Who wins?
And 2 are KC members in the mix, you're
Making
right.
a content piece.
I don't think he's dying anytime soon.
I'm looking at Kana to potentially get a flank for these fights, because I feel like the range is very worrying, and T1 has been playing so careful here. Busio is looking for the flank.
It's his ankle that could change everything. Owner walking over a bouncing bomb. Carrier moving into position as well. That ward from KC giving them full information who's in the river. That won't be spotted out yet. Carrier looking feeling that Busio's nearby, but he's still hovering in fog of war. Maybe he's going to stop this back, and that'll be the minimum of the play. Shadow Dash, Mega Inferno Bomb, no, it turns into success. Busio sneaky for a minute, pays off well.
And KC are showing creativity. I don't think we've really seen that much from them in the LEC. Really, really nice moves here from Busio. Yike might have gone a bit too far.
Yeah, it's a little bit greedy. Unleashing power after the scout of the week. Not going to die, though. Faker's ulti now down, but the Raptors are going to go with it. Red buff as well. Full control on this bottom side of the map. 30 seconds before the Drake.
I don't know if I necessarily like that pick right there. You've got no Ziggs ult, you've got no Lee Sin ult, and those are tools that are very scared to try and take over for the next Dragon, which will be so point for T1 if they manage to secure that one. So yeah, really nice flag from Busio, but what do they have to actually use to get back into this Dragon pit and contest? Yes, it's never 50-50 when Yike's in the pit, but he has to get there first.
For me, this pick and the aftermath of it more just speaks of the state of the game. The fact that you still lose your red buff and bot side jungle control, even when it's a 4v5, I think it just shows how strong Doran is. Wherever he goes, it's incredibly difficult for KC to be able to fight, as they're going to try to approach this bot side fight, but all it takes is one empowered shock blast from Doran, and I think KC's dreams are crushed.
Level 16, 3-item chase. Dragon begins.
Bentar ya. Ya 5 menit lagi mulai ya sesuai dengan waktunya 18.30 tadi terniatnya jam 8.40 ya.
Stolen again. Flash out from Yike. Can't wait. He wants to use that ulti, but when? Use it to disengage. Unleash power not working out. Doran in the middle of a chaotic storm. He'll unleash his combination, but no one dying from KC is a gigantic win.
Absolutely beautiful execution right here. Yehu becomes the wall behind KC, and in front of Doran doesn't allow the guy with a 4,000 gold lead. He's all the gold lead of T1 to enter that fight, which means KC is now playing in even ground. And when Yike's in the pit, I'm sorry, it's just never a 50-50.
At Trouble, I think we gotta apologize to Yike. I didn't think his Lee Sin was like gonna be it, but he has been playing fantastic this game. I feel like you can tell that KC has a really clear idea of what they want to do in every single fight. Askana has no ultimate. I don't think he'll be able to chase Doran. Doran is 4,000 gold up. Make no mistake, it's still a very T1 favored game, but KC are giving hope to the crowd here.
They are indeed. How will that be shattered? Or can T1 get it across the line? Baron is up. For KC, as they hover around this top side of the map, it is Faker who continues adding pressure with Pays having immense wave clear through that mid lane as well. This is a quick reset, I believe, from Busio. His Hextech ultimatum, I think it'll spot out. Yike's going to get the kick out, no scout of the week. Meanwhile, Pays gets choked out by Kalisz. Kalisz has been a quiet achiever this game. 1k gold lead himself. Rabadon's almost picked up. And every time T1 have to face check him, there is significant damage hitting them in the face.
And he's really close to that Rabadon, which is a huge power spike. He took Pays to half HP there with just the Phosphorus Bomb and the Minefield. So when he gets that Rabadon, he's going to be a real threat for T1.
Damn, why is he the best of 3? Oh my god. It's been so enjoyable so far.
Hey, we can complain about this on game 3 perhaps.
Yeah, we can maybe.
Right?
Maybe we get asked for a do-over, ask for a remix, so we can get 4 at least.
Yep. Both teams just agree. Let's play again.
Yeah, let's do it again. I was just going to bring up that Kalisz, I thought he was backing for the time being. It looks like he's waiting for mid-wave. Wolves,
doing the Wolves.
He's still in jungle.
That's a good sign. That's a very good sign.
He's there, right? You think?
Yeah.
Let's see. He moves back. He's looking for next mid-wave. Owner going to be a threat here on the Scrying Lord. 4 members of T1 moving up. Faker has top push as well. This is dangerous for KC.
Yeah, they're picking Baron right here. This is the classic. T1 will rush Baron whenever they can, even on timer. They're not letting Ziggs get his death cap, and now KC are forced to face check.
This is a TP from a Shojin recently picked up with the Dragon's Descent up and available. KC have blinking health bars against T1, but Baron's going to go down. Now, can T1 escape? Hunter on the chase. Yehu with the Proto Belt. Carrier starts it off with a flash. Owner gets slowed down with wind. Comes lightning, shot away from the Dragon's Descent. It's 2-man there. Running in. His life, but what's the play? T1 already get 2. It was revenge, then turned sour as KC fell.
It's either a flank or you can't get on top of him.
Like this is a good Shadow Dash. Pays going to flash away for T1 and manipulating the fight. Faker comes in, unleashes power. Kalisz is going to drop. KC thought they could pick the number of up the fight, but T1 turn it in an instant.
And it's a tailless all this time. It's the T1 Baron Nashor. Casey wanted to punish them for it, but they ended up walking too far. They didn't have the damage. T1, they build their gold lead from 4,000, double it to 8,000, get the Baron Nashor. They're taking the towers, and with that, you have to feel it might just be game.
Not yet, but it does feel like the door.
Look at top lane, look at bot lane, look at mid lane. They've taken anything that's outer base with one Baron right after the fight. There's been no reset right here.
Doran POV.
Look at this one more time, man. That's how EIE absolutely stops Casey dead.
And I mean, Doran is just standing there auto-attacking Kana. That's how much damage he's doing with this 3-bit item Jace. As we come back to live, Kana has no dragon, and Faker has all the range and the execution. He's 4-1-4. We haven't talked about him much, but he is hitting shots from the far. Booster is going to be up next. And game one is in the books.
T1 is slaughtering KC here. It's 5 versus 3. They can look to open up the base. I think Faker wants the base. Owner's low on mana, but they really have the freedom to do whatever they want on this map right now.
I don't
think Yike wins this.
I think Doran knows that he wins it. He's going to flash over, kick away, but Doran has a shock blast, an acceleration game to speed him up, and Yike is going to have to try and Sonic Wave and safeguard his way out, but Paze is going to find him eventually as well. Yike will die. Soul will not be there, but Soul point for the stats. And T1 will take everything and more, just like they did in the previous fight.
I think it all comes down to this Jace pick. The fact that Doran was able to get it, I think the Shyvana pick that Kana tried to pull out, not been successful. It's not been the Kana that we're used to seeing.
Yep.
He was losing lane. Up until, from minute 5, really, never been a strong point in this KC lineup, even though Busio tried to play around him, tried to help him out. They were losing every single skirmish just due to the fact that Doran was so much stronger, and their cross maps were denied by Doran as well. And I think going into game number 2, you really need a winning matchup for Kana, because I think that's the biggest avenue for success that KC can exploit, because we see now if Kana's strong, if he's comfortable, then the rest of T1 are flying.
T1 have been so good at playing with their reigns that KC have never really found the wombo combo that we set up over in draft with Ziggs, Shyvana, and Victor all one on top of one another. And they are actually very, very strong. They might look here.
They're going to try and find Doran finally. Mega Inferno Bomb, but he's running for his life. Here comes Pace with the Weaver's Wall. The kick up against the wall. Doran finally going to die. Shut down over to Lee Sin, but meanwhile the base.
Kita coba lihat. Udah mulai ya kayaknya.
Purifies first and then allow her to come in last minute.
Pop that Purify.
Exactly. So it really depends on the layering, and it really depends on the heroes that's really given to her.
Vitality, it's actually quite special to think of. We take a look at their history and, of course, how far they have come to become champions and be champions in themselves. And, you know, Vitality is one of these rosters that truly has, I want to say, some of the most impressive statistics across almost all esports. When you think about how many wins they've got, how many championships, how long they've been dominant. And let's also bring it back to the fact that they have been in every single grand final appearance when it comes to MWI. Now, Na'Vi, of course, Na'Vi is out of this world as well. They are champions in themselves, of course, with the several or a couple players on the roster, and they look to return here with 2 newcomers of Rain and Rion. First time in grand finals. The question is, how well can they do? And let's add a little bit of cherry on top for you guys. Rain has the highest KD in this entire tournament, KDA of 13.7.
And I think that's so impressive, especially as a newcomer. Like,
You're
how
so
do
impressive.
Thank you. You are as well. How do you have the mentality as a newcomer to get to this point in the tournament? Like, let's say even like the first 3. Okay,
Yeah.
I guess they kind of lost that one. But how did that turn around? How did that adaptation happen so quick until up to this point they're standing at a how many game win streak? I think they're at a 9-game win streak right now.
Yeah, I really feel like it's because of both Keishi as well as Mirai. They're honestly the best friends
Amazing.
that any mid laner can have, because they're active bodyguards just to make sure no one gets close enough to her to damage her. And by that definition, they create so much space. The zoning that both Mirai as well as Keishi has, the roamer as well as the jungler, gives enough confidence for Rain to deal out the damage, and then eventually either not Ayanami or Rian will be there to do the end game stuff. But honestly, it's very impressive because of that teamwork between the 3. So also a bit different where you get team vitality that almost every single player will have an individual highlight, right? We've seen Fumi Eko on it, you've seen Shell. But when you look at Team Na'Vi, it's always, yes, you, but other people as well.
Creator program, it's new, it's fresh for EWC, and it's another way you can get involved with the Esports World Cup. And we've been asking for your predictions. Well, we've got our winner, and we have a chance to check him out. Who ended up taking it all? Who ended up winning the competition?
Hi everyone. I think in this grand final will be very exciting because it is like MWI 2024 because Team Vitality lost to the 3x Na'Vi PH player. So this finals feels like a revenge match. During this tournament, many teams surprised me a lot. Teams like Galaxy and Galtech really improve a lot and play really well. My favorite moment during co-stream was watching Team Vitality. They had so many amazing team fight. It was really fun to watch. And one more funny thing that I had since I'm co-stream is many people said that Guy, the god laner from Zeta, is look like me. I think that's really funny. I cannot wait for the grand final. Good luck for the both of team and may the best team will win.
Tim Vitality. Hai. Oke, sama seperti dukungan kita, pastinya dari Shell sendiri juga sudah mempunyai semangat-semangat yang luar biasa untuk Grand Final kali ini. Tapi Shell, gimana nih? Kamu nantinya akan bertemu dengan 3 player yang pernah mengalahkanmu di 2024. Gimana kalau misalnya dari kamu sendiri melihat Grand Final match ini?
Sebenarnya kan bakal jadi pertama kalinya kita lawan mereka dengan roster baru kan. Jadi pasti kita excited sih. Kita kayak kepo seberapa kuat sih mereka yang sekarang.
Seberapa kuat mereka yang sekarang. Tapi kalau misalnya dari Shell sendiri, seperti yang kita tahu kan, PH dan juga Indo di Mobile Legends Bang Bang bener-bener sengit banget persaingannya. Kamu expect gak sih kalau bakal ketemu sama PH?
Expect sih. Terus aku rasa juga jadi lebih spesial aja kalau kita bisa juara dengan ngalahin mereka di final kan.
Wow. Jadi kita nantikan ya. Dan pastinya good luck juga buat Shell dan juga teman-teman dari Begatron by Vitality. Tapi satu pertanyaan terakhir. Apa yang pengen kamu sampaikan buat tim Na'Vi PH di Grand Final match ini?
Let us both give a good show.
Wow, let us both give a good show. Itu dia chit-chat kita kali ini bersama Shell dari Vitality. Dan pastinya Sabila juga pengen ingetin, jangan lupa untuk kirim semua dukungan kita untuk teman-teman tim Vitality. So langsung saja Sabila akan give it back to the host in the studio. Take it away. Ya,
Vitality, Vitality,
rame banget.
Vitality,
lagi ngeliat Shell di sana dengan semangatnya. Oh my god.
Semangat
banget di sini.
Cel semangat gitu kan yang di interview Cel. Nanti kalau siapapun yang interview kita harus semangat. Semangat Cel.
Semangat Cel.
Vitality. Aku Vitality.
Aku fit.
Aku fit. Kamu coba kamu fit gitu. Kamu fit. Udah boleh skip ya. Susah bapak anak. Tadi suruh kamu fit, bener dong.
Iya sih fit. Semuanya udah rame banget yang ada di kolom komentar. Aku fit. Ayo semuanya. Tapi di ujung sana, di Paris sana, keseruannya udah makin nge-hype seperti halnya kita di Indonesia.
Hola, ¿cómo está? Paris, mi amor. Hola. Merci. Hola.
Merci beaucoup.
Oui. Ich liebe dich.
Semuanya aja kau sebut. Semuanya aja kau sebut. Semuanya disebut. Tapi yang harus kita sebutkan adalah kebanggaan kita tim Vitality masuk ke Grand Final lagi. Tempat kita adalah di Grand Final. Mereka bilang gitu.
Nostalgia sama musiknya. Kan di final begitu. Hype.
Iya.
Kita itu negeri yang banyak orkestranya, Bude, banyak operanya, jadi harus.
Ya
Hai. Oke. Dan membahas Grand Final ini semuanya udah nge-hype. Mau ada yang di Bogor, ada yang di Purwokerto, ada yang di Langsung kita lihat gimana Grand Final untuk hari ini. Inilah dia Vitality dan juga Nabi.
Yeay.
Fit, Vitality.
Destiny is not given. It is earned. Some are destined to fall.
We had a taste of the championship title before. In 2025, we let our guard off.
Some are destined to make history.
They carry the weight of last year's loss. They're completely undefeated.
Team Vitality!
Our MWI 2025 was a perfect run, and this year we want to write our history down again as the team that defended the throne, especially on Vitality's home ground.
The title defenders, welcome to the Grand Finals.
The Queenslayer has claimed her revenge against Gen G Esports, against Galaxy Phoenix.
The sweep coming in for Navi!
And this time, we are here to reclaim what was ours.
Now, only the Hive Queen stands between her and another MWI at the Esports World Cup title.
Defeating Team Vitality would mean that our championship title in 2024 wasn't just luck.
For the Hive Queen, the title has always been theirs.
If we were to win back-to-back this year, it would finally prove that we are really the final queens of MLBB.
Vivo takes two! Savages in the series as they walk their way to the Grand Finals!
They've been unbeatable from the start. Their destiny has always been etched in gold.
To Keishi, let's make this battle between two MWI at EWC champions a one to remember. We've taken our revenge and made it to the end. All I can say to Vival is good luck and let's have a good fight.
When destiny calls, everything is on the line. Only one trophy will be lifted. Only one destiny will be fulfilled.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is show time here at the Esports World Cup. We started out with the 16 strongest teams in the world of MLBB, and now we are down to our final two. I am one of your hosts, Hollywood Rob TV, and I am joined here with the immaculately dressed Cheryl. Cheryl, how are we feeling going into grand finals?
We're feeling great. A resurgence 5 days in the making. Na'Vi, Philippines, has been sent down just in their very first match here at MWI 2026, forcing them to claw out of the brackets to be standing before us here today. Whereas on the other hand, a dynasty who has reigned for years, and right now, that throne is being tested to see. And those are the exact same people who has taken that throne from them. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the grand finals. Let's take a look at who do we have here.
Okay, now that the stage is set, it is about time to bring out our first team. Our next team is the 2024 MWI champ, the fighting pride of the Philippines, Pinas Long Malakas. Make some noise for Na'Vi! 2 years ago, Na'Vi shocked the world. They did not ask for respect. They did not ask for glory. They snatched it. And now destiny has brought them back for this very moment. For Na'Vi, for the Philippines, and for themselves. It is time to make history once again. Will they be able to topple Mount Olympus like they did in 2024? There is only one way to find out. 2024 champions, the tenacity, the grit, the dedication, the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to get to that point, and now they are here to show that nothing was a fluke. Back in grand finals for the second time, and you can hear the Vitality crowd making a lot of noise, but in the end of the day, the game is played on the phones. Our roamer, Mirai. Jungler, Kashi. EXP laner, not Ayanami. Gold lane, Rion. And mid lane, Ray. Now, of course, our next team, our returning champions, we do have something very special. Damascus, what's going on with the people?
Guys, I am in the middle of the crowd. Of course, I had to be with a beautiful club. The Vitality supporters came out in full force because it is time to welcome the opponents for Team Na'Vi. Listen, guys, vous êtes prêts? Un peu plus fort, vous êtes prêts? It is time for Vitality! The absolute queens of MLBB, the running champs, the 2025 champs, and of course still undefeated today as they won 2-0 against MIBR, 2-0 against Genji, 2-1 against Falcon, and now 3-1 against Geltec. One more step left for them to do the repeat, the back-to-back, and take the title twice. This is the battle to be the double champion, and a battle to make sure they claim who will be the best, the absolute queens of MLBB, as we know that the supporters are always the loudest in the house. I have no idea if you guys can hear me, but you know what we have to do, parce que c'est l'heure de le faire en français aussi. Les Vitality, ce sont les reines de ce jeu. Mobile Legends, elles l'ont dominé pendant des années. C'est les 5 joueuses à descendre sur ce circuit. Et pour l'instant, elles sont restées invincibles. Et pour l'instant, elles ont été absolument intouchables. Nos 5 reines qui arrivent sur la scène et qui vont chercher encore une fois le back-to-back, les champions en titre, Vitality! the jungler of the team, the Hive Queen, Vival! And the roamer, the mother of tanks, Vivian! Half of the sister duo, the gold laner, Shell! Potentially the best EXP laner of all time, Fumi Echo! And of course the other sister, the mid lane queen, last year's MVP, Tini!
The crowd is ready right here. We can hear the high buzzing. Let's hear it from the players. City, this is a rematch that we never asked for. 2024 champions going up against the 2025 champions and in your home ground of the Hive. Anything you would like to say to Navi Philippines?
Let's both do our best and have some fun in the game.
Let's do it, Ale!
This moment, you hear the crowd. You guys are back in grand finals, going against who many believe to be the favorites going into this tournament, but you have beaten them before. How do you handle the pressure in a moment like this?
I think pressure is normal, that we gonna play confidently.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have officially heard from both teams. I believe it is time for our face-off. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it. Navi, right here. Vitality as well. Face to face. You guys can come up just a little bit, just a little bit. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what it is all about. This is the highest level of play, this type of energy, the blood, sweat, and tears that they put to get into this moment. You hear the crowd. Cheryl, this is what MLBB is at the highest level. Excuse me, the aura is just so high right now.
That's absolutely right. A resurgence is already complete, and a revolution is just one win away. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the grand finals. Let's head on over to the land of Dawn.
After 5 days of competition, so many heartbreaks, elation as well, we have finally reached the pinnacle. It's grand finals time. Navi versus Vitality, a rematch that has been set in stone for the past 3 years. For one, to get revenge, for the other to cement themselves as the best female team MLBB has to offer. But there can only be one winner in this best of 7 series, and it's up to them to determine their own destiny. Do they want to be champions, or do they want to be runner-ups? Let's start breaking it down. It is Vitality versus Navi. We've been talking about the prize pool, $500,000 on the line, $150,000 for first place. We also have the Sony MVP with $25,000. So much at stake, so much pressure. But we just heard in the interview, pressure is normal.
And they have to have that mentality. They have to have that mindset coming into such a high-stakes game. And it feels like, looking at them both up on stage, it's like they were both destined to be here at that stage right now.
It's all about being comfortable when you are uncomfortable, because in this kind of situation, there's a lot of things going on in your head. The challenge is how to pick and choose which one you really got to think, and that's why I'm looking forward to the coaches, because KCS as well as King Salman, so far in 2024, that was the big talking point. The draft, they messed up. This time, we cannot allow such shenanigans.
They faced off in the middle. They stared their opponents in the eyes, but they are undeterred. They have full confidence in their ability to win. The Vitality fans on screen now, they've been going crazy. They've been going insane, and the drum has been beating to the victory of what can be Vitality. For Navi fans, I say, get loud and support your roster, because you're going to need to be louder than the Vitality squad on the opposite side. Here we are, the opponents, the competitors, getting set up on the stage, getting ready to go through the gauntlet. And it is the absolute gauntlet. LaFell, a best of 7 if it goes to the 7th map. These ladies will have been playing for many hours. You want to talk stamina? Stamina is a real thing.
Oh yeah, 100%. Especially the mental stamina. That's why a lot of veterans in a best of 7, they really know how to pace themselves. That's why I would say in the first 3 matches, they use a very simple to execute draft, as well as they don't mind going to the game, let's say 20 over minutes, just because they're testing out their opponent's stamina. Especially if somehow you've been winning a lot of that game, you just slowly chip away their mentality. Especially Vitality has been doing this for years, but for Na'Vi, not everyone has been doing this for years.
I actually have a fun fact. Team Vitality are used to a best of 9.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they've played a best of 9. A best of 7 is something that they're definitely comfortable with. And that's why I like that you point out Na'Vi PH here. This is really going to put them to the test. And if they want to be the best, they have got to beat the best.
Got to beat the final boss, and that is Vitality. We go to Flying Cloud for map number 1 to set the tone, to set the stage of our grand finals for the 2026 MWI competition here at the Esports World Cup in Paris, France. This is going to be a battle to the death, and we've got the Queen Slayer. We've got the Hive Queen, Vival versus Keshi.
Vival versus Keishi. We've been talking about her picks, and that's why it's so important for them to get the side that actually favors them. Because for the past 4 or 5 days that we've been seeing them in MWI, there is a significant win rate on red side.
Yeah, and honestly, I kind of feel like part of it is because you want to get the early combo as well as that potential counter pick in the very last slot. Especially because we see Team Vitality, they have some pocket picks like that Selena. It would be very nice if you see the majority of the composition first before you actually invest into it.
Blue side. So the red side, blue side, that's something that we have to look out for in this best of 7.
As well as Not Ayanami versus Fumi Echo. Now, one of the things you all mentioned is Fumi Echo. If she's performing well, of course, the side of Vitality is doing great. If she starts to drop the ball, well, they run into problems. And the same thing could be said for Na'Vi. These 2 Titans are about to face off.
Funnily enough, Taylor, the thing that I'm predicting here is that honestly those 2, they won't fight against each other. They will actually fight the jungler. So instead of Keishi playing fair, fighting 1v1 against Vival, I think she will ask Not Ayanami to be the one fighting against Vival. And I think it's the same counter argument. We see that the highest KD is Rain in Na'Vi Philippines. So I feel like Fumi Echo, her job is to avoid Not Ayanami and go straight for Rain.
And that makes the picks even more important, right? Especially they're going in Flying Clouds, so they're not on the other maps that
Expanding River, Broken Walls, yeah.
Exactly, the additional movement speed. So with that being said, I'm looking at heroes like Esmeralda that can mobilize a lot quicker around the map. Terizla is very difficult. Like, the impact is there, but movement speed is definitely not there. So Sora might also come into play. These are just some predictions before we get into the first draft.
For the Grand Finals debut of Rain and Rion, they have made it to this point. They have played phenomenally well. But we have to admit, there is a different level of pressure playing in the quarters of knockout, then to semis, ultimately the Grand Finals. That pressure can either make you into a diamond or it can crush you under the weight of the moment.
Personally, I think Rain will be okay. Rian is the one that I'm a bit worried about because Rain is surrounded by Mireille as well as Keishi. If something bad happens, they can pick her back up. But Rian, she's a solo laner. She's going to be playing weak side, meaning that not a lot of rotations going on her. So if she lose a 1v1 against Shell, I don't know how she can recover. If she can, hey, props to you. You deserve to become a champion.
And because of how aggressive Vitality has definitely played, especially with the mid rotations. If, let's say, Na'Vi are in a position to say, hey, it looks like Rian is in a winning matchup, but she's actually losing it. Do we have the resources or not to send them over to the gold lane? And I feel like that wastes so much time and energy. And it's a mistake that I think they cannot afford. So I do agree with Lafel on that.
It's not just Na'Vi versus Vitality. It's also Indonesia versus the Philippines, a rivalry that runs deep.
Yeah, I think all the MLBB enjoyers and the supporters and the community know this one. For some reason, like even at MSC, M Series, MWI, it's always been IDPH for the longest of times. Okay, I mean, Malaysia won MSC, right? So
We did well in 2024, yeah.
we remember that.
25 we went to the grand final, but either way, right now, honestly, looking at all the players' expression and faces, it does look like they're really locked in. But I see some players from the side of Vitality, like Shell, she's trying to not let the nerves get to her. So it's nice to see where we're looking at the expression of players, how they approach this grand finals very, very differently. Some are really trying to rethink about the strategy. Some is trying to make sure that they're relaxed enough to not overthink.
I know it's Indonesia versus Philippines again, which is a huge regional rivalry. However, Paris brings home turf for Vitality, and again, they will have the bulk of the fans out in the audience, screaming, going loud, and making the noise to potentially disrupt that of Na'Vi. But make no mistake about it, Na'Vi is locked in. Again, from that interview, pressure is normal, and they're okay with accepting it. Talked about the keys to victory. Those are going to be highly impactful going into this series, of course. I did see a yawn. I hope we're still ready to go, locked in, wide awake. To be fair, I did see some yawns even in semifinals, and you know what? Once the game started, they were wide awake.
Hey, honestly, I've done some research. If you're yawning, it actually means that you're super locked in, that you forgot to breathe. Because your brain needs oxygen, and if you are super focused, you forget to breathe, so that you yawn, you bring that extra oxygen back to your brain.
And everybody at home just manually started breathing.
Well, now I just did.
Right? I mean, like, hey.
Now I'm breathing manually. Thank you
Guys,
that.
if you guys are watching, don't forget to breathe. Don't forget to drink water. If we're talking about Indo as well as Philippines here, we really got to talk about the style. And this is one of the nice things about MLBB. There's not one way to win the game, right? There's multiple different ways. And I feel like, especially having the Vitality crowd here, it can be a weapon for the Vitality players, because if they get, let's say, 1,000 gold ahead, the adrenaline spike that they're going to get from the fans will increase that advantage more and more and more. And it might even discourage Na'Vi, where they're like, wait, are we sure we want to go for this fight? We might lose. Like, that hesitation, Eterna, can really stop a lot of plays.
I feel like not Ayanami's been in this position before.
A lot of times.
I think she's okay.
Maybe
She
that's
should
why
be
she
okay.
put her name not Ayanami.
That's
so
why.
if something goes wrong, they don't look for her.
It's because it's not Ayanami.
It's not Ayanami.
So when we think about these two rosters, one is fighting for a dynasty conversation. And I think already that conversation is very real for Vitality, given their history. But even during the content piece before we went onto the stage, I think they realized we need to win again to prove that last year wasn't a fluke. And Na'Vi feels the same way. But see, Na'Vi is out here trying to form a legacy. Both a very, very heavy term, right? Whether you want a dynasty or a legacy, a lot is at stake with this matchup.
That's why I really like that interview, right? I think it was one of the Na'Vi players that said, we want to win again so we can prove that it's not luck. Because they have only won one MWI so far compared to Vitality, who's picked up 2 already, on the way to their 3rd. And when it comes down to the grand scheme of things, man, Team Vitality are looking for their, 34th, 35th, 36th trophy? Like, we've lost count at this point as how dominant they've been for the start of the entire female MLBB tournament landscape. And Na'Vi obviously want a taste of that. They have a little bit, but it's not enough.
And honestly, that's why every single player, it's very important for you to have an ego, right? It's very important for you to feel like you're the very best, because the harsh reality is, no matter how many times you win, people will always doubt you for some reason, right? Even if you win 30, 35, 40 championships, people will be like, your opponents were easy. So you have to prove yourself time and time and time again. That resilience is only deserved for champions.
You're only as good as your last victory. And MWI is the #1 stage when it comes to our female players for MLBB. You can win tournaments previous to this, and it is an accomplishment, and we should celebrate that. But winning MWI is on a different level. Winning MWI puts you into legendary status. And if you lose out on that, you will be living in regret until your next opportunity to try to once again get a championship.
The most prestigious trophy is what you guys just looked on at your screen there. And mentality, we've been talking about it. We've been talking about every single thing that matters here in this grand finals. And it's also important to note that Team Vitality have been up against their male counterparts.
Yeah.
They played in MDL ID, and they were up against really great players at that. So Cassius has been tested. We're talking about the coach here.
Yep.
Every single player on Team Vitality have been tested. And if Na'Vi can look for a win, an opening, a window from Team Vitality, I feel like that's a bigger statement than compared to if Na'Vi lose this one to Vitality.
I like that you bring up the MDL because we got to talk about the system there. You know, Global Band, they used to use a lot of different heroes. So that also could be something that maybe Na'Vi can't prepare for. They know some of the habits of the players, but maybe they just have different picks that you really just can't anticipate, which can be good, can be bad. We see what happened in 24. They tried to get too creative. It didn't work out. So for this one, I think just keep it simple. Give Vival an assassin, give Fumieko someone that can go to the back lines or set up for a kill, and then you're going to be good. The rest, just look at the matchups. And something that we also did not see, but we got to talk about is that key, right? Because, yes, getting the trophy is amazing, but what if you have to watch your key get crushed? Not only did you lose, not only are you the first loser,
that's right,
your key is going to get crushed. That's going to be heartbreaking.
Which it is. It is truly heartbreaking. I always say it, sometimes it's better to lose very early on versus losing at the very last opportunity and having that key crushed. When you knew just moments ago you were protecting it, it was in your hands. That is absolutely brutal. And let's not forget, you can use up to 3 crushed keys for your own trophy. And you better believe if Na'Vi wins, they're using Vitality. If Vitality wins, they will be using Na'Vi. That's another element that you have to also account for. EWC, it's brutal, but being a champion is tough. It's never easy.
Speaking of, I think actually if Vitality wins, they will get Na'Vi, Falcon's ID, and Genji.
Yeah.
I feel like those are the 3 keys that they want to get. And honestly, looking at the players here, I feel like for Na'Vi, they're looking very relaxed. I hope that's a good thing because, you know, sometimes when you're also too relaxed, just some things just escape your head.
So coach to coach, who do we think has more legacy? Well, I mean, I guess you would have to assume on the Vitality side. But who do you think is going to have the biggest impact here? Because we talk about the players so much, and rightly so, but the coaches also have a tremendous impact.
So I'll talk about King Salman. You can talk about Cassius here. King Salman, sometimes he does go for flexible picks in the first 3. In MWI, for some reason, he hasn't flexed it a lot. Like, he's one of those guys that will pick up the Akai, which you think will be jungle, but then all of a sudden will be a roam. I don't think he's going to do that here going up against Vitality. Looking at the body language, I feel like King Salman is letting them know, we're just going to do what works. I'm going to give heroes that you guys are really comfortable with, and then we're just going to play off of that. I think he's making the players play on instinct, and then he's just going to have the easiest path to victory using the Occam's Razor.
Sorry, are we getting a new map? Is that what?
Well, it's still like us.
So that would change the draft.
Yeah.
We talked one coach, what about the other?
Cassius has a lot of experience under his belt. He's been playing for MPL. He switched back as well to the Women's League. And he's been around with Vitality for the past 2 years, including this one. So he definitely understands the players. He's been with them for quite a while. And the thing about Cassius is that sometimes in the first few bans, I believe, in their particular games, we do see some of the heroes being let go. Like, they don't necessarily go straight for the throat. They don't necessarily go for the respect bans, because I think for me, they want to still test drive a little bit, figure out whether or not it's imperative or not. So we'll see if that actually does happen in game number 1, or they respect Na'Vi PH so much that they're gonna actually start the respect bans straight up.
We move into Flying Cloud. The first draft is now officially underway. And the question remains, will we see Vival on that assassin? If not, can she win with her roster, irregardless of the assassin or non-assassin pick? And already, whoa, we're going quick. Holy crap.
Very quick, very decisive as well. And it was one of the keys to victory, I believe, earlier on. BTR by Vitality. There goes the Akai pick.
Okay, so This draft is going fast. So now I'm going to talk about the synergy here. Vitality, what I like is they bat out the box. Yeah, make sure that Keishi does not get that, one of the best heroes. And then looking at Na'Vi, betting out the Marcel as well as the Hirara. Now we got to talk here. Vitality, they want team fight. They got the Arlet, they got the Lilia as well as the Akai. Akai, Arlet, best combination. Lilia able to beat out that tank, which they know Na'Vi will probably get. Now let's talk about Na'Vi here. They pick up the Eve. S tier mage, Claude, S tier gold laner, and it's good because they counter each other. Now they're on the same team. It will be amazing. Alice, good counter towards the Arlet. Also, one of the best heroes so far in MWI.
And remember how much we highlighted the mid-trio rotations coming in from Na'Vi if in case they want to try and pressure Vitality, especially in the early stages of the game, which is why the Yves pick here is very important to that. I wonder how they are going to help the Yves, especially now that we're going to the second phase. I want to know what kind of heroes that they're going to prioritize for their roamer in this regard.
And this is very interesting. I was thinking that King Salman won't be flexing his heroes around, but looks like Coach Cassius is thinking that he might, because he still sees the Alice, but he's considering this Alice might go in the jungle, considering that Keishi has used that yesterday. So instead, they're betting out the EXP laners. For now, Esmeralda as well as Paquito is out. Freya is still open, but looks like they're going to ban out the Phoveus just to make sure this Arlet has a very easy time. I wonder if King Salman here sees this and it's like, you know what? We thought of the Alice going into the jungle, but maybe it's better to be in the EXP just to match with the Arlet. Because I got to tell you, Eternal, you got to respect Fumieko. If Fumieko is able to get out of lane for that first turtle, it's going to spell trouble for Na'Vi.
Definitely mid-game, late game, it's going to be very difficult to control there for Na'Vi. But obviously, there is still some room, but Glue gets picked out. It's looking like it's Alice jungle, and that's why they set up for the carry ban for Na'Vi. Intelligent, but it looks like VTR by Vitality have a Bruno on their side and the Bellaric. They know that there's dive coming in from the Claude and the Alice and the Glue. They pick up a lane bully of their own in the Bruno. But that last pick, Freya, might just change things.
Okay, very quickly, looks like Team Vitality, they want to win the lanes as well as trying to win the team fight. A lot of crowd control, a lot of burst damage. For Na'Vi, they're going to play with a team, but Naomi is going to have a solo mission to try and kill that Lilia.
Both teams have been champions before. Both teams want to be champion again. For Vitality, it's about protecting what is theirs. For Na'Vi, it's about regaining what they lost. It's the rematch of Destiny. It's grand finals for the 2026 MWI. It's Na'Vi versus Vitality. Let's get grand finals started with Miracle and Gideon.
Okay, let's go.
Here looking over the land of Dawn, history is about to be made here. Both of these competitors have been looking eye to eye since 2024. 2025, they missed up their chance, but here in 2026 for the Esports World Cups, our very own MWI Grand Finals, we have Vitality facing off Na'Vi. And of course, let the games begin.
It can't get better than this. A grand finals in MWI between the champions, at least 3 of them from the same roster of 2024 and the defending champions of 2025 in the home court of Vitality.
It's going to be tough because we can already hear that extremely loud crowd here.
I can't even hear you.
It's tough, I'm not going to lie. But these fans, they're happy to see Vitality already on the big stage. But the real question is how they're going to adapt. How have they learned so far? By first blood rate comparison, 64% expectation for Na'Vi to take it away.
Which is kind of crazy because then you'd think Na'Vi are the more aggressive teams. But if you look at the games of Na'Vi, it's because they play it so slow that first bloods come around for the first neutral objective.
Let's see whether that's going to be the case. Looking at the emblem set overall, we have a lot of wilderness blessings coming out from the mid laners as well as roamers. They want to be quick across the map. But other than that, really, this Bruno on this Master Assassin making sure that Shell can bully it out and might even find a 1v1 here. That's in her favor.
She didn't win the trade necessarily, but she was able to get the wave in a very, very good spot for her to continue to bully Rian on the Claude. Down below as well, some rotation from Vival, and this is what we're talking about, man. Chell, as long as she's able to build those stacks, getting those crit, Rian, every time she walks up, she's got to be careful, but there you go. The Warrior Boots instantly for Rian to deal with Chell, and I'll certainly give her a lot more to play with in this lane.
It's so good to have in the lane. They got to protect themselves as much as they can. Now first turtle is about to come through as we see at least
Mirai, I think this is going to be a bit of a problem. Like, how are they going to deal with this glue? I don't necessarily see the angle to stop him other than Bumi.
At this point, it's kind of like ignoring the Pat trick. Vival's just going to have to go in for the red tree, 50-50 against Keishi. Ayanami doing a good job, zoning Fumi Echo away from the spine. That's the RBM drop down by Raiders. That's going to be City walking up with moves as well.
Yeah,
Keishi wins out the red tree battle, and now it's a big fight happening.
It's looking good. Heavy Spin's even better now. They want to get to the back when they've already found first blood, Vivian!
That's the first blood raid coming around. That's a slam 7 to pass out to City, who's going to get caught with no black shoes. Ayanami gets the double. Vival's next in the chopping block, and it's a big triple for Ayanami.
And so far, Navi more than happy with the way that they want to play their comp. They want to chase down their targets, get their resources out. And unfortunately, if the engagement is just a little too good, Vitality doesn't get that chance to retaliate. Not until Vivian hits level 4.
We mentioned it. The reason the first blood rate is so high for Navi is because they're so objective. Usually when you hear objective and first blood, it doesn't go hand in hand, but for Vitality, they fell right into the trap of Navi, again, setting up for that 5v5 and then taking it with this Freya. I cannot mention how important, I can't mention it enough, how important this Freya is in a draft team.
It really is, and that's why I'm so surprised during MWI. We didn't get to see as much priority on this Freya, on top of the fact that I guess everybody was trying to figure out the meta. Everybody was trying to figure out what was good. But let's keep in mind, the standards are there for a reason. Now we see that Vivian trying to open up this map. A lot of the motions coming in from Navi needs to start leaning towards Rian's side. They want to unlock her from the lane, because so far, a bit of an EXP lead, and now RWM.
The black shoes come around for City to escape, so it's a go for ult, but Keishi seems like she wants to go for a bit more of a chase. And there you go. It's just both teams going back at it. Chell, though. Wow, starting to really dominate this laning phase against Rian.
Yeah, it's looking very, very nice here. If they can just maintain this for another 5 more minutes, it will net them some pretty good profits. Not to mention on the opposite side, let's not forget that Na Ayanami is currently 3-0 and wants to snowball this lead. They want to kind of get her out so she can start dominating the jungle side as well.
So well played by Rian, though. Right after getting bullied, knows that she has enough with the Festival of Blood in their kit to just sustain back up, and she builds up a freeze with a rotation earlier as well from Mirai. Gold Crab, though, still will be monopolized by the Bruno. It will be Vitality who look to go for the second turtle, and now it's about that pin down, right? Can you pin Keishi out? The thing is, with the Throne of Ruin, you get that CC immunity to get past the heavy spin.
Hold on, first they got to deal with Ayanami, who's already been chucked down to 50%. Forced to use the ult early here. Now the contest is going to be hard.
They have to go for the fight with the timer on the Valkyrie Descent already. Bebop in the back line. That's going to be pure victory. Keishi wins it out again, despite the Wrath of the Giant already used up the Throne of Ruin. Got her into safety. Bumi Echo able to escape. Slam 7 to pass as she goes to the mount on Vivo, and now Vivian is caught in the midst of it all with the Revitalize.
Oh, they're trying to hold it down. They could look to wait for the final slash. They have it, and now they get it onto Keishi.
Final slash with the Vengeance. Now Ayanami going in straight under turret, picking up the mega kill. Not enough damage for Vitality as Mirai goes in for the dive. Under turret, taking a lot of those shots and still able to get away with the pass. Meanwhile, up top, is Shell going for the dive on Rian, but she gets away in time as in the bottom lane. Keishi continues the chase, cuts the way so that they can go for tier 1 in the bottom lane.
They gotta be tactical with this on all sides. In the middle of the war, what's happening in the side lane, Jail finding a slight advantage here and should be able to unlock herself and start double waving. At this point, Navi had really good ideas, even initiating a potential dive on that bottom side could have helped them even more, but for now, let's call it quits. It's still a solid 2.3k.
With the heavy spin, you guarantee the red trade, but when Keishi just pops in CC immunity, both Wrath of the Dryad and heavy spin, they really gotta start staggering and maybe poking Keishi before the fight, but it's just so difficult because there's so many people to zone. It's not just Keishi, it's also not Ayanami.
Yep, I mean, let's not forget about Mirai, right? This glue is going to be frustrating, and they have no dedicated way to kind of melt down the frontline tanks. If they engage, it has to be an all-in type situation, if not a bait for some bigger spells from Navi's side. But as we see the game continue to progress, now that they've unlocked both sides at this stage, and unfortunately for Claude, they still need to get the tier 1 up top side before he's done here. Navi is putting a lot of emphasis towards this top side. 22 more seconds until the next turtle spawns.
Man, Vitality are playing a scaling game already this early on with Bruno and Lilia. Thing is, Navi scale really well to the late game to give them that big of a lead. Not Ayanami capping Fumi Echo as of yet. 6 minutes in and 48 seconds. Fumi Echo with a gold crab to even things out a bit, but it's still a big 1K. So
how do they even deal with just the Freya? Look, they need to just chain CC. Fumieko understands, hey, I'm not here to kill the Freya. All I'm here is to slow her down. I will need the rest of my team to kind of follow up to ensure this death. But with that Purify, it can be a little difficult, right? If played well and timed well, can get rid of the stacks and more importantly, the mark so that Fumi can't just dash around for free.
Vivian gonna try to go for rapid drive now, pops it in, but again, it's Keishi with the CC immunity. Vivian caught everywhere, all alone. Vivian trying to deal with the back lines, but Vivian's just gonna get shredded down by not Ayanami as the rest of the team will funnel into mid.
Oh, now Vitality, once again, they just move their way. They tried to pinch them on with Mirai as well, but Vitality made the right call. Having to back up here, not trying to interact with these fights. And even Keishi just showing up, just saying, hey, I just want to see what's going on in your jungle, sir.
Shell's got no damage to do with that. Keishi can walk in the jungle, blink in, and take everything away from Vitality. Even Vival's struggling right now against this glue. Mirai's gonna try to go for the take. Luckily for Vival, she's still able to secure it for herself. But look at the top lane, falling as well. Now the structural advantage on top of the turtles. Oh no. Shell's just tickling Keishi, especially when she gets into these minion wave. Throwing a ruin used, trying to bait them into a long fight for the cut for the rest of the team of Na'Vi. Mirai's gonna go in with a dash now. Cyclone Eye. Vivian with the rapid dry onto the back already. As Mirai cannot move them out, but she actually does on their turret. That's a big mistake as Shell's able to flicker out the safety, and Mirai's gonna go down. Now City with the black shoes, caught in the RWM, and now the blazing duet. It's all good. The back line's under attack. With no RWM, they're now attacking the mid-tier 2. Fumi in the back off to the end. That's Fumi with the flank. City able to survive. Now very low. Gonna get caught in the void blast. That's Fumieko. Looks to go for the vengeance. Is able to go for the reset right now as Keishi tanks up a storm on their turret. It's Fumieko targeted down by Ayanami, and Fumi will fall. Ayanami's gone right in this game. Don't get too close here, especially with so many people in front. Belgic is also trying to get into this fight as well to try and clear up these waves. And finally, Na'Vi get to walk away from this fight. 20 more seconds until the first Lord spawn, but that is one hefty lead. And it's because of the 2,000 almost gold lead between the XP. Ayanami 7-0-1. It truly isn't Ayanami. It's more like a Rihanna. It's more of a gold lane. It's more, heck, of a Rain mid lane performance from Ayanami.
It's pretty crazy, I'm not gonna lie. The fact that she's called not Ayanami makes this way funnier. It's like, no, I'm not the carry. Go look at Rihanna.
Wink, wink.
Wink, wink. But now with the Lord in play, I think Vitality can't afford to make any more mistakes at this point onwards, right? Everything is gonna be permanent from this point onwards.
The thing is, they can try not to make mistakes, but Na'Vi are going to constantly force those mistakes upon Vitality by going into the sideline, by pushing it in, and also just taking this Lord as bait for Vitality to walk out of their base. Because if you look at Vitality's composition right now, they have good clear, but that's about it.
Well, even when we're talking about clear, right, it doesn't come at, well, maybe Shell has got probably the easiest way to clear these waves. However, it's not AoE, and it's not exactly the fastest, especially once we get into the 20-minute zone. Ideally, we do get there for the sake of Shell, but at the same time, I don't think Na'Vi is going to allow that to happen. They're going to start sieging, and I have a sneaking suspicion that Mirai might just flicker in underneath inhibitors.
At least the Vitality fans haven't lost hope. It's game 1 out of a best of 7, and they need to also conserve some of that energy, unless the French are just built different, man, because God, the energy is oozing the back to stage as well.
Dude, the Vitality fans have been all around here at EWC, whether our stage or other stages, they are audible no matter where you go. And for now, Na'Vi really taking the time to deny resources, but I love the chump check that Na'Vi is doing. It's like, if you really want to engage, try us while we still have this 5k lead. We will stat check you every single time. As long as you don't kill not Ayanami, we can make it work.
Jadi orang yang di belakang itu ngalangin,
Cok. Really well. The holy shield down below has already been taken out, and that's a melting gun for Chell. Rian finally completing that 3-item power spike, the Swift Trinity. 11 minutes in. It's all about the dive. Not going to second down right now as Vivian's able to pop in rapid right, and the CC Unity is going to use up with a throw and a ruin. Now Vival tries to cut them back. Mirai's going to be caught under turret. City walks off as well, but Vival's going to get cut down by Nada Ayanami, and now it's Rain in the midst of it all, taking a damage from City with black shoes as Keishi sticks onto her.
It's too good, it's too good, and now, whoa, Keishi underneath, but manages to still get out. Fumi just needed to wait half a second there, but honestly, this is exactly what we wanted. We saw Mirai go for that flicker, we saw Keishi make the attempt, but he still have yet to break the mid-tier 1.
They're too tanky, Mirai just tanking these turrets like it's nothing. Vitality were able to keep their base surge from getting taken out, but that was only just the first Lord. And they dealt that much damage. They didn't lose out on anything. No shutdowns given. This is just complete domination from Na'Vi in game 1.
Right now, Na'Vi has Panzer tanks roaming around. You cannot cut through that armor just yet. The endless battle already complete on top of everything else. If not Ayanami, I don't know how they're going to deal with it. Even for Vival, who's trying to pin down on Ayanami, is dying midway through.
And we can see why. Not Ayanami's picked up an endless battle as well. Rain already has a Divine Blade. This is the reason why Viva on paper, crazy front lines that can take a beating and a half. Not against this composition with this much of a lead right now.
It's just too much to handle. 6.1k, but it feels like it's already at that 10k mark, but it's not entirely hopeless for Na'Vi just yet. Child can still pull through. They just need to max out on their items. However, it will come at a huge investment as both sides contest for no man's land.
Again, Na'Vi just doing a brilliant job forcing the errors on Vitality. Vival's going to try to go for the pin on Mirai, and it will work out. They will get Mirai, but now it's the Lord already taken for Na'Vi at the cost of just their roamer.
They don't mind this. Whoa, dangerous stuff from Rian. Able to respond in time with the BMI, but for now, with his 3 and 10 score, Vitality, trying to defend, and Rian making a play.
Oh God, right in the RW and the Blazing Duet. Now it's the kite back for Vitality as Keishi pops in that skill 1, had already used it, throwing a ruin. Double 0-9, setting up perfectly for the rest of the damage dealers of Na'Vi.
And the worst part is that now that Fumiko is gone, it's only just the Wrath of the Dryads that they have to worry about. The heavy spin was also used in the middle of that interaction, so now that Na'Vi sees all of these checkboxes being ticked, outer turrets will be destroyed, a guaranteed inhibitor on bot side. Can they convert this even more? Can they find that winning fight?
Yeah, Chell really wanted to clear this Lord before he got the charge, but it will be guaranteed in the end. Lord with the Trident charges into the bottom lane turret, giving Na'Vi the far lane advantage for the next Lord. Now in the tier 2 in the mid lane, it's Rain and Rian. The double R's working big together. It's all about defense again for Vitality, but we know from Na'Vi in the semifinals and the quarterfinals, after taking a loss to Galaxy Phoenix, they've learned it is just back to discipline, back to playing the textbook game after getting a big lead at the start.
You know, it's time to call Zipper and pull up the item list real quick. We need to see where Shell actually is currently in the game, because while you see 4 items already completed and a Winds of Nature recently being purchased by Rian.
Love that.
Until we see a Winds of Nature on Shell's side, I don't think there's that guarantee, you know? Big auto attacks, but if you get hit by that fully stacked Blazing Duet, how do you protect yourself?
At this point, I don't even think she can go for the Wind of Nature. There's just so much damage to deal with. It's not just Rian, right? You go for the Wind of Nature, then what are you going to do against Mirai, Rain, and Keishi when they go in on you?
At least you can flicker out of those, right? The worst part, I think, has to be Mirai. I think that's like, if you get caught, there's nothing you can do. You're praying that you flicker out of the way, but at least the Winds of Nature can protect you from not Ayanami and Rian, which we're very used to seeing jumping into that back line.
Mieko with final slash ready on Rian. Gets away with the vengeance. Now it's going to be thrown to ruin. It's Mirai's even flagging the back line. Finding for Mieko and Vivian. Now goes to the straight to everybody else, but Vivo is going to push her away. Now Rian Blazing Duet!
They got him! Keishi just needs to get back out of there. 37 more seconds until the board, and this was the perfect angle. They found the pinch, they found the pull, but worse yet, they needed Vitality right into the corner.
You can flicker out of one. You choose which one, and now V throw all the other 4 abilities at you. Now it's Cine. Can they clear? Na'Vi are not going to go straight for the Lord, playing it here just to try to get a little bit more pressure before the Lord spawns. But in the end, Vitality still have good wave clear when there's no RWM and any of those zoning tools.
They're going to have to breathe for a moment, because this next contestation is going to be extremely difficult for Vitality. Na'Vi has got him in a little bit of a chokehold as that bottom wave needs to be dealt with at all times, and Na'Vi instantly rushing this down. The beauty of having a Freya on your side. Quick work of the Lord.
Quick with a Freya, a Claude, a Yves as well. It's just boom, insta gone, insta delete. The only one that can do it faster, maybe a Lunox and carry combo, right?
Those are good.
8,000 gold lead. Na'Vi knocking on the base turrets of Vitality earlier. Now they're charging at it. They're bringing in their catapults. They have their siege equipment. And we get to see the replay again. What went wrong here?
A lot of it just comes down to the formation just breaking in half, right? They had to decide whether to be on the left side or on the right side of the purple buff pit. And as soon as they got broken in half, that's where we started to see problems. I think that at least for Vitality, they need to recognize, yes, there are ideal fights, but there are some key problems that they can't deal with. Number one is Mirai. If they commit any ultimates to Mirai, it's not going to work out mathematically to deal with not Ayanami. And yet, here we are, Lord pressing in.
That's a big resource spent already, man. Navi were able to bait out the final slash. Now it's Mirai under turret, down below. It's the Lord already. Vitality trying to keep these base turrets alive for as long as they can. Are to be able to throw the Ruin! Coming down, but it's only going to land on two. But that's going to be Vivo with a heavy spin, pinning them down, and that's a good time on the Keishi. But it's Rian with the killing spree!
It's not over just yet. They want to get that mid inhibitor first. The Lord does go down, and Vitality might have to respond here and now.
They want to go for the brute force onto the base turret. They take it down, right? So low shell is going to go down very low. Down the road to Rian! Gets her down, and it's a killing spree terrain.
Revitalize it already through, and Vival trying their best, but the base is under attack.
Navi say objective, they stick onto the crystal, they lock it down, and they don't give Vitality a chance to come back. It's game one secured in this best of 7.
Okay, lesson learned, lesson learned. Navi, they've got something up their sleeves with their 2 side lanes, and not to mention the access to the Freya. That's something that Vitality have got to remember for this upcoming matchup, because dear Lord, Fumiko, difficult after that first death, so difficult to recover.
Super difficult, and I just think it's an Arlet thing, right? It's always about snowballing early. If you don't get it, you're kind of chopped.
Well, we're just going to have to leave the panel to discuss about it. We're throwing it back to the studio right after these messages to break it down for all of y'all.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers.
Juga cukup wise, dia tahu Vengeance itu kan bisa explainer pakai ya udah adu damage gitu kan. Tapi dia enggak, dia pakai Purify, dia tahu ada Akai, ada Arlot. Jadi ya better play safe emang.
Dia safe banget dan bahkan menurut aku agak sedikit miskalkulasi di awal sih ketika dari sosok Freya ini memang tidak bisa dihantam dengan adanya anti regen. Mungkin kalau kasusnya ada Baxia itu beda. Tapi di sini kan mereka tidak ada yang memiliki anti regen sama sekali nih, Profesor.
Itu dia. Mungkin ya balik lagi ya, Baxia kan di band juga kan sama member dari Vitality juga. Makanya. Dan aku ngerasa balik lagi ya, first pick Akai-nya sebenarnya mungkin back ke menit yang kedua. Itu semuanya bener-bener bisa berjalan, tapi emang kalah jumlah 4 lawan 2 kan di area turtle-nya. Karena duanya kena zoning di awal. Fumieko juga harus muter jauh banget baru bisa connect ke teamfight. Jadi menurutku emang kalah dari segi sistem di turtle aja yang pertama.
Aku setuju. Kalau draft aku kayaknya nggak bakal terlalu banyak komen karena menurut aku draftnya bagus. Tapi memang ketika mereka gagal di awal untuk turtle tadi.
Betul itu.
Mereka tidak bisa menghentikan Not Ayanami dan masih ada team fight selanjutnya kan untuk Not Ayanami hingga dia dapetin point kill banyak itu. Kayaknya mereka udah tuh. Mereka harus mulai sadar damage-nya nggak cukup untuk nutup ke arah Freya. Nggak ada anti regen, nggak ada burst banget, nggak ada sisi pasti. Kita kan ngomong
sabar gitu.
Iya, mereka harus tahu maksudnya calculate-nya ini dapat gak nih, mati nggak nih?
Ya, kapasitas damage-nya cukup atau enggak?
Ya,
itu yang
waktunya
mungkin.
ada nggak nih kita tumbangin si Not Ayanami? Karena percuma kalau ada damage juga waktunya nggak cukup. Dari dapat 1 tukar 4.
Terus reaction-nya kan karena emang ini draft reaction ya dari Navi. Jadi sebenarnya mereka nggak perlu untuk melakukan team fight. Mereka tinggal tungguin member Vitality masuk, abis itu mereka akan kayak seolah-olah terjebak di kurungannya mereka sendiri Bude. Jadi emang ya kayak tadi kan terbukti kan pas tim Vitality mencoba untuk nge-push mid, alhasil tiba-tiba ada turnover win, tiba-tiba ada reload manipulation, Fumiyako yang ke pick off. Jadi menurutku emang harus lebih mengerti sistem apa yang biasanya tim Filipina lakukan, terutama seperti yang Ranger Mas bilang, kalau misalkan coach itu menyiapkan untuk di 5 menit awal, nah adaptasi gameplaynya ini yang berarti harus dicari sama member dari Vitality.
Beradaptasi dengan permainan tim Navi yang kayaknya kita ngelihat apapun yang mereka lakukan, mereka geraknya cepet banget gak sih?
Iya, dan
Tiba-tiba
bersamaan
ke
itu
atas,
dia.
tiba-tiba kemana. Kalau kalian apa yang mungkin kalian sorot banget nih dari tim Navi di game pertama? Notaya Nami Freya-nya.
Alice jungler juga sih.
Itu satu, terus kedua Merai sih. Ganggu banget Vival sampai Vivalnya ini berkali-kali kalah untuk mendapatkan retribution power terhadap sosok seorang Keishi.
Oke.
Merahnya ganggu banget di sini Bude. Selain Notaya Nami ya.
Dari Merai dengan glue dan dia kayak bisa misahin. Dari tim dari KB gimana ngeliat Navi?
Keishi tetap. Mau gimana pun dia fleksibel banget ya. Padahal dia power di assassin, tapi ternyata ketika lagi-lagi menggunakan cheese pick yang bener kan, Alice jungler. Kita ngomong-ngomong cheese pick, tapi selalu kejutannya tuh muncul di final. Dan kebetulan Alice-nya ini emang bener-bener superior dan power juga kelihatan dari cara in out-nya, cara reaction dia, dan dia tahu limit untuk pemilihan itemnya juga. Kayak ini mau glowing nih, yaudah kita bikin oracle biar regennya juga nggak flop banget jadinya.
Aku lihat memang Alice-nya ini bisa dibilang jadi posisi baiting karena memang mereka sudah cukup mengandalkan dari dua core main-nya,
jarang mati,
Cloud-nya dan supportnya mereka punya sosok dari Eve bisa dari jauh. Jadi kalau Keishi, apalagi Keishi kita tahu dia pakai retribution kan, jadi gak ada spell untuk kabur apa segala macam. Keishi di all in, Keishi damage masuk ke arah Keishi, sisanya bebas. Semua masuk ke arah Notaya Nami, sisanya bebas. Ngejar Cloud udah impossible untuk tadi.
Itu bukan game untuk ganking ke gold lane juga karena
gold lane udah bukan menjadi target lah.
Banyak banget masalah di game yang pertama. Dari tim Vitality nih. Masalah apa yang mungkin ke spot oleh KB dan juga Uchi nih?
Mungkin percobaan demi percobaan yang tadi udah dilakukan itu emang masih belum maksimal. Next
Kenapa
mungkin
itu bisa gak maksimal?
Menurutku mungkin lebih ke sistem yang dari Filipina yang tadi mereka masih belum nemuin celahnya. Aku merasa nanti di game kedua mungkin baru ketemu solusinya. Entah mereka ubah gameplaynya atau mereka lebih sistem juga mainnya nanti di bagian turtle setup. Jadi jangan sampai tim Filipina ini dikasih turtle dengan bebas karena itu akan menguntungkan bagi mereka. Mereka selalu bisa tahu gimana cara mendapatkan keuntungan dari turtle. Kalau sistem begitu sudah.
3 turtle, 3 lord.
Kalau sekecil itu aja mereka nemuin aja Bude celahnya.
Oke.
Game 2 sih harusnya berubah.
Apanya?
Ini mereka akan ganti cara main harusnya.
Dari tim Vitality.
Tim Vitality feeling gue akan ganti cara main.
Oke, tapi kalau ngomongin tim Vitality sebenarnya kita ngelihat dari match ke match di game pertama mereka emang tes ombak, pemanasan atau lagi membaca lawan.
Nah itu tadi aku sempat tanya sama KB. Prof, kalau menurut Profesor KB, apakah ini sedang dibaca oleh Vitality? Kita nggak ngomong downloading game ya, tapi kita baca mereka gimana sih mainnya. Kita udah tahu rotasinya kayak gini tadi di game 1 gini, celahnya di sini gitu. Apakah itu akan menjadi sebuah catatan untuk di game kedua, Prof?
Catatan pasti. Mereka harusnya lebih ke kritis juga sama diri sendiri mereka. Kayak apa yang tadi ngebuat mereka benar-benar kehilangan momentumnya, mulai dari turtle, mulai dari setup, bahkan yang Ranger Mas bilang kayak pemilihan hero-nya juga ternyata walaupun baik, tapi ternyata cukup lama untuk mengaktifkan yang namanya item anti regen, yang padahal di situ butuh banget kayak dominance ice, glowing wand. Jadi menurutku di game yang kedua setelah dipelajari dan mungkin setelah membaca downloading game yang tadi Ranger Mas bilang, aku merasa kalaupun emang terbaca, semoga nggak kebawa sama suasana game pertama aja, jadi harus reset juga. Jangan sampai nanti overthinking dengan apa yang terjadi di game pertama dari draftingannya juga ya. Karena takutnya nanti mereka malah fokusnya ke Alice kah, atau fokusnya ke Glue, atau fokusnya ke Freya. Jadi menurutku mereka udah mengalami banyak hal, udah ngelewatin Freya dan segala macamnya. Jadi keep up dengan apa yang udah di plan. Jangan terlalu keluar dari textbook, tapi nggak boleh nggak adaptasi juga nih. harus adaptasi nih kalau udah mulai masuk game yang kedua.
Oke, textbook seperti apa yang diharapkan nih bakal mereka bawa di game kedua?
Oh, textbook yang di game pertama dulu Bude, kayak contohnya Akai Arlot.
Oke.
Dari turtle 1 heavy spin, habis itu colok-colok. Tapi ternyata sistemnya dipatahkan karena Arlotnya nggak datang. Arlotnya nggak datang di turtle, jadi ya dipatahkan kan sistem dari tim Vitality-nya, sehingga ya member dari Navi-nya akan semakin lebih gampang untuk menjalankan sistem mereka untuk counter setup.
Jadi kesulitan di game pertama terlihat dari tim Navi. Mereka tahu apa yang mereka
mau nanya dong boleh? Itu tadi yang kamera, tahu. Di kamera yang tadi itu setelah game 1 atau sebelum game 1?
Kayaknya itu
setelah deh kayaknya.
Setelah udah.
Kayaknya.
Ya makanya aku mau nanya.
Tahu deh.
Karena kalau setelah kok mupuk-mupuknya kayak
semangat guys, semangat gitu.
Kurang semangat. Kalau sebelum
Coba kasih tahu semangatnya gimana, Ji?
Nggak bisa, pelan-pelan. Kita pelan-pelan dulu, Bude. Sabar.
Kayaknya kalau misalkan itu lebih ke menenangkan kali ya.
Iya.
Jangan takut bikin salah gitu loh.
Tadi tuh kayak menenangkan kalau sebelum
game kesalahan lu, Ji.
Sebelum game 1 kurang semangat, tapi kalau setelah game 1 ya kayak menenangkan, dan menurut aku apapun yang terjadi tadi sih udah lupain aja.
Tapi biasa kita lihat Vitality game 1 tuh agak goyang, shaky atau gamenya juga lama. Tapi yes, ini kita akan melihat sesuatu. Ada apa ini?
They're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
There. For every click, every clutch.
Ini masih lama iklannya atau gimana ya? Udah mulai nih.
In fact, that was in episode 1 of the original Level Up series. Now season 2 coming out. The cool thing about it, it's on Prime, and they go through the entirety of the Esports World Cup, and they tell the story like no other, bringing in players, focusing on interviews, of course, with org owners. They focus on everything EWC related, and it truly is remarkable how much coverage that they get. Esports World Cup, I think we could all agree, revolutionized what esports truly is. And now with this being year 3, they continue to do the same. So Level Up series, check that out. Back on the stage, though, here we are. And you notice top right, the current match, Na'Vi is leading 1-0 over Vitality, forced to come back. So talking about shortcomings, where did Vitality drop the ball, map 1?
First of all, Taylor, you're cool too. I love you, man. You've been amazing all throughout MWI.
I feel like I'm about to get roasted.
Shouts out to you. No, honestly, let's talk about what Na'Vi did that Vitality is not comfortable with. Na'Vi brought fire against fire, because Vitality is supposed to be the aggressors, right? But then Na'Vi with the Alice, with the Freya, with the Eve, it's like they're the ones always having forward momentum. And I kind of feel like Vitality is also not being comfortable. It's like, wait, why are you the one rushing against us? The script is supposed to be upside down. So I hope this time Vitality gets a draft where they have forward momentum instead of trying to kite back. Because kiting back doesn't feel super Vitality, you know?
I agree for sure. I think the pressure now in game number 2 is more on Coach Casius than anything else, because when it comes down to execution, I feel like 60% of that is signified from the drafts. So Na'Vi now are on blue side, and obviously Na'Vi earlier won on red side. So let's see if Vitality has something to say on red side this time around, their more favorable side of this draft. You can see Akai being banned out very quickly, Atlas and the Hirara. On the other side, the Bakse and the Chip. Last time we saw the early Akai pick for Vival. Can we expect an assassin this time around to help facilitate what you mentioned, which was the early aggressive tempo that we usually see from Team Vitality?
Honestly, hopefully, because Akai as well as the Baxia is out right now. The tank junglers that are left is not really great. They are A tier at best. Something that I will keep track of is Vitality banning out this Chip. The Chip creates a lot of pressure onto the side lane and in the jungle, but I don't know if it's super necessary here going up against Na'Vi. I think this is a bit of a risk, but again, it's only game number 2. We'll see whether this works out or not. Right now, Marcel has been banned out for Na'Vi. Quite a few heroes are still open, notably the Freya, the Esmeralda, as well as the Paquito. So there is a lot of EXP laners open. So I think that's part of the strategy here that both teams are saying, hey, just now the Freya was a little bit too much. We're going to leave some of the counters open just in case.
So what would be crazy if Na'Vi go first pick Freya here? Like they just double down on how they found success in game number 1, but they go for Esmeralda actually. So technically it is quite similar. They both are very dominant in that lane. Obviously the Freya has an additional, spice to it because they can still flex her. Esmeralda though has been very, very impressive as well in the lane and very just pressure heavy in the lane too.
I would say specific for this meta right now, Esmeralda has a winning matchup against everyone, even against the Freya. Of course, it's still a skill matchup, but after Aya Nami's performance, I feel like she's got it on the wraps. Right now for Vitality, seeing that the Esmeralda is there, I wonder if they still want to get the Paquito because they've used that sometimes against the Esmeralda, but on paper, the Paquito should not be winning, so they pick up the Alice instead as well as the Claude. And I like it just because this Alice is an absolute power pick for MWI. In fact, Montan, if you're hearing, get her an MWI skin, man.
That would be cool.
She deserves it.
She definitely does.
She's a bad person, but other than that, she's cool.
Kimmy, I wasn't expecting this Kimmy pick. I thought they would go for the Yves. If they wanted early rotations, faster at that, I would have expected them to go for, the Yves, but they go for the Kimmy instead. The Harith does show up, and they do have the ability to do so because they are the ones that have picked up the Esmeralda first. Harith, Claude matchup finally.
I mean, is JK rolling in the building? Why are we building a Harry Potter composition here? It's all magic damage coming in from Na'Vi. So the front lines of Team Vitality should not have any problems building up an early read in armor and then start winning the fights. I gotta say, Na'Vi, this is pretty high risk, high reward. If they win the first 3 minutes, hey, that's it, GG, right? You can get all the turrets basically for free. But if you don't, it's gonna feel pretty bad very, very soon.
So let's see the last pick in for Team Vitality here. Are they the ones to commit to the Yves? They go for the Belleric. They do see that there is dive coming through from the Esmeralda and the Harith. It is going to deter the Harith by just a bit, but they do still have to have an answer towards the Kimmy. And that's why maybe we do see the Alice first in by Vitality.
Yeah, I'm still thinking this is going to be Fumi Echo's Heroes. I don't know whether Vival has a chance to play with that.
Let's not.
Yeah, I feel like Na'Vi, they should be a bit threatened. Like maybe ban out the Eve and then one jungler here because I'm really not entirely sure. But having a Harith, having a Kimmy, for now, it feels like it's not a bad game for a Red 5 Ling. I mean, we'll see how the draft turns out. If there's not a lot of crowd control, I'm looking at Ling, I'm looking at Hayabusa, I'm even looking at the Nolan here. So I feel like Vitality is having a good start on making sure Vival gets a good matchup.
Which is why I think if that's the case, they do need to set it up for her, right? They need to go into the bans for her. But interestingly enough, it's the Balman ban instead. If they want to set up for something like an assassin, I would have expected, like the Hylos or maybe the Cho ban come through for Na'Vi. But the fact that they ban out the Balman, what is this signifying here?
I think they're really trying to make sure that there's no tank jungle for Na'Vi here. If they ban out the Barats, it kind of forces Na'Vi to be a little bit more creative, in the jungle.
And the fact of the matter is, Keishi hasn't done so well
outside
on the
of
assassins.
Yeah.
So I feel like this is a interesting, loophole to it. I want to know if it works.
Yeah, honestly, with the Kimmy as well as the Harith, it would be nice if you have a tank. They even banned the Fredrin, so they're kind of forcing, if you want something, it has to be a Barats. Matilda is still there, so they can go for Barats Matilda, but that's 5 magic damage. There's basically no physical outside of the Barat Stomp, so I don't know if they want to go that heavy onto the magic damage, because 2 defense items is kind of enough to shut your composition down.
They're definitely putting them in the spot. Now, Na'Vi, if they want to nail them down by just a bit, I would expect maybe the Lilia being banned out alongside the Yves. If they want to have more control in the mid lane, that's definitely an angle that I would expect. Going back to the jungle pick for Keishi, is there room for a Kyoe signature pick? Is there a room for like an Aulus? Or even like an X-board?
Do you want to see that considering she hasn't tried it yet?
Hey, who knows? Scrim with it.
I mean, I feel like a safe Suyo. No, Suyo's not safe. There's so much magic damage. Honestly, I have no idea. I think Hayabusa might still be okay-ish. I really don't know what is going on, especially because Na'Vi has put so much egg in the magic basket here. So I feel like it's better just to pick up your mid. And then after the last 2 picks of Na'Vi, I would feel a bit more confident picking up whatever they're already planning in the jungle.
Well, I mean, Ling's banned, so they're not allowed to pick that up here in this second game.
Still pick up Nolan, huh?
They go early Nolan, so no surprise factor whatsoever for that jungle matchup. It's actually the mid lane that we're still waiting on. Do you think it could be like a Selena last pick in for Cine?
I feel like they kind of have to, because even the Valentina won't be all that great unless whatever roamer or mid they pick up makes it super valuable. Yeah, I'm thinking it might be the Selena. It's very risky though, going up against a Kimi. If they have a very good roamer like a Hylos, I gotta say it's gonna be very difficult for that Selena. So I don't know what about Vitality's draft for now. I'm very iffy about it.
We're waiting, and it looks like the players are also thinking about it. Wow. I did not expect a Hanzo pick here. I think the Hanzo's sitting at a 0% win rate. We saw it picked up once by Falcon's ID. I don't know if you saw it on Stream B.
Yeah, Stream B has, so there's a total of 2 picks for the Hanzo for now. Both have not won.
Okay.
It will look okay in the first, I don't know, 6 minutes of the game, but then afterwards, you kill the Hanekage so fast that it loses its value. Right now for mid pick, I think this lineup is screaming, let's try to end latest by 14, and Vitality, they do go for that Selena. So right now the problem is, once Vitality loses that mid prio Eterna, looking like a 2-0 for Na'Vi.
Let's see if it will be. Vitality, where you at? You gotta step it up. You're down 1-0 in the series. I know it's early, but you can fall behind in the blink of an eye before you know it. For Na'Vi, however, they're off to a stellar start, and they look poised and ready to potentially go up 2-0. However, it's up to them to decide. It's Na'Vi versus Vitality, the rematch of destiny here at the grand finals of MWI. Let's get map number 2 started with Mirko and Gideon.
Everybody's been waiting for this match. Nobody would have expected the drafts to look like this, but if you're wanting to be the best, you got to show that you can play at your best. As we head on in to the land of Dawn, I want to see how this magic damage is going to be applied. Both sides have interesting ways of applying it, but Vitality, they need to accelerate. They need to close the game off with a snowball. I don't see any other way. And LaFell broke it down real nicely. Their scaling isn't as good, but at the same time, it's all magic from Na'Vi.
I agree. I mean, they do have the Hanzo, right? So if they do make it to the late game, yes, scaling is on their side, but also they'll also have much more to play with, not just pure Harry Potter. Is that what he called it?
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter draft. All right. Bargain Hunter on both mid and gold. Rain and Rian, again, even though they're scaling, they want to try to make it a bit quicker, you know, trying to get those very pricey items quick. But you got to be very, very careful. Because you go for that, now you're losing a little bit of that combat stats, those combat stats that you would usually have.
Yeah, especially in the laning phase as well, right? I feel like if any big mistakes do happen, naturally, I think that Na'Vi is going to either lean into it, and the same can be said about Vitality as well. They do have some early vision thanks to these Abyssal traps, but at the same time, you never really know. Where is Cine going to come from? Where is she going to attack? And if Rain is going to specifically get hit by an Abyssal arrow.
Hey, Chow on the lane against Rian. Oh, she actually takes it. The BMI. Vivo's gonna walk up now, trying to go for the damage. Oh, the Purify on the Fracture as well. Vivo's gonna get taken very low. No punish right now. It's just the Purify out. A bait on the battle spell.
And now, secondary attack. Cine looking for an angle on the opposite side. The Abyssal Arrow does not connect, but they're holding each other hostage here, and yet nobody wants to truly fully commit.
Oh, that could have been really good. They already got the Purify out, but Rian's a bit too aware for that, knows that this mid lane's been missing for a bit too long, and that means it's full prio for Na'Vi. Rain and Keishi on the turtle already. Now as Vitality trying to look for an entrance into this turtle pit.
And look at Mirai, ever vigilant, making sure that this Nolan has to go hard. Bumi not at level 4 as they're about to begin this fight.
Great taunt right now as Keishi jumps into the Pinnacle Ninja. It's going to be the all-in. Oh, Echo's the one to take it as Vivo gets away. AOG already as Vivian is able to escape, but not Ayanami picks up first blood. So it's a turtle traded for a kill, and both XPs are the ones on the board. That's a good talk right now with the Bumi Echo mobilization as well that forces the Throne of Ruin.
It's already out now. Ooh, Zinni unfortunately does not connect with the Abyssal Arrow as they go back to neutral states. Really surprised that out of everybody, it was Fumiko who actually gets it, and now a dive on the bottom side.
A cancel straight up on the Blazing Duet. Not going to be a kill, Cine. Just a bit of poke onto Mirai, and we're back to level. But Na'Vi are in the lead for now. Look at Vivo. Spawns up, goes straight, booking it into enemy purple buff. That's Grand Theft Purple, Leo.
Oh yeah, they've gotten it. They've gotten it successfully. They've got the stars for it. As not to mention, they go back to where they need to be. And I love this from the side of Vitality. They are making sure they are covering and not wasting too much time taking camps that they don't need to. They gotta be proactive because that's what their composition needs to do.
So now it's back to the slow game. Keishi just trying to read out Cine. Has a good read on her. But remember, damage. Oh my god, Cine gets an Abyssal Arrow on Rain. Forces the flicker. And it's also an aggressive flicker from Cine. My god.
Honestly, was pretty close. I think, you know, if that second half of the leap connected in a single auto attack, I think that should have been more than enough. But still, they still get it again. They've got the battle spells, and with that 100-second cooldown, they can look to maybe try and connect another arrow, ideally. But even for looking at the other people who actually needs that snowball, Vival in particular has yet to find that one kill to accelerate her in this game.
Oh, good take by Rian there. Takes it away, and yeah. If it's not just the arrow, right? If you already have Flicker burnt out, now it's that dash skill of yours. Once you use that jetpack, it's Vival's turn and Fumieko to hold you down for a Wrath of the Dryad combo. You got major AoE skills here with a Flicker.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on this for now, as both sides are looking to go. Flicker is about to come back up for Vival as they proxy that bottom side and even force out the Salmon Force.
Yeah, they just burst it straight out right now as Keishi jumps in onto Vival. That's going to be the AOG to follow it up, but Vival's going to be able to escape right now as Mirai is caught with no AOG and pops in Revitalize Vivian. Same predicament. It's both the roamers just falling here. Vival picks up the kill, and onto the side, I believe it was Rian.
This was an interesting sequence because both sides had two separate ideas. The arrow connects the Throne of Ruin.
That's what we're talking about. The flicker as well. Not even like close to. Wait a second. Bottom lane. Shell's gonna go for the Blazing West straight up on Rian. Vival's waiting in the bush right now. Rian actually reads it with the Synchro Fission. Crazy amounts of awareness now as Cine is able to bait out Keishi from that spot, but she has to get away now. The falling star move for the chase as Fumi got away earlier.
Oh my goodness, when are we going to go back to neutral states? I don't think we're not even done.
We'll never do that. We'll never go back to neutral.
we're still in the scrimmage here. They are still fighting each other.
Whoa, Fumieko wants to stick on Keishi with no Pinnacle Ninja.
Okay, very bold, but now proxying away knowing that Keishi is there. Hey, are they not doing anything about this? Okay, I mean,
can't.
Fumieko is just like, try me, fight me. Both of you at the same time if you have to, ideally.
You know what? I think I agree with LaFell, man. I think the Alice needs not just the skin, but needs like one of those MSC Farsa skins. Or sorry, was it Atlas, the Atlas skin that you need to roll for? It has to be exclusive.
It's got to be exclusive. Or maybe something even further. But that's only assuming that they win this entire tournament. Let's see, 30 seconds from now, Turtle is going to spawn, and I'm expecting Vitality, now that they've already, may even consider trying to go for a dive on towards bot side, but no. Purify is already up. Vivian still doesn't have her flicker up just yet. 22 more seconds.
Rian just jumped in with a Chrono Dash. I believe Mirai spotted Vival in the bush. Maybe not. It's all in with the fracture as well, Rian. Good reactions, just Chrono dashes out of it. No battle spell baited just yet, and it's a fracture down for, I believe, 20 seconds.
Cool, calm, and collected. They understand, hey, maybe the first initial attack, I can't really dodge it, but that all, I gotta make sure I'm not getting hit by all three of those points. Now, however, that mid lane, you can see immediately, quick punish on towards Cine, keep her out of here. But that's the thing, right? I would have expected Belleric to show up in the mid lane more, just to be able to say, you know what? Concussive blast it, clear that wave, we get first move.
And look at how slow both of them are playing. This is what happens when you have two assassins, right? It's all about that fade and switch, but Vitality, they have a Selena together with a Nolan, which means they can blitz this turtle. It's a Selena with a Season Hunter, and that means 3 neutral objectives to Vitality, but only 2 to Vivo. Wait, it's actually only 1, because I believe Cine got the last one, and Fumi got the first.
Yep, and now looking towards that bottom side, Mirai, they see what's going on here. Rian, she's already defended herself, and I've got to give it to Na'Vi. Their defense has been impeccable. They've done their due diligence to keep Vitality in check.
Yep, we're gonna all in onto Vivian. Traction pulse as well, but Vivian just walks out of it. All right, back to the neutral game. Now it's so much slower. Both XPs have already gone for a cut. Seems like setup for a big fight down below.
And, I mean, all because of these scrimmages. Oh wait, the trap, the combo, it's good, but it's not going to kill just yet. I don't think she has enough items to go for the full one-shot, but it will force a recall, which is kind of good. This would mean that, as you can see, Vivian instantly already trying to man mark, looking for Keishi. Where are you? What's your status? And most importantly, where are you going to show up on the map?
They got that map pressure. Vidball goes in. First passive strike, that's the second there. That doesn't land on Ayanami. Yeah, Ayanami is just going to be able to tank this up all day. No chance for them to burst her down. Maybe if she waited for that Melfic roar first, she would deal 10 more damage.
Just a little bit more. I mean, let's put up the iron limits to really see whether or not it would have been the difference maker. Because if there is a lot of armor, actually, right? Honestly, that would have been it. That could have been it. But overall, it's still a dangerous game. Radiant armor already completed by Fumieko. Every single person who has Radiant armor, it's going to be way harder to deal with.
That was crazy. Right there, an attempt. Vivian on it as well, trying to siege this tier 1 down as Fumieko tries to cut under tier 2. Rain, big pickup, Sky Piercer. We have to look at this fight. If it's an explosive fight where Rain can thrive and get a few of those kills in, that's going to be big coming into the 10th minute of the game.
Well, talking about big, they're about to crack open mid-tier 1, which is so good. So good for Vitality. People not too worried about Ayanami. They're waiting, really, just to be able to reposition. As the rest of the team looking outside, they're trying to make this gang happen, and City in trouble.
Zaman Force already sitting with the flicker out to the Unbreakable of Mirai. Zaman Force already baited out, but it's for the flicker. Now it's Vitality waiting for Vival to get onto the purple buff first.
Don't have a naturally pushing wave here. I think Vitality recognizes this too. Purple buff just obtained by Vival. I don't know if this is the position they want to fight in yet, but at the same time, they can't afford Na'Vi to actually hold on to first position.
Wave mid is shoved in though, and Vivian wants to take an aggressive route into this Lord Pit. They're going to try to get that advantage on the side lane as well. Yeah. Sending Fumieko to cut under tier 2 up top.
This is beautiful. This is beautiful macro coming up from the side of Vitality. The only way you're going to get Na'Vi to forcefully move is if you start taking some prime positions. Yeah, sure, take the Lord, but if we're shoving out mid, what are you going to do? You can't afford to get flanked. And that's the Falling Star Moon, if I saw correctly.
It was onto Cine. The rest of the team now coming at Ayanami. Wave up top is going to take the tier 1 down. So Vitality, take any structures, just the macro control as Na'Vi have to just group up. This is the nature of their composition. It's built to team fight, and it is not good at splitting up to deal with these split waves.
Oh, it's looking really difficult. As soon as Keishi shows her face, I think that's when Vitality are going to start attempting the Lord. And then it's that consistent back and forth. And I think even for Rain, right, there's just no more camps to actually maintain those stacks overall to get the maximum range from her auto attacks. So at this point, Vitality have all the advantages and really maintains control and tempo over the game.
And Fumi is just going to stay up top. No Zaman Force means that Fumieko can stay here a bit longer. Goes for the cut again. This time with a bit of backup though. So Rian, she decides to walk up. It's going to be very scary. Vidball, what a bush to hold right here. Trying to go for that cut. Not on the minions though. On a player, Rian.
She's selling it.
Might just fall into it. So it's really going to be used up, and now it's going to be the fracture as well. Zaman Force comes in by Vidball. Pops her there. City going to fall as well. Keishi going to be very low. Fumieko with the flicker right onto Keishi. That was Chow the Blazing AOG in time. They're dancing around now. Ayanami must peel the brain. He's telling him to stay back, demons. Go to the Lord where you belong, and Vitality is more than happy to oblige. Impeccable macro from Vitality. They play up top, they push it in, they bait out these resources slowly but surely, and they build upon those small wins.
It's so good. And I love the fact that you don't even get to see this very often with some of the professional teams in the regular leagues. Vitality is so good at pushing and pulling, but also taking advantage of the space. You plant people when you take the space.
It's just ridiculous how good they are able to execute this very difficult to execute composition. The missile arrow really lands.
We gotta breathe, we gotta breathe. And even a Zaman Force coming out from Rian here. I don't know if Na'Vi is losing composure, but you can also tell that Vitality, they're not slowing down with a 6K lead.
Oh, God. Good taunt there. I don't think they're going to lose on composure just yet. They have a very good composition to bring it to the late game, but they missed the arrow lands again, and the Wrath of the Giant is just barely missing out on the front line. Vivian with the Blazing Duet, or sorry, rather, escaping away. The Blazing Duet comes in from Chell, and they burst Rian down through the Zaman Force pass. Keishi with the jump. Vivo able to escape right now, but Keishi chomps her down and gets a shot. It's Cine running away as Keishi continues, but she ran out of time as Chell goes into mid, takes the base turret down, and it will be just one base turret with the First Lord.
Honestly, all things considered, pretty good from Vitality. They get an inhibitor, they put both of them really, really low. They got a kill onto Rian, which is even more impressive. And not to mention, all they had to sacrifice it was Vival, who was already doing significantly better than Keishi all throughout this game.
I know that Chell was ahead, but I didn't know it was by that much. I know Viva was ahead, but I didn't know it was by that much as well. It's a 2,000 gold lead for the jungle and gold, and that's why they were able to just pop Rian straight up on the Harith.
Well, let's also not forget about the supports here. We got to show some love over to Vivian. She's been playing a really strong game. I mean, so far, the fact that she already has like a 1.5K lead against another support is good enough because the stats that are coming out of her, it's just, what do? Half the time, Vivian can just stand in your face and absorb that damage for free, and it feels like you're hurting yourself more than anything else.
They still got a composition to play in the late game. They're going to be caught now. Pops in the Wrath of the Giant, finds everybody, but there's no throw in a ruin. The Alice is in the bottom lane, and it is a punish from Na'Vi over on Vital Chell. Oh, whoa.
Oh, damn. They got to be a little careful here. They can't just take the free shots coming in from Chell. That corrosive side will build up, and eventually you won't be able to escape from this Claude. At this point in time, at least 30 seconds left on the clock before the next Lord actually spawns. And I would say that from Navi's POV, they're a little bit off from getting those full items. They notice though.
Uh-oh, Cine's gonna run. The arrow slows Keishi down enough, but look, yes. It's Vival. Oh, maybe Vival gonna be caught. Now Mirai goes in to conceal. Too many dashes for the Nolan with the purple buff. She gets away. It was a risky move. She was waiting for the real body of Keishi to come back there.
Hey, let's not forget that even Na'Vi had a sneaking suspicion of, hey, we don't see where this Nolan is. Yeah. Now we need to make sure we cover our backs.
Look at that burst.
My goodness.
It's all up to Keishi though.
Oh, whoa.
Ninja. She has an answer to the AOG as well. Vival's gonna have to go for the steal right now. The 50-50 goes to Vival. Blazing Duet in the winner crown already as Mariah's already used the AOG, and now it's a throw and throw and only locking down one. It's a blinking forward again as Vival tries to stop with the side.
They're trying to chase them all the way through. Ayanami falling sun where Vival gets right past them, and we're finally done with the chase. One singular wall keeps them separated.
Oh, the arrow lands on terrain. There's no one there right now, but Zaman Force has already been baited out as the Lord spawns in mid. And Keishi's back up. She's gonna try to go for a little bit more poke, but she just gets caught. Oh, almost a good read on that body.
I don't know, because right now, if Vitality want to take advantage of the fact that Rian doesn't have that Zaman Force, they need to start pushing this wave right now. It's low, it has a low cooldown. It's going to come back in time. And it looks like Vitality want this synchronized wave. Zaman Force already out.
Fantastic pull by Na'Vi onto the Lord, into the bottom lane, but the Lord will already take down that base turret together with Vival. Now as she goes on to Ayanami with a helmet shell, tearing through that health bar. It's the Abyssal Arrow again. That doesn't land. Vival's already down. It lands on two right now. Shell pops the blazing onto Ayanami, and she's going to get bursted out by Vival. But the rest of the team now comping down onto Cine. Chell will be taken out by Keishi.
This is Rian's moment. She can turn this all around. They've cleared the wave. They've cleared the problems. And now they hold strong. A near clean wipeout. As Mirai just made sure, you know what? At least we know for a fact that Fumieko, she's out of there.
3 base turrets, but Na'Vi show more than signs of life. They got signs of winning this thing with a comeback. It's the scaling that we were talking about from the start, Gideon, that is now really showing. Rian's doing ridiculous damage. Rain as well, and especially with the help of the Crystal. Oh, they're bursting through Fumieko!
They can do it.
Forcing the winner crown. Mariah's right there, but Fumieko has to burn the flick, which means she can't use it aggressively for the next 120 seconds.
Oh, man, the Lord is going to spawn, and Fumieko is still not going to have her flicker back up. Damai's repurchased here. What can you really do about this? They gotta breathe for a second, because as we see this game progress, I'm thinking of bad habits that they can exploit. And so far, I think that Vitality has really wrung out all the tricks in the book. I don't see any other mistakes being made by Na'Vi, and their defense has been immaculate now that they've figured out the lines of attacks that we see consistently from Vitality.
Divine Glaive pickup for, I don't know if it was Rihanna or Rain, but I saw Divine Glaive. And either way, that'll really help this Harry Potter composition. The magic damage, it only is a problem in the early parts and when your opponents snowball. Once you get into those crucial penetration items, don't matter how many defenses you got. Radiant plus Athena, they'll shred through it all.
Yep, they just got to make sure that they can survive. Biggest damage so far, and not to mention that at least a quarter of it is going to be true damage on top of it all, thanks to that Starlium Scythe. It's going to be difficult to play, but at the same time, it's really risky to open up the map, unfortunately, for Na'Vi. They kind of have to wait for Vitality to make that first move, but if they don't probe, nothing happens anyways, and they lose free objectives.
Vitality still have the advantage, though, because of that base turret down below, right? It's going to be auto-slow pushing, which means they can continuously just reset the Lord and play it slow. The mid-wave as well is going to be crashing down, and they find the Abyssal Arrow on Mirai. Fumieko doing a good job zoning. Now Keishi pops in Pinnacle Ninjas. Fumieko's going to be caught, but has the blink away from the untargetable. But look at Vival.
Already hiding back in the spot. I'm pretty sure they saw at least the dash, and yes, they check it up, and Winter Ground's already used, and they go in further.
They split them up, and now Mirai with no AOG is going to be caught, but still, with the fracture. They deal with immortality. Fumieko, in the midst of it all right now, has the Throne of Ruin, pops in with Winter Ground. Keishi has to go away, but Vival's going to be going in for the chase. Today, finds an Abyssal Arrow, lands it on Rain. Vival's right there to capitalize.
The base is exposed, and Ayanami cannot deal with this. They're going to have to leave Kenshi by himself. Start proxying that mid-wave. Kenshi, can they do it?
Keishi's going to try to clear out these waves. There's just too many members on her. She gets the unstoppable, but she's returned to her body. And we are at 1-1 in this best of 7 grand finals.
You wanted to see one hell of a match. We gave you one hell of a match. Game 2 going over to Team Vitality. And this is what we wanted. The consistent tug of war. And I'm not going to lie. I was really thinking that this composition would eventually fall off, but they just kept on pressing. And I think the nail was there. Once those inhibitors were down, they could not recover from that point onwards on neutral objective takes. At least Team Vitality, they understand how to load the gun.
The macro, the forced errors, the split. We get to see it again in that final skirmish. Vival taking a crazy angle back. We get a replay of the final defense, but man, what Vitality did there with this composition was just phenomenal.
Really great stuff overall. I really hope we get to see more of this, right? Is Na'Vi going to still play that more scaling, comprehensive, tight style? And now we've seen so many of the bans. I think, you know, our panel is going to give us a better explanation. Let's throw it over them right after these messages.
Gila. Tapi yang WC itu mereka ada komentar tentang ininya ya.
Yang bijaknya jangan pegangin Lord. Jadi ketika tadi tiba-tiba ada Riane yang open duluan dengan Zaman Force, oh itu umpan lambung.
Shoutout juga sih untuk Selbit.
Iya.
Kenapa? Tadi sayang kameranya nggak geser ke sana ya?
Benar.
Caldera itu seperempat, Bude.
Langsung Winter Blazing Duet.
Iya, dia langsung duet dan dia mundur, dia lari. Sedangkan ketika udah ada Winter dan Blazing Duet kayak seperti itu, ya Harit kalau dia nggak ngedeal damage, nggak ada absorb damage dia.
Betul. Blazing Duet from Cell-nya gimana?
Blazing Duet from Cell!
Tapi itu kan yang sering kita bilang, Bude. Bahkan dari hari pertama aku udah sempat mention berkali-kali. Ini namanya Sin Ladies, udah pasti ada 3 konsep.
Apa tuh?
Beauty, Brain, Bait. Dan itu selalu berhasil.
Baitnya tadi bagus banget.
Bagus.
Siapa? Coba. Siapa main Harit yang nggak hijau matanya lihat Cloud perempat darah? Apa nggak loncat tuh Zaman Force ke depan?
Pasti.
Karena cuma pakai butuh satu Chrono Dash, Bude.
Iya.
Dia nggak butuh synchro vision. Chrono Dash loncat, lempar tuh kotak-kotakannya, terus udah pasti tumbang.
Pedes.
Pasti tumbang.
Pedes banget,
True
Bude.
damage pasti keluar. Holy kristalnya pasti keluar.
Benar.
Oke.
Ternyata,
dibalikin.
Bad trip. Gue jadi Desi. Maaf guys. Karena itu yang sering gue
salah gua.
Itu yang sering saya lakukan, Bude. Ya, coba
langsung
God laner yang suka melakukan tindakan tambahan.
Absen.
Absen di kolom komentar siapa yang sering minta maaf. Salah satunya
teman kalian.
Atau enggak tag teman kalian karena salah satunya.
Siapa namanya?
Saya.
Ada namanya
Ranger
teman.
Golden.
Bener Ranger Golden, Bude.
Kalau itu
game udah bisa menang nih, tiba-tiba Moskov nih, Bude. Tombaknya kena, tiba-tiba loncat. Lawan 3.
Itu yang harus ditahan.
Tapi wajar, Bude, itu yang namanya gold laner tuh kadang punya insting. Kadang kalau instingnya kita tahan tuh nanti gameplay dia jadi takut.
Oh benar, tapi nggak yang begini juga kan?
Benar.
Ya.
Aku
brutal jatuhnya.
Banyak yang ngaku, Bude. Gue tuh
katanya.
Hadir, saya. Aku banyak, Bude, god laner kayak gitu karena gua jamin, Bude, ngelihat Cloud seperempat nggak loncat si bohong.
Bener.
Nggak laki gitu ya.
Karena ada yang ngapor, tadi ada merah. Jadi dia tuh hitungannya bukan jalan sendiri.
Iya.
Tuh banyak yang ngaku, Bude.
Nyali diuji di sini, tapi
tolong kita nanya ke kalian, jangan bawa nickname orang ya.
Jawab Oji.
Jangan bawa nickname orang.
Oji. Iya, gue udah ngaku Oji
jangan bawa nickname orang,
Ranger Golden tuh.
Ranger Golden. Wah.
Aduh, tapi emang selalu kayak gitulah. Biasanya kalau gold laner tuh pokoknya instingnya jangan ditahan, jangan malah kayak, jangan maju-maju kayak gitu. Malah biasanya kita emang butuh gerakan-gerakan yang kayak Riane tadi, karena kalau dapat bakal jadi big win di situ, Bude.
Tapi, Bude, semua tindakan itu selalu ada plus and minus.
Betul.
Plusnya big win, minusnya kalah.
Sebab
harus pada akibat.
Bener.
Jadi plus minus di sini.
Plus minus.
Mau diambil apa enggak risknya? Mau diambil enggak nih kesempatannya?
Tadi bakal jadi plus kalau seandainya Riane-nya tuh punya Winter, Bude. Jadi dia blazing duet nih, Cell-nya dibalas sama Winter juga. Sama-sama gak kena damage jadinya.
Yes. Dan
tapi karena misalkan di situ tadi heart-nya gak ada Winter, ya otomatis hilang.
Akan beda
sekali, Bude.
Beda.
Ya kan kondisinya juga mungkin kita lihat dari Haritnya, dia ngerasa dia tadi nggak ada head to head kok lawan Cloud. Dari tadi nggak ada head to head, jadi kayaknya gue
dari tadi safe banget ya, men.
Ya berarti artinya gue nggak harus pakai Winter di sini, nggak galak banget kan Cloudnya ceritanya.
Betul.
Tapi di game kedua kayaknya dari awal anteng-anteng aja tuh.
Ya aku bilang anteng bisa sih, Bude, karena emang jatuhnya di sini tim Vitality tuh pressure tanpa kill ya. Itu bagus banget, itu udah high level play. Ketika kalian bisa memenangkan gold tanpa kalian dapetin kill double digit yang gak ada maknanya menurutku, itu udah kalian tuh udah di level pro sebenarnya. Itu pembuktiannya, itu bedanya kalau kita ngomongin soal apa sih yang membedakan ladies pro sama ladies yang mungkin belum pro, Bude. Mungkin ada juga ladies yang potensial tapi belum ada di level yang itu tadi, pressure-nya tinggi, goldnya dapat banyak tapi gak ada kill sama sekali.
Itu makro lah, Bude, mainnya di makro.
Main makro dan tim banget.
Keduanya berarti main makro juga tadi ya?
Betul.
Poin killnya 2.
Bahkan tadi aku bilang fun fact-nya, baru di menit 14 Not Ayanami, game pertama pun itu baru mati 1.
Iya.
Di end game baru mati 2.
Iya, makanya.
Kayak ini gila banget, ini pemain juga nih harus diapa-apain kayak early game-nya deh. Kayak tadi tuh.
Ya Not Ayanami dibikin gak main dulu, Be.
Bener.
Tadi kan gak main Esmeralda-nya.
Gak main, game kedua beda.
Dia kan gak bisa numbangin Bengekku. Jadi ya bisa dibilang Not Ayanami-nya jadi oh ya udah kalau gitu.
Cari tugas lain aja dulu gitu ya.
Itu dia. Menunggu ya bagaimana nanti perjalanan kita menuju ke game yang ketiga, karena semakin lebih menarik nih ketika adu assassin ternyata yang diladenin. Sama aku sumpah, Bude, tadi awalnya aku mikir-mikir kayak enggak deh, kayaknya enggak assassin. Mentok fighter Filipin klasik kan.
Iya.
Kalau lawan assassin mereka berani, ternyata dia adu assassin loh. Hayu gitu. Hayu.
Wani Piro.
Wani assassin.
Oke.
Berani.
Oke. Tapi kelihatan ya game kedua dari tim Vitality mereka udah berbenah diri dari game yang pertama dong.
Udah, Bude, udah jelas banget itu.
Udah eval. Udah eval.
Evalnya apa tadi, Ji?
Evalnya kalau menurut gue main lepas. Fumi main lepas tadi. Yang mungkin di game pertama dia benar-benar terhambat banget, lepas banget tadi, dia mau masuk mau apa, di cover. Vival juga main bebas, main lepas. Kalau nge-make play di sini.
Kalau aku bilangnya sistemnya berjalan karena emang turtle-nya nggak dikasih ya.
Oke.
Berkat satu hero sih emang Selena. Aku nggak tahu ini bakal di ban atau enggak Selenanya.
Oh, Selenanya top.
Karena itu bener top banget, top
Selenanya.
Pressure, jungle, river semua dipegang.
Dan kalau Bude sadar sebenarnya tuh kalau ngomongin ke arah Hanzo itu makan Selena enak tau. Tapi karena dari tadi Hanzo-nya harus belok kiri dulu gara-gara lele. Jadi makin
Itu
jauh
dia.
gitu ya.
Well, banyak kejadian yang menarik, tapi ada sesuatu di Paris sana. Ada apa tuh?
Shira and Funi. Girls, it is getting crazy. It's a 1-1 and the Vitality fans are going crazy. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling great.
Great, guys! Really? Great. You guys just lost game 2. Shira, what's happening?
We will have a comeback.
Come back. Okay.
For it.
How do we feel about the atmosphere in the grand finals?
The supporters here are crazy, guys. Vitality.
Yes, home ground for Team Vitality. Now, as we enter Game 3, what do you girls think will happen in the Land of Dawn?
Of course, Navi BH will win!
Vitality will only give 1 point to the enemies, and the rest of the game they will show who the queens really are.
Wow. Funi, are you saying it's gonna be a 4-1 grand finals?
Yeah.
How did you say so?
Because it has always been Vitality's place to be the winner.
But there is always a comeback.
No, they will only give you 1 point.
We still don't know. There's still a lot of time that they will prove that Pinas lang ang malakas.
Wow. Shira, we can feel your passion for the Filipinas on stage. And you know what? It's not just on stage that the fire is fueling, but also between these two girls. So girls, is there any words of encouragement that you'd like to give the girls on stage? Maybe we can start with Funi.
Me. Good luck, guys. Just take it easy because you know Vitality is the strongest team, and the MWI you just need to play like usual, and you will win anyway.
Ooh, confident. Shira, anything you want to say to the Navi girls?
Well, she is really confident that they will win this game, but we all know that way back 2024, we got the title, and this is going to be the comeback. So watch and learn and listen, and let's do this, guys! Pinas lang ang malakas!
Oh my goodness, Shira, the energy is through the roof. Thank you very much, girlies. May the best region win. That's it from us. Throwing it back to you guys.
It could have picked up some valuable points to catch up to some of those squads. There was no other real contender for the club championship sitting in and around Dota. You've got BB team right now who are on stage. They could go, if they can go on the win, they can compete in it, but they're only within like 2 or 3 games, so they're not necessarily going to be over towards the top side. BB though are currently, well, slamming Vici Gaming, who did beat Falcons and upset them yesterday. So kind of showing Falcons may well have struggled even if they got through today, but those extra club championship points would have probably went a really long way.
Yeah, well, it sounds like we're going to have a few shake-ups here and there when it comes to the Club Championship leaderboard at the end of this week. But we'll see how things progress. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Travis Taunt, for the update. Taunt sounds pretty good. Hey, he's been my good friend for about a decade, and I got to say, man, he's a great talent. Thank you for the Club Championship update. We'll be keeping you up to date as much as we possibly can, including here with Navi and Vitality. Series score 1-1. Navi won game number 1, but Vitality answered back, and now the series becomes that much more serious. Now, as far as the series go, Vitality, they have been known, at least in our tournament over the past couple of days, to drop map number 1, but be flawless after. LaFell, is this one of those moments?
Here's the thing, I gotta say, Taylor, they gotta stop building PCs with just graphic cards, man. They need everything else. The thing that I didn't like in game number 2 coming in from Navi is that they're just drafting the same thing over and over again, meaning like magic damage and then magic damage and then magic damage and then just one physical damage. There's no balance, right? Thanos himself said balance is needed all across the globe, and Navi didn't listen, and that's why they lost. So this time, you know, balance.
I think they can deserve the risk, right?
They deserve the risk?
No, like they can.
All right.
They can afford it.
They can afford
Remember, it's a best of 7, it's not a best of 5, it's not a best of 3, it's not a best of 1. So they tried a certain strategy, it didn't work out for them in the very end. And the fact that they're once again on first pick on blue side gives them more of an opportunity to start dictating how the drafts are going to go. So just a quick reset, go to game 3.
Yeah, but I gotta say, Freya is like pretty cool. You know, she's a Valkyrie with swords and wings. A lot of life steal, a lot of damage, got longer range than usual. So, I don't know, I kind of feel like that worked really well game number 1. I would like to see it in game number 2. Crazy suggestion, I know, but hey, sometimes just hear me out here, because in terms of the bans, it has not changed so far. We still see Akai, the Atlas, as well as the Hirara ban coming in from Na'Vi for Vitality, banning out a chip still, as well as the Baxia. So we saw Na'Vi in game number 2. They picked up the Esmeralda. I still think Esmeralda is pretty strong, but maybe just pick up something in the jungle that can help you out, because I also feel that's something that happened, right? All the junglers were banned, and there's nothing else for Keishi.
And by the way, update on Hanzo, now we're up to a 100% loss rate out of the 3 times we've seen it. So avoid Hanzo if you're Na'Vi at all cost.
And another one, she has not won with the Assassin.
Yeah, still at a 0% win rate with her Assassins. Maybe she can flip the script here. And obviously if they wanted to go, if they wanted to go for a Freya first, they could have looked for a ban early, I think, for like the Esmeralda if they wanted to set it up. But it looks like they're still focusing in a certain direction. Obviously now we do see that the Claude gets picked up by Na'Vi. They're indicating that they do want to have a strong gold laner. But of course there's so many other things that they can respond to here. Team Vitality.
I like his reaction when he saw the Claude. He's like, oh. First picking of the Claude. I did not see that one coming. So now, for Vitality, after seeing the Claude, there's still quite a lot of marksmen still open, notably the carry. And knowing that Na'Vi might eventually pick up a tank in the jungle. Let's see here. Akai as well as Baxia is not there anymore. I'm not so sure what they're going to go for. In fact, maybe the Guinevere might also be a pickup that they could consider if they want to go pick off anyone from Team Vitality. Right now, the Freya is open. I don't know whether they want to pick it or not. They pick up the carry first just to make sure that they have a lot of space to flex the other roles, but they pick up the Eve. I'm liking the opening of Vitality. Even though the Claude can counter the Eve, you cross that bridge when you get there, you know?
I was just about to say, it's, I think, an act or a statement of confidence. By the way, this POV is pretty cool.
Yeah, Coach Cam, right? Super unique. And he's going back and forth. What are we doing? What's the game plan? Coach's perspective, you get a little bit of it. And like I said, I've really never seen this in an esports production. Yeah, it's brand new.
I wish we could see their notes. Well, I guess they're not the type of people to bring notes. But if there were notes, that would be kind of interesting. I'd love to see what they have on their notes. But back to this, carry Valentina very early here, as well as the Bellaric. So they already have a strong laner there with the Claude, and obviously they do want to have some more to play with, especially if they want to go strong side Claude. Obviously it's really difficult because you are up against the carry, but the Valentina will be able to utilize her creativity. I think the clear is still lacking as compared to the Eve. And the Bellaric, what do you think about the clear from Bellaric?
Honestly, right now, I feel like at least there's balance. You got crowd control coming in from the Bellaric. You have utility bursts as well as some crowd control coming in from the Valentina, and the Claude is just a strong pick and probably a deny just to make sure that Shell doesn't get it. I agree with you. I think that's going to be a big problem right now. They don't have a lot of clear. And if they're going to go for a tank jungler, I think the clear there is not going to be good. So we really got to see what does Na'Vi get for not Ayanami. I'm thinking sometimes in this kind of situation, they will default to something like a Benedetta, which I think might be able to work, but only when we see the roamer.
Benedetta for?
Not Ayanami.
Okay.
Yeah, so for now, looks like the Paquito has been locked by Vitality. So mid, gold, as well as EXP has been showed by Vitality, so not a lot of flex anymore for their lineup. Pretty honest, but I think it's still very, very strong. For Na'Vi, their options are still open, which is good and bad, because the bad, they don't really have an identity just yet.
I'd love to say, going back to your point about the Benedetta, that it shows for Na'Vi. But against the Paquito, I don't think it's the best of ideas. I think now, with the Paquito shown so early, they go for a Freya ban, which is exactly what they do. And perhaps they want to eliminate the Esmeralda here. Because if they want the Paquito to be strong side for Fumi Echo, which we have seen them set up for, this hero really needs a little bit of help with the drafts.
Well, if they want to default to something like an Alice, they still can, but that does mean there's a high likelihood that Keishi will be using some damage dealer inside of the jungle. The good thing is, looking at both draft here, I feel like a Ling is definitely possible for either side of the drafts here, so, you know, it could be something that they want to consider.
Okay. Ling, an option on the table for both teams. Guinevere eliminated, so you mentioned the Guinevere earlier on. The Guinevere does get sniped out here for Na'Vi. BTR though, I really do think, there you go, Esmeralda being banned out. Na'Vi, so Alice? Is Alice what we're thinking about for the EXP laner? Do they go Arlet here?
Part of the reason why I'm thinking of the Alice because we're playing Expanding Rivers. Expanding Rivers, just make it say that there's going to be a lot of fight around the turtle. So whoever has more AoE, CC, as well as damage, they're going to be looking pretty good in this lineup, which, by the way, Vitality with that Eve, personally for me, automatically wins the first two turtles. Having that Paquito really helps out because they're able to deal a lot of damage onto the jungler, making it non-contest. So that's part of the reason why I'm liking Vitality's draft. In Expanding Rivers, when you have a draft like this, gives you good control over the first two turtles, and that's going to help you quite a lot to set your tempo all throughout the game.
And that's why it's already nerve-wracking for Na'Vi at this stage, because we don't even know what the Mother of Tanks is going to utilize. And Na'Vi, they smell this, they understand this. I think Gwyn, other than of course being a ban against Vival, which technically we haven't seen Vival on the Gwyn. Oh wait, we have once, but only once on the Gwyn. I think it's more so as well respecting that potential. If they already have a strong Yve in the mid lane, if they have another roamer that is also very strong, what is the winning condition for Na'Vi?
I kind of feel like that Gwyn ban also signifies that they really don't want to use Purify. They prefer to go for a Flicker here. So now for Vitality, knowing that they probably don't want to run Purify, if they get a roamer that can engage fast, that's going to be great. They pick up the Bellman here. I don't know how to feel about this. We just talked about how great she is on the Assassin. At least Bellman has damage. If she goes for War Axe first item, then hey, maybe it can still work out.
We don't know what the EXP laner of Na'Vi is. So the fact that they went Bauman already, and we don't know what the EXP laner is from Na'Vi, Bauman could just as easily walk into death traps of crowd control and just completely be irrelevant in the game.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. If they have like one other source of crowd control, which I feel like they most probably will have, they pick up the Yuzong here as well as the Nolan. For now, again, Na'Vi does not have a good track record just yet using assassins. We'll see whether this time they flip the script.
And what if they do? I think that would be a huge statement for Keishi. I love that. I love that storyline. Vitality last pick. We get the show of the Mother of Tanks.
Hey.
This is oppressive.
Here's the thing. You ban out the Gwyn. It shows that you don't want to use Purify, and that's why the show is valuable here.
At first, it was Na'Vi who struck and said, "This is our series." But then Vitality answered back, tying the series up 1-1. And now we go into Game 3. Who will once again take the lead? Will it be Vitality for the first time, or will Na'Vi take it back for themselves? It's time for Game number 3 of the MWI 2026 Finals. Mirko, get in, take it away.
Thanks, Reflections. We're already here to cover game number 3, and we're already excited to see how this is going to start playing out, because when you look at compositions of this caliber, the question is who can perform better in lane? Mid trios, so important this time around, but with a Bauman, there's just so much more you can do. How long you could stay on the map, so much sustain.
We gotta figure it out, man. It's not just the sustain, it's also the classic Leo. Shove it! The ultimate lethal counter. You go for that insta-retry on the neutral objective. So Na'Vi, the advantage that they were coming in to game number 1 with, the fact that they have CC immunity and a 50-50 clean, they won't have it here. Plus, obviously, that mid-prio. And then we also have to talk about the physical defense shred that has been moved from first skill to second skill. So Chell and Vivian, with technically Vivian also has a physical shred. So this is just going to be Bumi Echo wreaking havoc, especially because she went lethal ignition.
Yep, it's just a lot of damage. However, they have to coordinate it well. They got to mark their targets as soon as they can. And not to mention the fact that they already have lethal ignition just goes to show, hey, I don't mind just touching you for a little bit, but you will get bursted down. down.
Oh.
And speaking of bursting down, Shell already doing a very good job getting a lead in the lane.
Yeah, not the best of lanes there in terms of matchups with the Claude against the carry. That's why they were so comfortable picking up the carry with the Yve, knowing full well that if you want to try to counter the Yve, you're going to have to go Claude, but that means the lane will be given over to Vitality as Fumi Echo tries to bait not Ayanami in. Vivian with a walk-up as well. Concussive blast onto Ayanami, putting a lot of damage on her, but Fumi Echo's going to get caught. Mirai, great backup. Vivian escaping with the Shunpu, and it's Na'Vi who strike first.
Beautifully played, and this is right after Ayanami actively took a trade against Fumieko. So again, just trying to drag out and wait for those cooldowns to come back. Rian, unfortunately, taking so much damage. All of this just to try and get somewhere close to the wave.
And that's a big one for not Ayanami. Now Na'Vi have proper setup to actually stun Vivol down for the first neutral. Objective as Keishi starts it, and the Dragon is up. Black Dragon Front gonna be used up straight up into trying to zone Vivol out of this turtle pit. Vivol's trying to escape right now, but he's gonna be caught by the damage again. Lethal counter in the rectory. Vivol still gets it despite it all, and the jungle falls as well. Now it's Mirai caught under the RWM as Vivian walks up, but now she's caught in the RWM. Immobilized in that zone. Fumieko with City dropping down bombs.
Again.
Pakai Balmon paku itu di Pico carry. Oke mantap nih.
Sokolil. Vitality strike and in one fell swoop despite the small wins from Na'Vi in the laning phase. They couldn't convert onto the big objective.
Do you hear that? Do you hear the Vitality fans? They're really taking this momentum from that game number 2 and bringing that same energy here in game number 3. And it's only more proactive that we are seeing Vitality move across this map. Because once again, Vivian double checking whether or not the purple buff is open to give information to Fumieko. Hey, if Keishi doesn't see you, you can go for that big one shot we were talking about. You have so much damage in the early game.
And that's all. That's why you have to respect the Bauman. They were doing all they can to respect it, to be fair. But once she got into the vicinity of the turtle, lethal counter retry is guaranteed. There's no way for Nolan to out retry that unless it's just miscalculated by Vivol.
Yep, it's unlosable in a lot of scenarios, like the old Suyo, but still relevant. As Ayanami taking his full fire, Fumieko tries Black Dragon form getting called here.
Vivol has the lethal counter. If she drops down just a bit, oh my god, she might be taken out from the skies. Gets away just in time, but she stays.
No.
Ayanami with a vengeful appears that. They're going to go in onto Fumieko. The way the Dragon comes around with a lethal counter. Vivol picks up the kill up top. It's City. Gone to the 1v3. She flickers out to safety past the RWM.
Oh man, that was a game of Dance Dance Revolution for sure. He's able to sidestep basically everything and still maintaining a good amount of health. However, Shell needs to get back into this lane, and Na'Vi is denying them that space. Vitality need to make some choices. They still have to deal with the turtle down on bot side, so they cannot commit everything to alleviate space on top.
It's free. Maybe Rain can deal with it with a splash of damage. Vivol with the red tree. Vivian still trying to buy as much time as possible, just being an absolute nuisance to Keishi in the jungle.
Just gotta show that. Just gotta show that presence, and I think that's the beautiful thing here, right? Khalid, Joe, all of the...
My god, Vivian!
Wait, potential dive here. Vinay, gotta hold on to that BMI. You can't show exactly where it is. As long as you don't show it, Vivian ain't gonna engage on you for free.
Oh, Fumi. Oh, what is that damage, my guy? Right through the XP crab as she gets it, and she bursts Ayanami down.
Hey, gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. They've got a pretty significant... Hey, a 1-level lead in EXP is a lot for a lot of these laners. And not to mention, with that lethal ignition, it's a lot harder for not Ayanami to win this out.
Uh-oh. Mirai with a walk-up. Great read on the dash by Mirai. Baits out the flicker. Mirai tries to go for a little bit more now, but look at the backup from the rest of the team. Cine and Vivol has already rotated towards the top lane. Na'Vi not able to get that trade in structures.
Finally, Vitality said, you know what, they're putting so much pressure on you, just take the mid lane. Cine is going to swap range if you remain with that. Mirai should be, oh no.
Wait, the Dragon lethal counter, they're going to try to feed it over. Mirai gets a massive taunt. Oh, it's a cancel, the way to do it. Straight into the knockout striker, Fumieko.
Can they get anything off of this? No, they call it off. And Vivian getting disrespectful. Ayanami's thinking about it. They know they don't have the way of the Dragon, but the RWM is still in play.
This is going to be a Nolan with no purple buff at 5 minutes. Up top, it's the carry. Chell taking a structure down below. It's Fumieko. These side laners working double time.
Again, This is what we were expecting in the Balmond versus Assassin matchup, especially when an Assassin needs purple buff. We've seen it happen many times already. Oh my god. No way they're going to commit even further than this, right? I mean, Fumieko's barely taking any damage, but even so, that's really because Ayanami just doesn't have the items yet.
I want to see what items Fumieko is on right now.
Oh, no wonder.
Hunter Strength and a Legion Sword already. That has... I think it's a Sea Halberd.
Yeah, I think it's going to build into the Sea Halberd as well. There is an argument that maybe could lean into it later on and look for something else. I honestly kind of feel like Fumieko can even go for a Malefic Roar if she wanted to, but I think it's the smarter option is for the anti-heal. Even Keishi is having a little bit of troubles here as Cine now joining Vivian in this Roman expedition.
And, oh, Vivo. Into the bottom lane, they just burst her down even through the Petrify! And the Furious dive, the lethal counter didn't even land. No, they try to go for compensation on Vivian. That's Sajid Kundo. She runs out of the Wrath of the Dryad and baits out the RWM. Chell with the punish. Now they all punish. Chell, it's an all-in. Fumienko's in the back line and Vivo's just waiting in that tier 2. Vivian getting the way of the dragon on Keishi.
The awareness is just crazy from Vitality. That was a planned play from literally top all the way down to the bottom to corral the sheep right into the mid lane. They are capturing Na'Vi right now. And I think the Na'Vi, they got to be proactive. I think, unfortunately, the choice of ultimates here needs to be maybe not just the RW, and maybe even arguably a way of the dragon if necessary.
Vivian, she was the one who baited everything out. RWM, the Wrath of the Dryad, and Chell flickered forward. That's how comfortable she was. Now they're going to go in for the dive in the bottom lane again. Rian hasn't had the best of games so far. Fumieko just waiting for the double dash. Knockout strike. Oh, lethal counter from Vivo. Now it's the retaliation. Now it's the punish. You did that to our goal later. Now you must pay. RWM will save from City.
This is ridiculous. Vitality with the... Oh no, they canceled out the recalls, but at least nothing is punishable at this point. But Vitality, they're starting to mess. They've kind of downloaded a little bit of the tactics and Na'Vi has. They're recognizing some bad habits and some... Well, even I have noticed a couple of pathways when they're on autopilot. Their pathing is becoming a little linear now.
In normal situations like that, Gideon, you're 5 to 12. You get a kill on the Paquito, it should be a good trade. But the fact that it's a goal laner and there was no shutdown, there was no bounty on Fumieko, that means Rian's gonna have it even more delayed. That item power spike that they're desperately waiting for.
I think it's gonna be 11 minutes or maybe even 12 arguably if it keeps up like this before the Trinity is even complete. Fumieko now looking on the side, sees not Ayanami as well as Mirai, but at the same time, this is what Vitality like to do. If you want to go to the bottom side, sure, let's push out mid. We could potentially flank you, and Na'Vi has no choice but to back up because bottom and mid tier 1s are non-existent.
Oh, the top wave is looking good right now. Maybe jumps from Jikundo. Oh, a big miss, a big whip from Cine. And that's the punish from Ayanami straight out to Vivian. Fumieko with a jump, but she's only 1 against 4 right now. Mirai and another big kill on the Paquito, this time on the hands of Keishi.
Okay. They end up losing 2 here, but is Na'Vi going to force the scenario? Because again, that top wave is still pushing, so Vitality can hang around here for as long as they want. If they are able to tax the health enough, maybe they can get Na'Vi off of this.
Whoa. Ayanami's gonna walk up again, gets caught with the lethal counter! A straight collide moment, she knew the Bamba was there. Blazing went out to Cine and Vivo right now, but she's able to sustain for a bit. Xiao Zhou into the back line, and Keishi won't be able to get the retreat. It's Rian who steals it away and saves it for Na'Vi. But Chell flickering forward, trying to go for a bit more kill. Mirai doesn't have the Wrath of the Dryad. Vivo walks back up right now as the chase continues, and Vivian is trying to go for the Jikundo, but she will save that flicker for later. Na'Vi, great hit and run.
Oh boy. And that's how they just have to play the game, unfortunately. They gotta stay on their toes. Looking at the item list as well, War Axe already done, 2 tank items on top of the Cursed Helm, speed up the clear, and also apply real damage towards Navi's side. They can't deal with these longer fights. Maybe Yuzong, but Yuzong can only deal with so many people at once.
And now it's how Na'Vi convert on this. They see Chell. They know she doesn't have a flicker. They bait out the ultimate, and that's about it. Now Na'Vi build again with the Lord. Down below, though, the Holy Shield's going to go down to the minions.
And Fumieko, if nobody responds to this, there's a possibility they might be able to just clear out that wave. They don't need her right now, as we see that Na'Vi is slowly taking pressure up mid.
Fumi's trying to go for the flank right now. Just walk straight up, and Rian has her physical defense shredded just a bit by Vival up top as well. It's going to be good for Na'Vi to try to get this tier 2 down. Vitality have done a good job dealing with the mid wave and now the bottom wave, but up top is where they should look at next. This could possibly be a siege into the base turret. Black Dragon form as well. They want to commit.
They're going to try here. Prolific Aurora has been purchased by Fumieko, and as soon as she reveals herself, the rest of Na'Vi call off the attack.
So because of Fumieko down below, they know they have the Lord, they need to convert, but it's not worth if they go and lose their own base turret because it's the far lane down below that Fumieko was threatening.
This is difficult. This is a difficult position to be in. With no holy shieldings, a single mistake could net Vitality an inhibitor. And at this point, I would imagine with Kichi's item power spike, it should be more than enough. But in terms of damage dealt, City is the one who's sitting right at the top. Vival at second here in terms of damage dealt.
Whoa, Mirai? Jumps in all alone, has to flicker out of there. And that's why once Cine used the RWM, once she whiffs it, Na'Vi pounced on Vitality. And also, it should be a lesson for Vitality, learning after that big mistake. If Cine whiffs or if their backliners can't reach them, they have to just call it off.
That's the important thing. But hey, they have a lot of faith in each other, right? They will learn from this mistake. And I think from Navi's side, the question is how good of a play does it need to be to ensure themselves a victory? Or at least a 3 for 4, 2 for 3, as long as they're positive.
This is the problem, though. Na'Vi, with this kind of composition, you would usually think they can play in the side lane. Hold on. I'm trying to catch Fumieko down below. Won't be able to find it, but the Claude cannot match the Paquito right now. Rian cannot deal with Fumieko, and that's why they're going to have to stick together. I wonder if Rian's already hit those item power spikes, though. I think that's a big one. Try to have a look at the items to see if Rian has it.
Zipper, let's pull up the item list right here, right now. Thank you so much, Zipper. Big ups. 3 items already complete. Looking to get a Winds of Nature as well. In comparison to the opposite side.
Fumieko.
Oh, can they do this? No, they've already triggered it. Yeah. Vitality, they set up the chokehold once again. No choice. They were going to lose an inhibitor for it.
And they have to make a decision whether to back off or to go for the fight. They go for the fight, but it's only 4v4 right now. Bounty in at the bottom lane. They're going to go for the commitment right now as Vivian jumps in. The Raptor Giant is able to connect the back line, but Vivian's going to go for the chase on Keishi. Finds a way to trigger. They got the kick. Lethal counter takes it. They got the launch. Who's here is Fumieko. Punishing with the help of the RWM. Look at Keishi running through the hills, but it is onto the bush, and Chell's going to try to go for the read, and she cancels the recall. Keishi jumps in, but Chell has the win of nature. Fumieko will be sacrificed for it.
At least they got the RWM out of Rain, and at this point with the Lord coming in, as long as Cine maintains her distance, Rain will not be able to steal back a real war manipulation from her. Chell, finally, full item built. The Malefic Gun, we've been waiting for so long for it. The Malefic Gun should be able to maintain her distance against the majority of the heroes, as Vitality could be looking for the end, but Mirage coming back up.
That's a safe place to go for the guaranteed base turrets right now. Wave bot will guarantee the base turret bot. There's no wave up top. Na'Vi have done a good job. Now it's up to Vitality to try to play with this Lord. Keishi's up in 1. No chance.
They're going to back away. They're going to breathe. They're going to say, you know what? There's just too much risk. Not enough reward. We want to close out this game, but we want to guarantee. And we've seen Vitality do this. They like ending their games closer to the 17th minute if necessary because mistakes are costly at this stage of the tournament.
And that's why Rain is crucial in these skirmishes. For the Lord, if they wanted to go for the gamble on the Lord, they need some more CC, some peel. Not for their backliner, for Keishi on the red tree. Because the team did such a good job. Mirai already got the Wrath of the Dryad, not Ayanami as well, sticking onto Vival. But Vivian was doing the same on Keishi.
But that's the thing, I really think it should be not Ayanami going to deal with these waves rather than Rain in these scenarios, because at least you have the Black Dragon form to kind of just run through. But Na'Vi understand, hey, the Black Dragon form is going to force Vitality to back away, or maybe that's what it's supposed to do, but with the guarantees on this Balmon, like the collateral is so little, there's so little risk. It's a difficult scenario to be in.
Very difficult.
I'm literally trying to figure out a way for them to catch like something off. Like, unless Mirai can flicker in with a Raptor or Giants to catch Chell alongside Fumi. But the problem is Vitality purposefully make sure that they are split apart. And with no War Axe, there's no reason for Fumieko to ever peel for Chell. Just play to kill.
There's too much they have in their arsenal right now, especially with the 5,000 gold lead. And the Lord is spawning up top again, so that wave in the bottom lane, it will already be a threat just having a Paquito on the other side. Now that it's a base turret taken out, that's free push onto bot. Fumi could just wait in bush, and it will already be a mind game for Na'Vi. They're constantly going to be thinking, is the Paquito gonna punish us bot if we move towards Lord? Or is the Paquito sticking and using that?
I mean, they got to start doing their protocols right now. It takes about roughly 12 to 13 seconds to get right from your spawn point all the way down to the end of the lane. So they need to start clearing out these bushes down bot side around that timer just to make sure that Fumi moves away. And once she's done, then slowly start clearing up to the Lord side.
Because of the expanding rivers as well, it just gives Fumi so much to play with. He's a race car, bro.
Just flying through. The queen is here. And now we wait. Wait, do they know? Oh my god. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh,
counter! No way! She tried to be at my forward to go for the poke on City as she overextended, but it was just a bait. Now it's a free Lord. And with Rian down, I believe Vitality are just going to go for the straight push. Lord's going to be up in 4 seconds.
That has got to hurt. That's got to hurt.
It's not just hurt, it's a tilter, Gideon.
I mean, yes, it is a tilter, but at the same time, what can you really do? Oh! Another attempt here.
Going to try it, though. Locks him down. The RWM is melting Mirai. Thank God for that flicker, because the lethal counter would have found another victim.
It's not over just yet here. No big ultimate from Cine at least. Can Rain steal it? And yes, they got the RWM back.
She's getting close down now. Give it up again. Lock Cine down. Has the flicker out. Now the enemy wants to catch Phoenix side, but he's hurt. That gets deleted by Chell. Last baser up top going to be taken down as Mirai tries to move up forward for Rian to clear.
They're not willing to die for this. They're not willing to die for this base just yet. There's enough minions, and honestly, they could have forced it down, but Keishi finally in a position where actually she does some real damage. Rian as well. She's scaled up to the max items, and if the Art of Thievery is maxed out with the Golden Staff, I don't think Vitality can hold it out, especially without some Winds of Natures around, which they use very early on in that fight.
I'm just scratching my head right now, trying to think of a way for Na'Vi to come back against Vitality, who've scaled up. Because even if we talk about scaling, this is a carry and a Yve.
Exactly, and I think the worst part about it is that the fact that they have guarantees on this Lord, I think they need to kill Vival at some point. The question is what timer is good. I would say around 30 seconds is pretty good, arguably even 20, but Vival just refuses to die and is always so close to her team.
The only time she died was when she brute forced Turtle 1, and even then she died with the Turtle after securing a big objective for the team. Rian has the Wind Talker, right? No more boots. She's bootless. She is full damage with a Wind of Nature, but she still gotta respect that lethal counter, man. That big bonk.
Na'Vi, at this point, is just waiting for Vitality to make the mistake. This game is not in their control. It's not in their hands. It's an uncomfortable feeling to be in, but at the same time, you kind of have no choice. There is no out at this point, and I think that much is clear. Vitality, they're going to slowly choke them out. But truly, who can maintain this game, right? We're already going in close to the 20th minute. Eventually, somebody will fall.
Na'Vi have to try to either gamble it around the Lord or just bank on a defense. Because at this point, they're trying to do both. They're trying to set up top to clear the wave. After it's been slow pushed, then they try to go over on Lord. This is a good idea.
Could they sell this? How could they sell this? Did they make Yuzong just walk into Tri-Brush or something?
I think they sell it by just waiting for someone to walk up right now. And they clear it out. They know the timer is up right there for the Lord. So they reveal themselves. And it's still going to be a slow push. Again, they haven't cleared it enough.
Yeah, this is inevitable. This feels inevitable, and Vitality have played this so very well.
They've got to gamble.
They've got to gamble. They got a 50-50, and Fumi already on the top side.
Oh. I don't think they can gamble when Rain is in the base defending, and she doesn't even have good clear against these super minions. Oh, Fumi.
We need to see the super play here. Vival gonna open up the map.
Shell just holding it as well. Look at the poke from Cine on not Ayanami. That's the main initiator out of the fight. Half HP as Fumi Echo again waits in the bush. Let's try to go for it. Oh my god, wait, the dragon and the full pounce! That's what nature. bengek able to survive right now. That's been Lord taken down as Chell gets the kill on Keishi. Vivian gets away as well and gets the chastised Pauldron. No Purify, no Wind of Nature on Rian.
However, at least they were able to trade 1-for-1 here, and Cine ends up going down. I want to see whether Rain already stole the RWM. If she hasn't stolen the RWM, it's going to be a little awkward once the Lord starts pushing in. But even so, really nicely done from both sides.
This is defendable. 30 seconds on Cine. They're going to have time to build up. Now, the question is for Vitality, do they want to bank on a 4v4 instead of waiting for Cine, right? Because if they wait for Cine, this Lord is as good as gone.
Yep. And I mean, big issue is that Cine won't be able to participate in the fight like fast enough. And
no chance.
Unless Vitality just starts slowing, they can't slow their own Lord down. And Na'Vi, they don't mind it coming in quick.
Yep, 10 seconds on Keishi, so it is going to be the gamble. If they can go for a fight before Keishi spawns, and bengek jumps in. Knockout strike is off. Winner Crown already used up as Rian goes for the damage again. Damage reduction coming out as bengek is able to survive, but now it's Vivian caught on the top. Still able to get away with Jikundo, and the Black Dragon from comes around as Vivian is going to get taken very low, but it is Na'Vi staying in this game.
There's still the second wave that we have to worry about. This is where Cine now comes into play with the RWM. They might be able to do something here with it, and they still have the Way of the Dragon. No IMU from Rain, no Wrath of the Dryads coming in from Mirai.
Oh, wait a second, you're right.
Second wave, here we go.
Ultimate's already down, and they still have Cine on the eve. With the damage, with the poke, coming down with the Wishing Lantern. Oh, Ayanami finds Beerus down to Petrify, but she gets baited in, and now it's the RWM to take Ayanami down.
Didn't get max value, but that should be good enough. 2 siege minions there, and Na'Vi, with the Vitality, has to tax him every single time. Oh my goodness, the damage coming in from Yan. Good enough to chunk down bengek past 60%.
And they defend again, even with Ayanami down. They have enough firepower with Rian in the late game, having full items, even the bootless with no boots, just a wind talker. That's why she's dealing 1 billion damage.
Oh, this is a really tough game. It's clear that both our ladies here up on stage, they don't want to drop this game. And Vitality, what looked to be some huge momentum, has kind of halted. It's starting to stall out. And Na'Vi, they feel it, but at the same time, it's still not in their control because they're missing all the inhibitors.
I've seen these games before, you know, Gideon. A game that was dominant to one side, but our team just holding out all this time. It was also a yellow team against a sort of orange-yellow team, so it's kind of similar. Very, very similar. It happened in M5. Oh, it's an all-in over bengek. Keishi finds a pick together with Mirai. Wrath of the Dryad is what they use to get bengek, but look at the rest of the team right now as Keishi gets zoned away. It's a free Lord. Rian with the BMI forward. Trying to go for the chase right now with the Black Dragon form as well, but she might just be too far ahead.
Well, but again, trying to force out a fight that they don't exactly have the perfect position on just isn't worth it. But they've already staggered the team of Vitality. They are currently 4v5. Now that the Lord, similar scenario, but at least they have Cine on their side.
It's all up to Rian, 1-5 and 4, but the KDA doesn't matter when you've managed to make it to the 24th minute of the game. You have all your items. This is the time for Rian to find that redemption. But Vitality have an evolved Lord. 4v5, but you have damage reduction. Now it's Rain who has stolen the RWM. That's the right ultimate to take.
All right, can they play this? Vitality, do they want to force Wrath of Dry? And RWM already out.
Cine just took it like a champ right there with the help of the damage reduction from the evolved Lord. Now the RWM comes down as well. Good. It's Vivian who loses immortality. Mirai's right there. Rian gets forced down. Rain with a shutdown the flicker. It's 1-for-1. Both gold laners gonna fall. Cine trying to run away right now. Has the flicker. Gets away in time as Ayanami goes for the dive. Keishi lands the fracture, but Cine gets the slow on Keishi. Now it's Vivian with the walk up again. It's Vivian with the lethal counter, and it doesn't land too much onto the members. It's Vivian trying to clear.
Bumi is already here, and now they have an opportunity, but they don't have a wave to actually work with just yet. They could try and collaborate with the rest of the wave and try one more time, but it's just too late. And Vitality, despite everything they've thrown, and Na'Vi, this impeccable wall holds with no inhibitor as they chase them down the map.
What a defense.
Oh my God.
Through how many Lords? 4 Lords defended. Yes, they are down to just their crystal. But it just shows how tenacious they are. They get back up every single time they get put down.
This is really, really tough game. Both sides understand the pressure, but both sides want to end this clean. Na'Vi now is starting to adapt, realizing, you know what, despite our inhibitors, as long as we make sure the timing is good and we time our tempo to sync up with Vitality's, there is a chance, because they are prone to mistakes too.
Now it's back to the build-up. We take a look at the equipment now. Immortality for Cine. Immortality down for Vivian. You have to take into account some of these immortalities that have already been popping the fight. Hold on, Vivian! With no immortality, opening up those bushes now seem a lot more scary.
They're still pretty tanky overall. The raw burst damage from Navi's side isn't that high, especially against these thicker boys, but that's just show for you. In the meantime, at least for Rian, plenty of damage here. How did they wait? Vivian in a really awkward spot to get a reaction out of Keishi. And I like this, the fact that they're trying to get all the information and they find it, the taunt, land, it's a double taunt on Vivian with the dragon there! And it's a big pick at the 26-minute mark. No wrath of the Dryad though, the rest of Vitality, think about it. With these resources down, do we go for it is the question, but look at the timers right now. Vivian's gonna be down for, I think, a solid minute. Oh no, this is not exactly the greatest look, but at the same time, at least Vitality immediately say, we need to take control of this. We need to pull the Lord to our side. We need to reset it. Now, Bumi,
what is that
go for the push.
Cine gets caught in the RBM, has the flicker out of the way. Bumi echoes to the bottom lane. Crazy 50-50, Bim on the lethal counter.
Oh, man!
Wait, they need to cancel it. Bumi's already immediately going back, and luckily now Ayanavi already expecting and anticipating the motion. That's the problem against the bomb, but you still need to zone, even if you have the man advantage. No one checked the bushes, they went straight for the Lord, and they paid for it. Now it's time for Vivian to get back up. They're gonna have 5 members pushing in unless, no, the mini waves are still okay. Vivian's not up just yet. That just goes to show how long of the death timers are. They're trying to synchronize it, and they're going to push all at the same time. However, this time, it's not staggered, and they're looking for a little bit more. They cannot afford to die here.
They have to play it very safe. Just go for the poke constantly now. It's blazing duet from Rian. Onto Bumi Echoes. Able to flick around the safety now. Right. Trying to go for the rapid try. Oh, gets pulled down. Whoa, the lethal counter.
Nobody was expecting that much damage, but okay, it works out. Vitality now looking for the end.
Goes over the dragon, but it's actually off. Into the RWM they go. Keishi gets away from it in time. Straight for the crystal. Vitality.
Itu loh,
kilo. 2-1.
Game changernya dari Pipal, tornya diambil.
I think Vitality, if we were talking about working out the stage nerves, working out all the plays that we're going through, and having the tenacity to deal with that, an exhausting game that's past 20 minutes? Holy!
What's frustrating is if you're Keishi, you're thinking, I'm losing these red trees, but in reality, that's a Bauman.
Yeah.
Just through a Bauman, you need the team to zone, and nobody opened up for Keishi.
It's just, you can't, there's nothing you can do about it. There really is nothing much you can do about it. But let's look at this one more time, because Mirai, down to a literal third of her health, instantly dying to the lethal counter. It's so ridiculous, but I think they now figure it out. Hey, maybe it's not just us. Maybe it's the draft as well. We got to really make it happen. But with that being said, though, what an absolute banger of a game. We're going to be throwing it over back to the panel right after these messages. Stick around, Mobile Legends action.
Sekarang
Lethal counter attribution ini
gila.
adalah sebuah skill yang resource-nya emang bener-bener bagus banget buat Lord Dance.
Dan ngebahas tentang momen-momen yang diberikan oleh tim Vitality. Memang ini game 28 menit, tapi di 28 menit ini sebenarnya kita melihat gerakan dari Vitality yang selalu ngepres. Tapi defense dari Navi nggak boleh dipandang sebelah mata sih.
Setuju. Setuju banget. Karena ngelihat defensif yang menurut gua agresif, kayak dia tahu dia lagi kalah, harus make a move, dan make a move-nya berhasil, Bude. Itu yang ngebuat game ini jadi lama.
Betul, betul. Dan beberapa kali kayak mungkin awareness dari tim Vitality kayak seolah-olah bikin mistake ya. Padahal bukan emang karena Vitality bikin mistake, tapi emang karena move yang dilakukan emang bagus banget dari Navi. Makanya harus kita akui bahwa kalau ngebawa ini ke late game, kayaknya Vitality harus lebih bijak dalam mengambil keputusan. Walaupun kayak tadi kan mereka dapat Lord Evolve segala macam, tapi mereka belum tentu bisa end game. Padahal mungkin kalau kita ngomongin dari menit 18 mereka udah dapat Lord Evolve.
Yes.
Tapi ya baru selesai di menit tadi, menit
28.
Lama banget Bude, makanya
5 Lord.
Makanya itu kayak ini 5 Lord ke defense loh. Jangan sampai tim Vitality ngelakuin mistake sehingga mereka yang malah kebawa sama alur permainan dari Na'Vi.
Iya, dan Na'Vi mereka berani loh untuk keluar dari area mereka, berani fight karena Lord walaupun posisinya mereka lagi di press banget.
Itu gerakan yang emang gak ada lagi Bude ininya opsinya. Karena ya mentok-mentok mereka bakal fight di Lord. Kalau mereka dapat Lordnya mereka bakal kehilangan bawah. Tapi kalau misalkan mereka kehilangan bawah, mereka kehilangan ada yang defense, ada yang recall, mereka kalah jumlah jadinya.
Betul. Dan ini dia Cini the carry. Aku bilang dari awal banget. Udah, Cini di sini pondasinya. Fondasi ya. Tapi yang nge-make play itu Fumi. Beda.
Yes.
Kalau misalnya Cini ada, Fuminya tumbang, oke mereka masih bertahan. Tapi kalau Cini nggak ada, adanya Fumi, mereka bisa make play tapi mereka nggak tahan, nggak bakal bisa pondasinya tembus. Pondasinya bertahan, jadi bakal jebol sama tim dari Na'Vi Philippines dan mereka sadar akan hal itu. Targetnya siapa? Cini dan Cini.
Iya.
Cini terus pokoknya.
Posisinya Cini selalu bagus sih. Susah banget buat ditangkap dan ngebahas Cini. Dia juga hanya tumbang sekali. Dia berhasil zoning out juga pas arah Lord terakhir.
Benar, dan aku merasa emang sebenarnya buat endgame memang butuh Cini karena itu yang namanya Eve bareng sama Lord Evolve itu emang harus dimaksimalkan Bude. Dari tadi ya, kenapa aku bilang Not Ayanami ini lagi nggak jernih jujur. Karena pick dari Yuzongnya ini emang tujuannya buat Eve, tapi kalau di late game kayak tadi emang kalau boleh sih targetnya ke carry sebenarnya. Nah karena dari awal dia emang bener-bener kayak didesain kayaknya untuk ngegangguin ke Cini dan Cininya juga ngegangguin dia balik. Makanya mungkin dia keprovok untuk oke kita kejar Eve-nya aja deh.
Pokoknya di kepalanya pokoknya Eve. Di wajahku hanya ada Eve di bayanganku gitu.
Karinya jadi bebas.
Dan kalau kita lihat tadi sebenarnya ketika sadar akan hal tersebut dari Vitality udah mulai kunci terus tahu Yuzongnya.
Yuzong pokoknya.
Not Ayanaminya dikunci terus udah nggak bisa ngasih ngapa-ngapain. Nafas kagak dipoking, keluar naga kita mundur maju lagi. Ada Petrify bahkan dipaksa untuk siapa? Vivian.
Iya karena
itu
satunya target.
Petrify juga tuh.
Itu satu-satunya target Bude, soalnya kalau kita lihat dari draftingannya emang sebenarnya draftingan dari tim Na'Vi ini bukan draftingan defense. Tapi emang draftingnya emang harus ofensif karena mereka tuh punya banyak hero-hero yang bagus banget buat pegangin bush. Kayak Valentina, Nolan, terus juga ada Beleric kan. Tapi permasalahannya memang ketika mereka udah kalah bushnya, otomatis ketika siapapun yang ada di depan mereka makan. Makanya pas ngeliat Cini dia makan, ngeliat Vivian dia makan, even Fumieko kan tadi pas yang salah bush di bagian tengah itu, dia bakal dimakan juga. Tapi tetap abis dapetin satu, mereka nggak bisa buat ngelakuin cycle lagi Bude. Habis skill shotnya.
Mungkin karena kita ngomongin tentang early game, semuanya dipegang sama Vitality. Ada solo kill dari Chell.
Bener.
Dari turtle pertama juga banyak banget tuh bonusnya buat Vitality. Dapetin point kill, dapetin turtle. Itu bekal yang enak banget sih buat Vitality.
Jujur udah mulai pegangan tadi turtle 1 sih. Tiba-tiba Vival dapet level counter pas banget.
Tapi kita juga bakal lihat replay sih harusnya gimana caranya Na'Vi Philippines tuh bagus banget untuk ngedefense-nya.
Ya, ini baru Lord yang ke habis 3 mau ke 4. Ini momen-momen di mana menit 22 muncul tiba-tiba. Wah, ini momen kayak harusnya udah bisa nih, Be.
Iya. Bener-bener aku setuju Bude. Tapi emang saat disayangkan yang kayak aku bilang kan, di sini Na'Vi tuh menunjukkan quality mereka untuk ngelakuin clear. Jadi mereka nggak buru-buru clear wave minionnya.
Itu karena trainnya nyolong Cini, nyolong real world manipulation defense.
Ini menurutku karena emang pure dari tim Vitality-nya juga lumayan ngebuang banyak resource ult. Jadi mereka nggak bisa ngelanjutin fight back-nya. Dan Chell ketangkap lebih tepatnya di menit 24. Jadi ya emang harus diulur lagi.
Seru sih.
Alon-alon asal kelakon, ora apa-apa.
Ya, tapi itu yang bikin mereka menang. Alon-alon asal kelakuannya. Mungkin kalau dari banyak banget tim yang suka ngelakuin pemaksaan endgame ketika beberapa kali chance mereka endgame gagal. Udah desperate move. Padahal menang ya. Desperate kayak gue pengen menang kok gak bisa nih. Gas jadi akhirnya greedy atau gegabah. Nah sedangkan dari Vitality nih berbanding terbalik.
Mereka tahu kapan mundur.
Mereka tahu ketika mereka gagal berkali-kali tembus bukan berarti harus mereka pusing dan stres. Mereka tetap cari satu momentum.
Sama laning sih. Aku salut banget dengan laningnya Chell. Yang notabene kalau kita ngomongin Kari kan mungkin baru aktif nanti di menit yang ke-6, menit yang ke-9. Dia dapat solo kill aja itu udah sebuah hal yang benar-benar menunjukkan bahwa dia mainnya agresif loh dari awal.
Itu dia pemain Kari harus agresif, Chell. Gua dukung.
Anda
Gua
bukan?
dukung Chell agresif.
Oh iya. Bagus. Tapi kamu bukan pemain gold.
Gila.
Dia pemain gold, Bude.
Oke, dia pemain apa?
Gold lane.
Oh bener?
Bener.
Nggak kayak pemain gold lane masalahnya kalau main.
Bedanya nggak ganteng aja, pemain gold lane kan ganteng.
Oke, tapi kita mau lihat juga nih bagaimana keseruan di Paris sana. Langsung aja kita lemparkan ke Paris. Bonjour.
Live from Paris Expos dan tepatnya sedang berada di venue dari MWI EWC 2026. Sekarang saya sedang bersama dengan Funi. Halo Funi. Hai. Gimana Funi ngelihat crowd yang ada di sini di venue hari ini?
Gila seru banget, rame banget. Maksudnya tuh kan kayak Mobile Legends itu kan bukan game yang termasuk besar ya di Europe. Tapi ini crowdnya rame banget. Kalau boleh ngomong tuh berisik banget. Berisik banget guys.
Jadi benar-benar seru banget karena ramai banget ya untuk crowdnya ya. Tapi Funi, mengingat kamu pernah menjadi rival dari teman-teman Vitality. Tapi kenapa kamu yakin banget kalau misalnya Vitality pasti menang di Grand Final match kali ini?
Ya kita lihat track record aja ya. Kayak historinya mereka tuh udah juara entah berapa puluh kali ya. Harusnya tuh ya ini juara selanjutnya aja lah gitu.
Ini juara selanjutnya aja lah melihat dari track record dari tim Vitality. Cuman kalau misalnya dari teman-teman tim Vitality bisa mendengar nih kira-kira apa yang pengen Funi sampaikan untuk bisa ngeboost semangat dan juga mental mereka.
Guys, semangat. Soalnya 2024 tuh kan kayak hitungannya bad memory gitu ya. Kayak ya nggak ada yang nyangka lah kalau misalnya Vitality bakal kalah di Grand Final kan. Jadi buktiin ke mereka kalau misalnya memang kalian tuh pantas buat jadi juara.
Wow, buktikan kalau misalnya Vitality pantas untuk menjadi juara. Itu dia tadi kita udah ngobrol-ngobrol sama Funi. So langsung saja saya kembalikan kepada host yang ada di studio. Take it away.
Thank you Sabil dan juga ada Funi lagi muncul di situ menjelaskan bahwa ya dia pede banget juga.
Pengalaman
tahu banget. Piala BTR udah banyak banget. BTR by Vitality, sekarang Vitality banyak Pol.
Terakhir sih kalau nggak salah hitung 2024 itu abis dapetin 40 streak.
40.
Kalau nggak salah ya.
40, the dynasty of Team Vitality. Yang kiri abu-abu tuh masih banyak.
12, 13, 14,
14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Banyak banget loh.
17 soalnya.
Kayak semuanya disapu sih sama Team Vitality.
Coba dong buka ini, itunya. CV-nya mereka.
Wah,
CV.
Berapa lembar tuh ya?
Juara.
Banyak banget. Banyak banget sebenarnya mereka.
Iya. Dan kita bisa ngeliat kesolidan juga dari mereka. Bukan hanya dari gameplaynya aja. Mungkin ini juga dari chemistry. Mereka dari berapa tahun udah gak pernah ganti?
Lebih dari 5 harusnya Bude.
Lebih dari 5? Fumieko memang yang terakhir join bareng kan?
Iya.
Di MWI pertama belum ada Fumieko. Tapi setelah ada Fumieko
ada Bude.
Yang pertama?
MWI pertama ada. Fumieko kan nangis.
Yang EWC, yang MWI zaman dulu.
Oh.
Pas pertama banget.
Oh yang belum di EWC ya?
Belum.
Yang masih itu ya?
Belum.
Kayaknya gue waktu itu
belum
yang ladies itu ya?
Iya iya.
Yang gue nggak diundang waktu itu sering.
Undang.
Kamu belum lahir.
Belum lahir aku
belum lahir.
Belum.
Iya, Oji masih muda banget guys.
Ikutin ladies ya Battle Mars gue.
Oke.
EWC 2024.
Well, tapi sejarah terus diukir oleh tim Vitality nih. Udah masuk ke game keempat aja kita.
Saya suka sekali dengan Flying Cloud deh.
Map pertama kita?
Map pertama kita. Walaupun hasil game pertama buruk, tapi bukan berarti di game keempat ini juga akan mendapatkan hasil yang buruk juga. Karena balik lagi, mungkin bener yang Bude bilang, mereka di game pertama tuh masih mencoba untuk meraba. Tapi menurutku karena udah selesai membacanya dan sistemnya udah online juga di game yang kedua, jadi make sense banget kalau misalkan kita ngomongin soal game ketiga tadi tuh emang pure mereka mendominasi banget.
Ya, mendominasi hanya memang untuk mengakhiri gamenya agak berat. Tim Navi punya defense mekanisme yang sangat-sangat kokoh, sulit untuk didobrak. Namun itu bukan menjadi masalah lagi karena kita akan beranjak ke game yang keempat. Ini adalah best of 7 guys. So, mereka membutuhkan 4 poin game kemenangan. Tapi dari segi ban, tim Vitality masih sama. Lagi dan lagi mereka menghindari macro play dari tim Navi dengan memban chipnya aja, respect ban aja. Baksya pun demikian, tapi sekarang tim Vitality berada di first pick.
Ini mungkin kalau ngomongin soal band tadi, kan band Kari kan. Karena Marcelnya udah di band Bude. Jadi nanti akan ada satu hero yang lepas, bisa jadi Cloud. Tapi Cloudnya nggak ada matchup lawan Kari. Jadi main front to backnya akan lebih enak buat Vitality.
Ya, bisa untuk match up juga dan berarti ada satu yang lepas nih. Tadi Vitality tiga-tiganya sama.
Kari ini Marcelnya juga udah di ban ya soalnya. Tapi yang menjadi beda dari Vitality adalah Karinya. If di ban, oke. Cloud mungkin.
Cloud sempat memegang kunci kemenangan di game 1, di game 2, tapi game ketiga akhirnya pecah win streak di grand final ini dari Cloud.
Wait, atau Valen Bude? Valen first pick
langsung?
Ya, karena menghindari juga pick dari Atlas yang bisa dibawakan sama Navi. Tetap Cloud ternyata ya. Berani banget. Mereka nggak takut dengan adanya Valen.
Kind of sounds good.
You want to go Kai here? Okay.
Oh, Alice. So this might be an Alice jungle, and they pick up the Lilia.
Well, since the Eve is banned out, second best, I think, in terms of wave clear would be the Lilia. I think the Lilia still does trump the Valentina if they are relying on mid-rotation, which they did rely on mid-rotation, but in reflection to the earlier game that we saw, I really do want to think about the side lanes.
Oh.
Like side lane match priority.
Yeah, so far now, we've seen in game number 1, in terms of the side lanes, was 100% won by not Ayanami. I would say the previous one, the Paquito coming in from Fumiko, did die early on, but then redeemed herself, come to the turtle. So I agree with you, the side lane is going to be pretty important, but I do have to say, for all 3 games, the gold laners, they haven't been super pivotal in the match. For now, Esmeralda as well as Atlas has been picked up. So now both side laners for Vitality has been shown alongside with the Atlas. Navi might be able to ban out a few mid laners just to make sure that his Lilia has an amazing time. Now I kind of feel like picking up a roam early would be good, because the Belleric is still open, and I think it's not bad going up against what Vitality has already shown.
Yeah, Esmeralda, it's great against the Claude as well. There's an argument to be made there. But they go for a Moskov here. So we don't get the Harith matchup here against the Claude. We get the Moskov instead. And just in case, let's say, Team Vitality want to pivot into a assassin jungler for Vival, they do have some answers towards it, considering they also still have yet to pick up the roamer. So there's more layers of defense for Navi here in this game against that.
Yeah, right now we gotta consider that this Alice is most probably going inside the jungle here. So I think for Team Vitality, maybe ban out some of those strong EXP laners. Again, like the Freya, maybe even respect a Paquito. And then honestly, I feel like Vitality already has won the draft. Like, as long as this Esmeralda is not disrupted, this is looking good for Vitality.
Could be. I think it depends again on Sini's pick. And Navi understand this. The Kimi does get banned away. When I had a look at the Atlas pick, third in for Team Vitality, I expected that they would go for something of burst. See, I don't know what Sini would like to play. Does she want to go for something real heavy into burst? Like the Kagura?
Farsa?
Farsa does work, but the Kagura was the hero that we did see her really play on in this MWI.
Another hero, if she's feeling frisky, she could actually pick up the Gourd. The Gourd might be able to do quite well against this lineup coming in from Navi. The burst coming in from the Farsa could honestly win you so hard for the first 2 turtles, because you can deal with Lilia to the point where she might not even have time to use her black shoes, and then she's out of the way. Kimi as well as Valentina has been banned out here. The Belleric has been banned, so it looks like Vitality, they're trying to make sure that Mirai doesn't have any heroes. But in this situation, I can see a world where she might pick up the glue.
Glue is an option. If Vitality seem to be leaning more towards Assassin, we might see a Kaja pick. That is something that she has picked up as well for MWI.
And
Another is
defend.
Gatot Kacha if they want to play a little bit more.
Kayaknya kan
what do you
aku mau
call
kanan
it?
nih ada
Counter
link.
engage against the Atlas.
The revitalize is good as well, making sure you stay in the fight for a very, very long time. So yeah, 20 seconds in, I kind of feel like between Gata as well as Glue would be a pretty good ban here, just to make sure that they don't have that in the bag. And in terms of the EXP, okay, it looks like they're banning out the Gatot.
Yeah.
Navi, I think if they want to set up for Glue, just pick up a very strong EXP and then see if it's doable, and it should be good.
So we're still sure that this Alice is going jungle.
Well, game number one, they did win with that. Okay, they show up the Glue now.
It still could be a roamer.
What, the Glue?
The Glue.
I think it's 100% a roamer. I think this is Mirai's hero.
Alice jungle.
Yes, I think Alice jungle and Glue is going into the roam. So now,
pattern-wise, I agree, but there is still a possibility.
Okay. Let's see here. For Vitality, I'm looking at the jungle here. The Nolan is still open if they want to try for that again. And honestly, Ling is not bad because there's a lot of squishies here that she should be able to kill off very, very fast. Especially when you have the Esmeralda and the Claude. It does make it so that you don't have to worry about your siding, and that's why they have the Ling. So now Navi, in terms of the EXP, I think they need just a bit of crowd control so the Paquito wouldn't be bad. Just try to avoid the Esmeralda and you're good. The other option would be an Arlet, but the problem is Arlet loses so hard against Esmeralda.
I like the Paquito, like just in case this goes to, you know, the later stage of the game like we saw in the previous game. The Paquito is still the king of the far lane, especially the Paquito is not falling too far behind of the Ling. The Paquito should be able to control the far lane.
I'm looking at Paquito or Freya. Both should be serviceable here because Navi looks like they're going back to something that's comfortable for them. And now Vitality, they're just drafting for any kind of weaknesses that Navi has showed. So I'm liking Vitality's draft. It looks sound, and it looks like they should be able to do it quite well. Instead, they go for the Balman. Which I think is good because going back to the tanks might be the way to get the win.
That's the flex. That's the flex.
The teams have gone back and forth. It's Navi and Vitality both going for a championship. But the reality is Navi needs to shut Vitality down now. Get rid of their momentum. If they don't do so, Vitality will be one round away after this to a championship. It is essential Navi ties this series up 2-2. But if they can't, they will be in trouble. This map means so much to both rosters, but who's finally going to get it? It's Navi, it's Vitality in Grand Finals. Mirko, Gideon, let's get map 4 started.
Thank you, Reflections. Dear Lord, we've been waiting for this. Already, our defending champions are one step away from putting their key into the totem pole, unless Navi can do something about it. Just so close, yet so far, and at the same time, at least now they don't have to worry about neutral objectives. They got the Bauman for themselves.
Unless she gets CC chain, right? That's the thing. The Bauman will win out in 50-50s, and I think Navi, they just always went for 50-50s instead of trying to zone the Bauman to make it a little bit more equal. I think right now Vitality have enough damage, they have enough burst as well to blitz it, plus they got the CC from the Atlas. Again, last game, Atlas was banned by Navi, so they couldn't take it to counter the Bauman. This time around, it's on the hands of Vivian, who already had a fantastic game on Cho.
And they want to do even better this time around. Not to mention that at least, looking from Rain, looks like they have to pull yourself together and make sure that the Purify comes up a little more often. Little Wanderer fall into Kishi's hands. And at this point, you're thinking, hey, with the upcoming turtle, what would be the worst possible outcome? I think it's really if Vivian ends up dying early, or maybe they catch out Cine. It shouldn't be ideal, but at the same time, I would imagine that, like, hey, if they are able to contest or break apart that mid trio, they've got some work cut out for them.
You have to look at the pattern, though, Mr. Gideon. So far in the knockout stage, Vitality have always dropped a map, a game. Against Falcons ID, they dropped the game. They were able to take the entire series 2-1. Then we continued on to just yesterday in the semifinals where they dropped the game again against Geltech Cyber Team. But overall, we're able to take the series and every game got more dominant than the previous ones.
Well, I mean, yes, that is true. But what happens? What if we're looking at this narrative wrong? What if they take this game away and Navi turns it 2-2? Does that still apply, or does this only apply to best of 5s? What about best of 7s here?
Ooh.
Does Vitality have what it takes, especially when it comes down to these marathon runs?
That's a good one. That's a good one. It's been best of 3s. That was the first one. By the way, shout out to B right there. Smug little B. I love that guy.
Smug little B.
Smug little B. Best of 5s, it also was 3-1. So we'll see. Again, after getting this game, though, if they get this game, just as Reflection says, it's momentum. It's ridiculous momentum. Home turf as well. We just saw, you know, in other titles how home turf really plays a big role.
Yeah, it definitely helps when you got your fans literally shaking the stage with their chants.
Through the other stages as well, by the way. We hear the echoes and the shockwaves of these other titles.
It's vicious. It's really, really vicious. But at the same time, does that mean that if Vitality end up, you know, completing history, getting that title run, that next year we're going to get best of 10s at that point? It's like, at some point, they can't just keep on winning.
They can't keep getting away with this.
They can try, but at the same time, I'm looking at Na'Vi and I'm thinking, like, what is the mental game coming into this, right? Because it's not a matter of, did we get out macroed here? It's like, no, it's just bad starts at the game, and unfortunately, certain holes in our draft, and somehow they keep on getting underneath the skin.
Yeah. It's just these little things, you know. I think the experience as well, obviously, Na'Vi coming into this, 2 new members from the previous lineup that we saw from last year and even from 2024 when they won with Smart Omega Empresses. So it's entirely different. You have these members who are less experienced, who are finally now understanding how it feels to go up against seasoned veterans in Vitality who've been through it all, won the very first MWI, and then after EWC lost it, but then reclaimed their throne just last year.
At least from what I see from game to game, we're seeing more efficiency with their abilities. Yes, they need certain guarantees, and it's good that they have target priority. It's like, okay, we got to make sure that at least Vivian is going to go down when we commit, and they use 4 ultimates. All right, following game, 3 ultimates. Hopefully we get somewhere close to 1 or 2, ideally to make sure that it gets a little bit more evened out. But by then, Team Vitality are already at high heat. So at this stage, now that we're already thinking about it, maybe they could look to punish a different angle. Maybe, even better, they start flipping the draft on them to make sure that their adaptations is always 1 step behind.
Honestly, if we're just looking at the drafts, game 2, I really thought it was going to be Na'Vi's win.
I'm not going to lie, I thought the exact same thing.
And looking at this composition, I honestly see how Na'Vi can win. I would give the advantage a little bit over to Na'Vi in this game, just because there's no one to assassinate. The Sling, I expected to come out game 2. Game 4, they pull it up here against a Lilia who has black shoes, against a Moskov who should be able to just jump out of the Tempest of Blades and also pinning her down. A Glue, Bauman, Alice, those are self-explanatory.
Yeah, I mean, both of them, and they even went with Purify. Not even Flicker, Purify, just in case they get hit by the Tempest of Blades for whatever reason, or even better, get hit by, well, Atlas as well. I mean, the Fatal Lynx is going to be really deadly and something that they have to keep in mind. But I'm curious, who's Mirai's target at this point? Obviously, you want to go for Ling if you can, but at the same time, it doesn't sound like a bad idea actually getting on to someone like Esmeralda and completely pulling her away from the fight.
And I think in this game particularly, this Glue is going to have to atomize a little bit more defensive, because if you go for the classic Cursed Helmet into Glowing Water, heck, Glowing Wand first, there's a ton of damage that will obliterate you before you can even go for the mount.
They got to keep a lot of things in mind here. Thank God for the Vitality fans maintaining the energy in here, making sure that nobody is going to get a little sleepy or getting bored in that audience, especially with a chant like that.
These French fans, man, these Vitality fans, they are something, certainly. Their energy throughout the day, they've been like this all the way from the morning.
It's consistent.
That trophy with the crowd all chanting. I want to learn some of those chants, man.
We by the end of today, we got to at least get 1 chant down. I don't even know what exactly the chant is. I'm trying to figure it out.
It's in French.
It's in French?
It's in French.
Oh, no wonder. No wonder. But even so, I love the energy. Let's look at some of the tournament stats here so far, especially for Vival. One of the big standouts here for her performance with a KDA 5.38, 25 total Lords, and 27 total Turtles with a 666 GPM. I think that's so far the most impressive hero pool that we've seen.
I think it's very impressive if we take into account the fact that she's been playing on utility jungle for the most part. only a handful of Assassin games, and we're back in the land of Dawn.
Okay, here we go. It looks like the game state hasn't changed too much. No major advantages and no first bloods. Once again, keep in mind that Cine, every single time that I say, hey, Selena, if you don't hit those arrows, it's going to be useless. Cine somehow is able to make it collide to the right target. It's almost magnetically.
Yep. Just hold on to my mid lane. Got that abyssal arrow landing constantly, man. It almost feels like a target skill when she's on it. So weird.
It's strange. Maybe the hitboxes just double up. I don't know. But at this point, here we go. We haven't seen a first blood, and we're expecting at least something here on the first turtle take.
Yeah, Vivian's on there as well. They're trying to delay this for as long as they can because they know I don't think. Oh, what? Bumi with the steal, no retry! Oh, a disaster to the start of the game. They're able to pick up some kills at the end of the day right now, but the turtle didn't go to Navi. Bumi gets another on top of the turtle, and now it's Rain. Who's next for Bumi? How? What happened?
Oh my god. I think if we pull up the replay, I'm fairly certain Keishi got hit by the falling star moon. Vivil got in, quickly retrieved, and it was just the auto attack.
We need a replay of that if we can, you know.
Oh, thank you, Zipper. Thank you. Here we go. Keep your eyes open. Okay. Hits.
Oh, it's the arrow!
No way! Every single time, now Selena somehow squeezes out the perfect amount of value.
Oh my god, it's a target lock ability when it's on her, man. How does she find that? Literally threading the needle!
In the middle of...
oh my god.
People literally weaved it through. I don't know. I got no explanation for it, but great play. No matter what, they still nail... Oh boy.
That's the thing, right? On the glue, when you're up against a Ling, just Tempest of Blades and oh my god, Bumi, you stole a turtle already. Calm down. Calm down now. We don't want an orange buff take.
Oh, they're going to be trying to try and get as much as they possibly can at this stage, but I'm more worried about Rian here, because again, going to be thinking about the cross-map plays. That's the beauty of this Moskov. Obviously, you're able to kind of pin that lane down, but at the same time, if you're not causing that cross-map play, how are you going to do it? Or they can even set it up as a bait to maybe cause Vival to go down and commit to something.
And that's what we were talking about for the Bauman earlier in game number 3. We're like, if you can CC her at the right time, then the lethal counter shouldn't be an insta-win on the red tree. And that's exactly what Vitality do. Though I really thought it was going to be more on Turtle 2 when Atlas gets the fatal links. Turns out, nope. With the Abyssal Arrow, it's pretty good. Mirai goes in on Vivian. I don't think it's going to be a mount. It's just a bit of poke onto Vivian with the rest of the team as they go and contest for Turtle 2.
And look at this. I just love the fact that Navi's already prepared on that purple buff.
Forcing Rihanna away. Can't see the direction from Vivo. They zone her perfectly. Now the time of the blaze lands. 3-man knock with immobilization lands with the time on the pass and Vivo won't be able to get on Rain. It's a 1-for-1 with the turtle on the hands of Vitality. Now Cine goes up to try to help Vivo.
Dangerous game here for both sides. Keishi, unfortunately, that lethal counter was just a little short. Couldn't get past it. Vivian pulled her away in the middle of that fight. Vitality's already looking in pretty good shape here, but now this 1.3k lead, we should know what to expect at this point. We've already seen it happen 2 games in a row now.
And you can't even blame Keishi. You got a falling star moon that you got to dodge. You got Vivian who's constantly on you, and the rest of the team. They were trying to peel too. It's just, especially Ayanami, it's just tough because Vivo can just pop in Tempest of Blades, orange buff, there you go. It's a take with a lethal counter.
That's what you want to see. But unfortunately for Bauman into the Ling matchup, it starts to become a lot harder once Vival is in a position where she's 2 levels ahead of Keishi. Every single time you want to take a buff, as long as I can force you to use your ult on your buff, you ain't touching mine.
Now look at the shove from Chell. Double lane for Rian, trying to get closer. Finding a way to close the gap on goal. Chell, though. Oh, this is a greedy move. She gets it, and the VMI back, despite the Spear of Misery.
Nicely done, nicely done. It's all these small little wins that are just going to start stacking up. Hopefully, it's not going to cause that mental damage again, which Vitality, they know how to apply, especially with the way that they play the game in the late stages, how they chokehold their enemies. But now, I would imagine that Vitality, ideally, they need to start getting this lead back. And so far, we do see that Rain getting zoned out by Fumieko pretty early on into this bout, as there's only 10 seconds left until the next turtle.
Ayanami, oh man, Cine's just so aware. Spots her instantly with a trap. Ayanami forced out of the bush. Lethal take already earlier for Vitality. That gives a little bit more vision to the rest of the team. Navi got tempo in the mid lane.
They're going to have to dance around for a little bit. They didn't set enough of the traps. Asini is going to hold on to it for now. They don't want to have the perfect position around this lord because there's no reason to be around this turtle at this point of time. And wait, hold on, bottom side. Looks like Rian, you're taking a good chunk of that blazing duet.
Cine, it's going to be dirty if you land it. The SOD lands, but whoa, Rian goes for a Bibble. Sees the angle. Oh no, Rian bottom lane. 3 members coming around, and it's Cine who picks up the kill. Na'Vi weren't even on the turtle, so it gives Vitality a way to still respond to this.
They have hope. They gotta clear this out really quick. Dolphins points as well.
Fatal Lane stocks her up again. This time it's Keishi who still secures it. Gets a double on the whack as well.
Right. At least Navi was able to get something off this. Yes, it did come at the cost of a little bit of scaling time, but it's not the end of the world. And City just trying her best to get away from the scenario that Rain is trying to force upon her.
No flicker. The trap lands. City gets an arrow as well. Now it's Vivo with a walk up too. He's gonna go on to Rian. Temper the blaze ready. Rian just spawns. He just got back in lane. And she's dead. City gets traded over, but I think for now, Vitality will think that was already a lost cause on the Selena, so we get one on top of it.
Outplayed, and I can't believe it. I can't believe it. City, just great awareness overall. Set it up perfectly for Vivo, and that's exactly what you want to see, especially when you know, hey, I'm playing Selena. My usage isn't to be consistent damage. I'm a little bit of burst, and I don't scale very well in the late game, but you'll love these stuns.
Rian doesn't like it. I don't think Na'Vi likes those stuns, man.
I mean, Rian could have purified out of it, so.
She's gotta hold it, man.
She's gotta hold it still.
Listen,
if it's Abyssal Arrow, don't use it. If it's Fatal Links, that's when you use it.
Yes. Because if
it's Falling Star Moon,
there's just too many layers.
There's too much. Ideally, it all comes down at once, and hopefully you don't die. But like you're praying at that point.
Oh god. I mean, at this point, even attempts to blaze, you can have to purify out of, right? Like the knockup itself might kill you, and if it's an arrow doesn't land, but it's zone Ayanami away, just enough for Chell to pick up a turret up top. And you have to take a look at this. Rian, the 2 deaths has set her behind so much. 2-level lead earlier. Rian finally gets to level 10, but that means, oh my god, these arrows are point click.
Yeah, they are point and click. Let's pull up the eye. Whoa, hold up. What is going on here?
Vivian's just having a bit of fun on the Atlas, you know?
Trying to open up the map through the mid too. I mean, like, you're trying for a lot here. Na'Vi has seen that 3 games in a row. I don't think they're going to let it happen 4 times.
Well, at least, you know, on the perfect match, you get a damage reduction as well. On the show earlier, she got bursted down in the late game. Yeah, I'd love to see the items as well. I agree. I want to see Rian and Chell. Specifically, it's a 1,000 gold lead between the 2.
Thank you, Zipper. Really appreciate it. 2 items to 2 here. At least the house call is already done. Starlium Scythe finished already for Cine. But generally speaking, pretty even overall.
About to be a 1-item advantage for Vivo. Already on the way to the endless battle. So these boys up front. I have breath there. Won't be too beefy anymore with the endless battle. That's true damage that Vivo's going to be able to do.
Once again, the dancing begins. And this is where it's going to get really, really difficult because Chell, once the Trinity is already complete, will be able to kind of just soul. They can just hold it hostage for as long as they want. Wow, as you can see, on the opposite end. They have to respond to this. Last time Na'Vi lost all their inhibitors, they dragged it out about 30 minutes, and even then still couldn't get back into this game. So it's better to save the early mid before we get to that point.
And it's just going to be the constant dash over from Vitality, dancing away with the Lord, utilizing Cine to clear down below with the Season Hunter, I guess, bro.
I guess.
Anything works.
They gotta make it happen, but it's not enough of a threat for Na'Vi to care about it. And it looks like, honestly, this is getting under the radar. Rian's in a position holding mid and still being able to clear that bot side. But let's see if it does start to force whether this SOD connects.
What did Vitality do? Did they pull the trigger on a fight, on a skirmish? Vivo's losing a ton of HP already. Vivian, perfect match onto it. Wait, Vivian just goes for the knockout. It's going to be Lord secured already. So he lands, but you shouldn't take it. Vivo already got it. Great zoning by Vivian as she survived.
Yes. Oh wait, Rian did eventually take it for some reason and decided, you know what, I don't want to push down on that bot side. I gotta go save that top side instead.
thought it would be better to get a tier 1 in the bottom lane instead of SODing into a 4v5, but now Vitality, they, well, should be happy with that. No trades at all. Navi don't get any gold in their pockets from that.
And they also got the battle spells out of the most important targets, the main engagers inside Navi, and I think that's why Vitality is a little like, oh boy, we gotta be a little careful, right? If their engage is too strong or hits too many of us, it's already over, so if it only hits one of us, we can counter-engage.
So now with the Lord bottom lane, Vivian's gonna walk up on Ayanami. Just opening up the map, the Ling's up top. Vivil's doing such a fantastic job. They're gonna siege in mid. Mirai can't defend it. There you go. I thought she was gonna walk up there.
I thought she was gonna walk up there too. But at this point, at least now that the Lord has already been taken care of, they now need to worry about that second wave that's about to collapse here. Okay, forcing the fight.
Donor Ruin and the SOD lands as well. Vivian goes in for the big fatal links. The Abyssal Arrow doesn't land, but now it's gonna be the re-engage from Fumieko. Good Spirit of Misery onto Vivian. It's gonna be thrown away by Rian right now. Is that the chase onto Fumieko, who's still able to escape? The Abyssal Arrow landed earlier. Vivian down front of the bad spot. Tempest Blaze dodging away from the lethal counter.
Nicely done by Na'Vi. A successful defense, and we know they've been put in these positions many times before, but the gold lead is honestly negligible at this point. 3.5k as we're about to get into the later stages of the game. Once you're past 42,000, that means all of your core should have the correct amount of core items to start brawling out with everybody else. The major leads that we've seen in Fumieko, crazy amount of damage dealt already. More than Chell, more than Rain.
3.5k gold lead for Vitality, but it feels like a 10k gold lead. They are holding every single position on the map. Na'Vi are just stuck under this tier 2. Mirai's doing a good job at least, you know, but it's kind of like the roamer's job now for Vitality. It's just freezing up the waves.
Okay. Immortality down, and Vivian's dead.
Did we just say classic Vivian or what? I mean, this has happened twice.
I think it has to be classic Vivian. Don't worry. But honestly, it comes at almost little to no loss. It's not like it was a fat shutdown anyways.
She did flicker.
Yeah, and
which is pretty big.
Well, that is true. I can't. Ooh. Is that unforgivable? I'll forgive it in like 96 seconds.
Lord's going to be up in 15, though. Vivil's doing a good job again, just shoving in bottom lane, stopping Na'Vi from getting any capitalization, any conversion on the objective. And Vivo, whoa, this is greedy from Vivo. Wait a second.
It's okay. Tempest Blaze will get her
she
out.
still got it with a retry.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the funniest part, because now that the lethal counter is out, all there's left is Keishi's retribution, so they just have to wait it out.
20 seconds, Keishi's trying to burst it down. The Abyssal Arrow lands. Cine can go for a bit more poke now as Na'Vi go for the gamble straight up on the Lord, but Fumieko's going to do a good job. Falling Star Moon to the back line right now, zoning them in the back, forcing the slams down to pass, and now Cine walks up with the Abyssal Arrow. 8 seconds for the retribution on Vivil. Ayanami would walk up again. Vivian doing a good job zoning. Perfect match. Keishi walking up again. That's a concealed Chell. That's a lethal counter already used. Big resources now as Vivil goes over to Tempest Blade. Cine making it awkward again. Going up against Ruin and Chell. That's Fumieko shut down. Chell goes down as well. Triple kill for Keishi.
Oh, the SOD does not connect. Luckily, gets canceled out at the right time. Finally, Na'Vi get a fight in their favor. Oh, man. Imagine a world. Abyssal Arrow takes it away compared to a lethal counter retribution. That would sting.
That would sting for sure, but Na'Vi play it well in that skirmish. Rian just in the back, utilizing the Spear of Misery for when Vitality jump, when they pounce on Na'Vi, and I think that's the right way. I think all this time, Na'Vi have been trying to just jump in where they should be kiting back with this composition.
Well, I mean, jumping in and kiting back, it really depends on the angles, right? Because they're trying to push them into Ayanami, but at the same time still maintain presence with Mirai. So really, what do they want to get achieved? They need to make decisive choices as they crack open the mid-tier 2.
Oh man, they're still walking up right now. Tier 2 in the mid, they're gonna fall. Na'Vi able to crack open this tier 2 in the mid. Tier 2 up top as well. They're gonna shove it in with the Lord. Risky move without Purify. Conceal coming out from Na'Vi. Slash them in the pass in the back. Fatal links only landing on one. Now the Throne of Ruin. Catching them, immobilization. Fumieko bursted down by Rian. Chell's dealing with the wave right now. Cine walks up as well. That's Chell with the Blazing Duet onto the wave. Lord gonna be taken down right now. Vivian taken low.
Yeah, they're still going for it now. The Tempest Blades now hits onto 4, and they still can't seem to push them out. To the waves, there's just nothing left to give. And Na'Vi say, you know what? Even if the second wave comes in, there's just too much pressure. We're gonna have to back up here.
800 gold lead now for Na'Vi. That lead that Vitality been building up, that 3,000, completely gone. And I gotta say, 90 seconds have passed. I still don't forgive Vivian.
Would have been nice to have. Would have really been nice to have that flicker. No matter what, it just goes to show that every little resource makes the difference. No flicker on Vivian, but not Ayanami able to flicker to close and get right on top of Shell after a Purify. There's just so many different layers that we have to keep account for. And I think even for Na'Vi and as well as Vitality, it's basically an info dump on all sides.
I think one of the biggest wins though for Na'Vi wasn't just cracking open a base turret up top, but it was the purple buff mainly, taking it away from Vivo. Now takes her out of the equation, at least with dealing with the waves in the sides. Now it's Rian free on the sides, piercing through that turret onto City, throwing a Bruin onto Vivian. CC me with perfect match now, Fatal Links. Oh my god! With all the plays, it went in the nature as well. That's the all-in right now. So Mieko walks up, Rian with the dash and forward, gets caught. Shell a bit, but Mieko still there, and now she gets hurt. Vivo.
Oh, they want more fire. The Tempest coming down.
Oh my god, Vivo. So Ray with the shutdown, and a good flicker out from Mirai. Wind of Nature saves the day. Bibble is down, and it's 17 seconds for the Lord to spawn for Na'Vi.
Dude, I get it. It's like a slightly awkward fight. Like everybody is flickering just a little bit earlier than they probably should, and abilities are coming out just a little bit later than they need to be. It's a battle of margins at this point, and they're all trying to think, hey, I gotta predict when you are gonna use that dash more than reacting to it.
Vitality is still trying to go for it. Vivian walks up. They dealt with the wave in the bottom lane. Vivian's going to go for the lockdown on Keishi. It's the Frozen, but no Fatal Links. Now they go on Ayanami. Lethal counter entry, SOD lands, throwing a Ruin. Locks Vivian down, and now it's a flicker out again. A conceal now. Ayanami doesn't want to give up on the chase. The Abyssal Arrow doesn't land. Oh my god, Vivian gets away with a sliver of health.
Literally 1 HP, and Vitality in a position that's not exactly in their favor anymore. Na'Vi, in a while we've seen in these past couple of games, after taking so much punishment, this is the closest they're going to go to try and get a second game to equalize it against Vitality, and that should stop the momentum.
And they got the evolved Lord. Vitality already struggled clearing out the Lord earlier, and it was with this kind of composition. Again, the Selena not great at clear, the Ling as well. Throwing a Ruin, only landing into the front, but now, oh my god, the lethal counter spear victory!
It connects, and now they're gonna go for the end game!
Big CC! Abyssal Arrow landing in the back line, now Chell popping blazing to an and Wind of Nature. Wind of Nature responding over by Rihanna as well. The Black Shoes gets choosed up by Ray, but Cine is able to crack open Immortality. Now the Abyssal Arrow again. Chell jumps back to the BMI as the Lord is gonna still be on the base. It is Na'Vi! That equalized the lead.
Wow, the patience, the amount of damage that these ladies can take, the continuous momentum on top of that crowd from...
Satu sama. Iya, satu sama. Oh.
So very, very good. There's a lot to talk about in these games, but again...
Liti berhasil dipatahkan oleh tim Na'Vi. Mendadak mereka mendapatkan momentum, dan momentum itu tidak pernah mereka lepaskan lagi. Mereka berusaha terus-menerus untuk mendobrak tim Vitality. Pada akhirnya, Vitality tak bisa berkutik masuk ke arah late game. Early game sudah diamankan. Namun, bagaimana dengan mid game-nya? Rupanya di sini Na'Vi lebih siap. Dengan late game insurance yang mereka miliki, Rihanna menjadi problem ketika dia udah berkumpul. Casey pun bisa ngedeal damage dengan puas bersama dengan Rain juga.
Waduh, ini ada individual mistake sih emang. Cuma ya balik lagi, kalau misalkan bisa reset sebenarnya nggak bakal ada comeback Bude. Kalau bisa reset, tapi ternyata udah kebawa alur permainan dan sepertinya ya wajar lah kalau emang bisa kehilangan game ini.
Yes, dan it's okay, kencana, deng, karena ini adalah best of 7, kedudukan sementara. Weh,
2-2 sama.
2-2. Masih belum ada yang match point, Bude.
Belum ada yang match point.
Belum.
Moskov tadi si online, Bude.
Iya. Buset.
Karena dapat nemu momennya tadi pas Vivian tumbang, Fumie connects gitu kan. Apalagi pas beberapa menit ke depan Fumie-nya duluan, baru Viviannya. Jadi kayak lagi-lagi ganti-gantian.
Iya, jadi keuntungan di early game yang memang seharusnya tidak memiliki vitality malah diambil kembali. Late game mereka udah gak bisa berbuat banyak.
Iya. Dilepas gitu aja dan kelepas sih, bukan dilepas.
Iya, kelepas. Benar.
Gara-gara ada 1 momen, jadi 2 momen, 3 momen.
Jadi 2 momen, jadi 3 momen.
Moskovnya udah gak punya jawaban.
Iya.
Memang lelenya Cini bagus banget, tapi untuk menggapai Moskov ini jauh banget kan ke belakang kedua. Sulit banget untuk lelenya on point.
Mungkin karena udah masuk ke arah late game, mereka akan berkumpul. Walaupun kena juga akan sulit untuk di follow up.
Dan bukan hero defense Bude untuk Selena kan. Dia harus ofensif. Kalau kita bandingkan dengan game yang kedua kan beda kan. Keadaannya, mapnya, terus resource-nya juga.
Gold lanernya.
Gold lanernya juga beda Bude. Karena emang di sini kalau kita lihat dari Cloud emang semakin lama game berjalan nanti lawan Moskov itu ngomongin laning jauh emang enakan Moskov. Bahkan kalau lagi grup berlima gitu kan Moskov punya Spear of Misery.
Itu yang strike sih yang menurut gue mengerikan kalau Moskov ya.
Benar.
Di saat tim fight. Jadi kalau Cloud itu kan front to back ya dia depan ke belakang. Atau enggak dia bisa loncat ke belakang. Moskov dari depan ke belakangnya semua damage rata.
Splash.
Iya.
Serat ke belakang. Malah dia, pemain Moskov bakal lebih suka mukulin depannya.
Iya.
Biasanya settingannya juga diganti target terdekat.
Iya, gue pakai terdekat pasti.
Yang penting hantam aja, sudah pas. Enak dia.
Nge-defense aja Moskov kalau misalnya kita main di best turret tuh, Moskov tuh bisa main dari samping, Bude. Nah, itu kan samping.
Biasanya kan minion berjejer sama Lord tuh.
Nah, tapi kalau dia tengah kan udah pasti nggak ke arah lawan musuh kan. Dia dari samping tuh udah pasti ke musuh lawan.
Jadi mukulinnya Lord, minion juga kena damage-nya, hero-nya juga kena.
Bener.
Iya, dan tinggal percaya aja sama Merai, sama Notaya Nami di depan.
Wah, itu
juga bisa di depan.
Depannya beton semua sih emang late game-nya, Bude.
Iya, 3-3
Elis, Palmon.
Iya.
Susah banget emang bertembus.
Ya mungkin Moskow bisa direbutin sih abis ini dua. Sisa 2 lagi kan? Pasti 2 lagi.
Bisa.
Abis ini match point. Abis itu fatality lagi menang.
Yeay!
Bisa.
Iya dong. Kalau 3 berat
Semangat.
kasihan. Kalau 3 kasihan.
Bener, risetnya kan.
Iya, kalau sampai 3 kali lagi kasihan. Jadi kita 2 kali lagi aja. Maksudnya vitality abis itu vitality lagi.
Yeay!
Bisa.
Bisa karena kita ngeliat early game juga sangat kuat.
Kuat banget,
Mereka
Bude.
padahal yang harusnya disadvantage dari
Kita napas
hero-nya.
dulu gak sih, Bude?
Mereka bisa. Namun, yes. Sesaat lagi kita bernapas sejenak untuk game yang kelima. Jangan kemana-mana. Satukan semangat kalian untuk Team Vitality di game kelima Season 0 Grand Final.
Mau sarapan gila, bawa sampai 2 sama tuh.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
amigos, kawan-kawan, kanca-kancaku.
Hola, ¿cómo
Bonjour, welcome back. Kita masih ada di Grand Final dari tim Vitality dan juga Navi.
Yes.
Kedudukan sementara berapa?
2 sama. Hola mi amor semua di kolom komentar. Tentunya buat kalian semua para sobat Domlo. Kita akan menemani di malam minggu kalian karena gue tahu banget rasanya malam minggu itu bingung. Tuh biasa ya, 2 minggu belakangan kan gue sempat ada malam minggu kan, break maksudnya gak kerja. Gue bingung bos.
Bentar deh, pengen nonton dulu
ya.
Ini gue happy banget. Tapi yang lucu giliran gue kerja ada acara. Giliran gue gak kerja gak ada acara.
Ya.
Selalu begitu 2 minggu bos.
Takdir.
Giliran lu bingung, ada acara.
Enggak, gue bingung gak ada acara. Di rumah nonton bola, tidur kaki naik begini.
Nanti giliran ada acara.
Gue gawe.
Oke. Sekarang kita banyak banget acara nih di EWC karena
apa tuh?
Banyak banget tim-tim yang sedang berjuang untuk klubnya. Navi lagi memimpin, tim Vitality ada di posisi kedua, tapi tim Falcons berada di posisi 10 padahal mereka adalah sang pemegang dari musim lalu dan lalunya lagi ya, Be?
Benar, Defender Champion 2 tahun berturut-turut. Tapi gini Bude, sebenarnya kalau kita hitung-hitung ya, walaupun tim Vitality menang nih,
belum bisa ngebalap.
Kita berandai-andai deh. Itu kan berarti poinnya 2150 kan.
Betul.
Sementara tambahan dari Navi itu 750 jadi 2500. Jadi kayak emang mendapatkan poin untuk pengejaran tapi untuk menggeser placementnya
belum
bisa.
Emang agak berat sebenarnya.
Iya. Dan dari tim Falcon sendiri mereka harus finish di posisi yang kurang baik jadinya
10 Bude.
No point.
Jadi nggak bisa mengejar ketika dari MWI ini posisinya
200 poin dapatnya kan karena urutannya di top 8.
Oh, 200
gitu.
doang ya?
Iya, karena kalau mau poinnya gede top 4.
Enggak, kalau Falcons Mega, Falcons penanya dia top 1 top 2 naik dong.
Naik,
1.750.
Setahu gue ya kalau misalkan sisterhood team yang kayak ada satu kepala yang sama, itu yang paling tertinggi yang dihitung.
1000 doang.
1000 berarti. Kayak gitu.
Oke, tapi memperbesar possibility sebenarnya kalau ada tim yang banyak. Dan
betul.
Ini masih minggu pertama, minggu kedua?
Ini minggu pertama, Bu Dema.
Minggu pertama.
Week 1.
Week 1.
Kalau minggu lalu week 0.
Week 0. Kan kayak biasa, kita biasa itu ngelihat yang kemarin kita jalan muter-muter di Paris Expo itu loh. Itu week 0 kemarin kita. Iya, kita yang kita pakai topi-topi itu kita.
Mereka bukan
Paris the Explorer kata lu.
Paris Expo. Itu Paris Expo. Deh.
Tapi Paris.
Lempar deh.
Banyak story kayaknya ya. Jadi kita bakal langsung lihat bagaimana sih di Paris ada apa aja. Silahkan.
Hey guys, we have a special guest here at MWI. This is MVL. He is a chess grandmaster for Team Vitality. How are you?
I'm good. I'm having a blast here.
You're having a blast. How do you feel watching MWI so far?
Yes, I watched the semifinals yesterday, and I'm watching today, and also, you know, with the team as well. So it's really nice to see the BTS of what's happening, and it's a big fight. So I hope we prevail.
Yes. Now, MVL, I gotta ask you: do you play any other games aside from chess?
A few. Like I played a bit of FIFA mostly. I tried Rocket League, but not too difficult.
It's not for everyone, I understand. So, you know what, I gotta ask you, what do you think about, you know, MWI and all women's league? How do you feel about it?
I think it's great. You know, in chess we have a lot of tournaments also only reserved for women. So, but hopefully it happens at the EWC in the next few years, but it's not up to me.
Okay, that's interesting. I never knew that there was a lot of female-only tournament for chess.
Yeah.
You know what? I love the women empowerment. So I want to ask you, is there anything you want to say to the girls from Team Vitality who are playing in this grand final stage?
Oh, I mean, I believe in them for sure. I see they win almost every match. They're big favorites, and I can see they play well, and it's a big fight. And I think we will prevail.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. Thank you very much, MVL, for dropping by our stadium.
Thank you.
Good luck on your match when it comes. I wish you the very best of luck. That's it from us, guys. Throwing it back to you guys.
Ya, terima kasih Rose. Dan tentu saja karena banyaknya cabang game yang ini crossing, banyak yang nonton di sana sini. Itu dari catur guys.
Catur, chess.
Oke. Dan ini permainan catur nih ya untuk King Salaman dan juga Cassius. Karena mereka harus berpikir ini bagaimana untuk memaksimalkan game yang kelima. Karena kondisi sementara ini kayak ngeriset. Semuanya berada di posisi yang sama, 2 sama. Jadi sekarang tinggal kejar-kejaran, 2 poin terakhir siapa yang bisa mengamankan. Navi mendapatkan first pick mereka. Mulai nge-switch lagi, Yves menjadi pilihan pertama.
Ya, biar karinya tidak diambil oleh Vitality. Karena kalau karinya diambil itu jadinya ada cobaan dicobain.
Coba dicobain. Tapi kalau jawab dengan Valentina gimana nih di sini?
Jawab dengan Valentina langsung juga sebenarnya belum ada yang dicari sih Bude, karena Atlasnya kan di-ban sama Navi kan. Jadi kayaknya mending Esmeralda langsung ya. XP dan wih, ada cobaan dicobain. Itu Bude.
Bude tahu ada yang namanya woman fearless?
Ini dia.
Bukan lagi fearless, woman fearless zaman sekarang.
Pemberani, gagah dan pemberani. Tapi oke, ini gagah dan pemberani. Mungkin mereka punya sesuatu nih yang bisa menopang karinya.
Balmon Cici. Kalau begini bisa dihilangin nih. Untuk pick-pickan yang tersisa ya, kayak misalkan Moskov dan Cloud-nya bisa di-ban ntar di fase ban 45. Pick ketiga cukup penting di sini. Pertanyaannya apa yang mau mereka bawakan, karena Esmeralda juga udah muncul, Cici juga udah muncul. Kalau misalkan ngebawain tank jungle udah kejawab sama Cici. Fighter paling stabil, assassin ya paling oke. Assassin lagi Bude, karena ya lawan Cici kan bisa di burst Cicinya kalau lawan kalau menggunakan assassin. Kalau pakai tank jungle jatuhnya cuma dilemparan yoyo doang, karena damage doang jatuhnya.
Iya, Nong di depan. Dan ini gimana Balmon menjadi kunci penting juga kayaknya. Ini udah game ketiga kita ngelihat Balmon muncul.
Ya itu dia Bude. Balmon dan Limpik. Waduh.
Sama kayak tadi.
Aku cuma berharap ini linknya gamenya mirip-mirip sama early gamenya tadi, cuma late gamenya lebih dipoles aja biar lebih manis gamenya. Karena aku merasa apa yang terjadi tadi di game yang keempat belum tentu bisa terjadi lagi di game yang kelima dengan kondisional yang berbeda juga Bude. Karena kan sekarang ada Eve, backlanernya udah bener-bener full cover buat Balmon, dan Balmonnya juga mungkin akan lebih mencari ruang lah agar tidak sesulit tadi posisinya.
Iya, tadi sulit mungkin kita bisa shout out ke Cini di situ.
Betul.
Dengan abyssal arrow-nya yang connect, ngeganggu turtle pertama dan ngebikin Balmonnya kayak oke, nggak bisa gerak ngapa-ngapain.
Nggak bisa gerak.
Ben nggak sih Be?
Moskov.
Iya.
Nah, setuju banget. Iya. Karena pokoknya tank jungle plus Marksman Swift Trinity tuh kuat banget lah sekarang.
Iya.
Apalagi dengan adanya item-item seperti Chassis Pauldron yang walaupun mungkin ada dampaknya di mid game ya, tapi di late game tetap tembus, tetap terjawab juga.
Ada, tapi impactnya tuh nggak signifikan kalau menurut gue sih.
Nggak semasif itu sih emang.
Iya.
Ngeri
banget nih.
Yuk Moskov yuk, biar laningnya lebih aman,
lebih tentram.
Late gamenya juga lebih
damai.
Lebih damai, iya. Late gamenya aku setuju.
Gedak dikduk ser, berat banget. Dan masih ada 1 slot lagi.
Aku punya pertanyaan lebih ke gameplay apa yang mau dibawa nih, pick off apa play cover nih? Karena kalau kita ngomongin soal Belerik di sini juga masih available dan bisa aja dipick di fase yang keempat Bude. Langsung diaman. Gatot.
Wih. Gatot ya.
Bentar, berarti Belerik di sini? Yang akan dibawakan sama Vivian.
Boleh kalau mau Belerik.
Jadi dia berani bawa berani ngasih Moskov asalkan ada Belerik gitu.
Ada yang nempel gitu ya.
Dia ada yang nempelin. Dan ya Beleriknya pakai flicker ya.
Atau bahkan nih hero yang bisa ngegapai ke belakang tiba-tiba Be.
Contoh?
Bisa Moskov ini bisa ke arah dihantam sama Farsha. Memang jarang, tapi hero-hero range kayak gitu tergapai oleh Farsha. Apalagi dari dulu kan head-to-headnya Farsha If.
Aku lebih penasaran sama Kadita sih Bude.
Wah.
Karena Kadita juga yang salah satu yang bisa langsung direct attack ke Moskov.
Tapi ini Purify.
Tanpa mikir.
Tapi Purify.
Nah itu kan kalau Purify langsung nanti linknya datang. Sweet. Duar gitu, Tempest of Blade.
Harus main cepat.
Skenario tapi emang begitu best skenario ya. Mereka harus siapin
Kaja.
worst skenario juga sih.
Ini Kaja Ben juga bagus Bude, by the way. Karena ya kita tahu sendiri Balmon kan lumayan terganggu lah dengan hero-hero suppress atau efek mini stun yang berkelanjutan kayak gitu. Dan dijauhin dari objektif itu adalah sebuah hal yang membuat Balmonnya jadi nggak ada fungsinya jadi nanti di objektif.
Ya, seperti halnya tadi keganggu sedikit aja udah buyar untuk Balmon. Namun game ini udah keluarkan Minonya. Hero anyar di grand final ini kita belum lihat. Pada akhirnya dikeluarin.
Hero rivalnya Vivian, Ashley dengan Minotaur yang sempat mengagetkan kita semua ya. Tapi emang lumayan bagus untuk pick-pickannya di sini karena pick yang keempat dan masih menutup untuk pick mid lanernya. Entah kalau kita ngomongin soal hero mid lane yang tersedia juga sebenarnya masih banyak Bude. Bahkan kalau kita ngomongin soal pick kayak Lilia juga bagus. Karena dia bisa ngejawab yang modelan kayak Balmon, kayak Cici. Cuma kalau mereka dikejutkan dengan pick kayak Kagura juga ini full damage. Dan mungkin nanti ancamannya akan ada di gold laner. Jadi makanya kayak jangan-jangan Moskovnya dikasih karena emang udah ada plan dengan penggunaan Kagura biar di lock sama Kagura nantinya.
Waduh.
Ya, Moskov lagi kan. Moskov Kalea main pick off dan ada heal effect buat Balmon ya.
Oke. Hero yang mirip dengan game yang sebelumnya, Moskov Balmon, lalu juga dari tim Vitality pun ya ada link, tapi apa nih bisa dilakuin biar nge-surprise Moskovnya? Moskov jadi bahaya nggak sih? Tapi sekarang juga yang bahaya banyak nih.
Nah di sini baru Valentina bagus Bude. Ambil Tsunami Slam. Nanti Tsunami Slamnya buat Casey-nya pegangin ya kan, jauhin dari fight di area dari Turtle. Habis itu linknya datang dengan Retribution bisa. Kalau mau kayak gitu, atau sama-sama punya lethal counter bisa.
Ya.
Pokoknya Valentina pick juga ideal di sini.
Dan kalau kita lihat adanya sosok dari Lilia ini makin ngebuat dari Kaleanya sulit untuk bisa nge-pick off dengan adanya Purify.
Ini draft dari Vitality menunjukkan lagi-lagi ya, mereka ingin bermain dengan confidence, tapi Navi bermain dengan sistem lagi dan hero ke-84 Kaleanya muncul. Walaupun kita tahu sendiri Kalea tuh beberapa scene itu bahkan berani loh untuk first pick gitu kan. Tapi ternyata di MWI baru di game yang kelima, Grand Final.
Dan Grand Final ini jadi debutan dari Kalea dan juga Minotaur, dua hero anyar yang mungkin akan membuat game akan berbeda untuk keduanya. Seperti apa game kelima? Langsung aja Ranger Oji dan KB.
Terima kasih banyak untuk Bude Clara Monster. Kali ini kita bakal menuju ke dalam match point untuk siapapun.
Betul.
Untuk siapapun.
Untuk siapapun mendapatkan 3 poin pertama di menit kali ini yang sudah menegangkan di game yang kelima dari best of 7.
Let's go to the lane of death.
Ya kan, tadi kan dari game 1 jam. Beberapa jam menuju ke champion. Kalau sekarang udah menit nih. Karena kalau misalkan udah match point itu baru detikan akhir menuju ke title Queen of MLBB.
Oh, the champion of MWI. Oh, sabar. Terlalu terburu-buru, sedikit galak untuk kedua belah tim. Apa mungkinkah ini karena sebuah match point Profesor?
Mungkin panas. Mungkin
dingin?
Kayak game close dingin pasti.
Panas dingin
demam.
Atau anyang-anyangan?
Jatuhnya berbahaya untuk tubuh.
Oke.
Tapi mungkin untuk beberapa atlet akan melakukan hal tersebut ya untuk bisa survive dengan panas dan dingin temperaturnya.
Oke. Tapi langsung ada Merai di sana. Nampaknya dia tahu punya power pasif dengan lifestyle yang tinggi ya Profesor.
Ya, sama-sama dapetin heal ya. Terus power, resource juga di early game dengan adanya pilihan dari Kalea. Tapi bedanya di sini untuk ngomongin Kalea di early game kan ngomongin laning emang superior banget. Karena dia lebih bisa nge-spam heal dibandingkan dengan Minotaur.
Tapi spam heal-nya itu sebenarnya agak sedikit trigger sih, Be. Karena suka maju ke depan, Be.
Iya, kemajuan bahkan.
Kemajuan, itu kadang suka kemajuan.
Benar. Dan sekarang Flying Cloud.
Wah, Moskov lagi sih harus dipikirin 2 kali nih, coy.
Ini makanya. Ini kayaknya...
Jujur gue dari tadi mikir, Be, ini nutupnya gimana ya? Tapi untungnya satu sih, Prof. Di sini tidak pakai Purify dari Moskov, dia pakai Flicker.
Nah, ini beda nih gamenya kan?
Beda game ya?
Dibandingkan dengan yang tadi. Dan mungkin dengan adanya Minotaur juga akan semakin lebih mudah untuk menangkap bagaimana gerakan dari Moskovnya nanti di late game. Karena buat sekarang Turtle Spawn. Dan jangan lupa ada Despair Storm dari Vivian. Itu yang nanti akan mengganggu dari Casey.
Apakah Dewi Fortuna masih berada di pundak dari Fumieko? untuk bisa melakukan steal, tapi lihat bakal coba dihantam di sana. Casey-nya bakal terkena first blood. Atas offlane dikeluarkan bersama dengan satu retribusi dari Vival. Berhasil mendapatkan steal terhadap turtle yang dimiliki para pasukan dari tim Nave Philippines.
Lagi dan lagi kejadian yang sama seperti di game yang keempat dan di game yang kelima mereka kembali dengan turtle dan kemenangan di early game Vitality.
Oke, tapi
harus menjalankan gamenya dengan cukup berbeda karena mereka harusnya udah belajar nih. Tadi ada kesalahan, sekarang harus di-fix.
Dan jangan lupakan mereka masih memiliki power dan Chini di depan sana hampir saja berhasil mendapatkan Mirai. Dan Chini masih tenang di situ, tidak terlalu terburu-buru untuk bisa mendapatkan satu buah Precious. Jadi dia main Purify-nya aja, Prof.
Main santai dulu. Karena masih di menit yang kedua, masih menit yang ketiga, dan menuju ke menit yang keempat. Vival, Retri kah? Dor.
Fiksi.
Itu dia.
Dia mau coba kejar sih, abisnya daripada dia harus kejar kayak tadi lagi.
Itu dia.
Lawan Moskopa lagi.
Ada geng.
Ayanami terkena Tempest of Fate, bakal coba dipaksa dan hilang. Instan kali gini.
Bahkan dibadanin juga ya sama kehadiran dari Vivian. Dengan adanya Despair Storm tadi sehingga membuat Ayanami nggak bisa survive untuk mundur ke belakang. Gak ada Vengeance juga soalnya.
Karena gini, Be, mungkin sebelumnya kan Alice. Ya, Alice ya bakal lebih survive lah. Bakal lebih sustain.
Bisa loncat-loncat.
Tapi kali ini kan karena Cici, jadi mereka lebih berani. Walaupun ada Vengeance ya.
Betul. Dan tadi lagi cooldown untungnya. Mungkin lagi-lagi ya, trigger lagi untuk Vengeance spellnya. Baru nanti bisa di-gank lagi. Karena kebetulan ngomongin Cici juga kan dia merupakan hero yang agak mid to late game dibandingkan dengan early game.
Ya, betul. Dan kalau ngomongin early game-nya, kalau dia nggak kesenggol tuh boleh. Tapi kalau dia kesenggol dari awal, berat, Be.
Berat.
Kenapa berat? Karena mungkin dia nggak bisa rotasi cepat kayak yang biasanya. Dan dia clear-nya juga mungkin nggak secepat Alice.
Itu dia. Gerakan rotasi ya kan sedikit berbeda. Sehingga kita ngomongin turtle lagi nih. Setup akan dilakukan oleh Vitality. Sementara Keishi masih lumayan jauh dari area sungai. SOD hanya untuk mendapatkan satu monster jungle tadi. Dan juga adanya siege terhadap minion. Di reset ternyata dan didapatkan lagi oleh Riane.
Oke, tapi Chel masih one by one situation di arah top lane. Chel tahu untuk pasifnya. Tapi di depan sana, lihat Bumi Eko berhasil mengganggu, mencari di mana Keishi berada. Bakal coba dipasang, Falling Star Moon, bukan Falling Monster. Tapi lihat Vivian masih tahan, tidak mau terlalu terburu-buru dan Rain. Nggak ada ruang gerak. Dapat soft play, dapetin satu poin kill tapi Vival tergeprek kali ini, tersangkut tidak berhasil mendapatkan dua pedangnya.
Oke, satu tukar satu memang mendapatkan Rain, tapi ternyata Vival juga harus tumbang. Apakah bakal jadi dua? Sepertinya tidak, masih belum.
Oh, dapetin satu
merah dia mengambil diri.
Dan itu dia. Vivian mengamuk.
Dapat dua.
Hampir mendapatkan dua, tapi nampaknya berpasukan dari tim Vitality. Mereka mencoba untuk menjemput di mana Bumi Eko berada. Chel is coming dengan satu poin kill dan pangan. Storm yang dari para pasukan Vitality menghentikan pasukan Navi.
Bonusnya Flash of the Oasis. Keishi down, Turtle diambil kembali. Vitality menunjukkan bahwa mereka tidak hanya beruntung di game yang keempat, tapi sekarang digas lagi Not Ayanami. Dia nggak punya Vengeance, dia memilih untuk mundur. Dia nggak mau ngebuang curtain call for nothing.
Ya, mereka sadar God lane tidak boleh disepelekan. Riane harus menjadi target utama. Lihat di bojok Riane-nya Profesor.
Wah, dipekuk ya untuk ruang farmingnya. Bahkan untuk Not Ayanami nggak mendapatkan juga farm yang sama seperti game yang sebelumnya. 3.000 gold. Vitality sudah belajarkah dari game yang sebelumnya bahwa mereka harus lebih menekan lagi ketika mereka pegang tempo gamenya.
Tapi belum. Sampai di late game.
Menit 14.
Kita lihat.
Menit
14.
Alarmnya tadi menit 14 soalnya. Kalau misalkan menit 14 mereka berhasil untuk memutarbalikkan apa yang terjadi di game yang keempat. Berarti game yang kelima yang benar-benar pure. Mereka itu salah di plan aja tadi ya. Di mid game, late gamenya.
Dipaksa terus. Dibikin setengah darah. Minimal Profesor Merah itu ngeluarin flicker buat defensif.
Sebagai pemain Kalea ya, dibikin bonyok kayak gitu, gak bakal berani buat inisiasi.
Oke, Profesor, tapi dilihat di depan sana. Vivian kembali lagi. Dominant Fury. Masih dapat disable stun. Vival menuju ke arah Riane. Kali ini berbeda dengan adanya dua pedang langsung tertajam ditutup oleh Bumi Eko. berhasil melakukan eksekusi. Tapi dengan ada tsunami slam dia tidak bisa diangkat karena double kill. Dengan mengisap absorb damage dia pun bertahan di dalam turret.
Ditambah ternyata kita lihat shell-nya, fokus karya mid turret outer hilang. Tidak ada trade yang begitu worth, hanya menumbalkan Vivian di game barusan dengan fight yang begitu chaotic di bottom lane. Riane down. Dan itu yang dari tadi kita tunggu-tunggu karena memang selagi Moskovnya online, selagi Moskovnya farming memang belum bisa aman gamenya.
Kalau mau aman ya tadi seperti kata Profesor. Menit 14 itu menurut kita udah terlambat karena memang kan early-nya dipegang sama Vitality. Jadi bisa kita bilang agak sedikit terlambat, tapi Chell kali ini mungkin agak lebih untung. Kenapa Win of Nature di Chell beda sama impact di Win of Nature oleh Rian.
Itu setuju banget.
Jangan lupakan.
Backline-nya dan solo kill trapping.
Oh, solo kill! Chell menunjukkan kualitas permainannya. Dengan ketenangannya, kekalahan di game sebelum ini ternyata tidak berarti apa-apa, Profesor. Dengan Fury, membuat Rian mengeluarkan sedikit taste, tapi flicker yang dia keluarkan itu mahal loh, Prof.
Itu dia bisa ditarget.
Yes.
Artemis of Blade, ada di Spare Storm, dan nanti flicker dari Vivian akan ready kembali untuk adanya gerakan dari minion Fury. Next target tentu After Lord. Tapi ingat, sebelum Lord bisa aja ada gerakan dari Vitality. 6.000 gold bahkan menuju ke 7.000. Dengan trap yang tadi dilakukan oleh Chell, ini udah menandakan bahwa dominasi terlihat jelas. 2-10. Match point di depan mata dari Vitality. Dan sekarang lihat bagaimana pressure terjadi di bagian bottom lane karena mereka tahu ini pasti farmingnya Moskov di bawah, Lordnya di atas.
Iya, bukan hanya itu aja. Jadi dorongnya sekalian berlima supaya Moskovnya macem-macem langsung teamfight.
Itu dia, bumi Eko hanya ingin zoning ternyata.
Oke, Vivian kembali lagi melakukan cover dan mereka nggak buru-buru ngajak teamfight ketika dari world manipulation. Karena mereka ingin apa, Prof? Mereka ingin turret.
Walaupun gak dapat ya, tapi nggak ada masalah. Karena mereka udah nge-trigger lumayan banyak nih. Ada reward manipulation. Bahkan kalau kita tungguin sesaat lagi mungkin Merai akan di-push lagi bawahnya. Gak dikasih ruang untuk Riane. Benar-benar di-press terus di bagian bottom lane. Top lane-nya juga didorong sama Vival. Attack defense dari Vitality. Mereka juga nggak mau melakukan attack dan attack di waktu yang bersamaan.
Dan tarik ulur.
Awareness. Ini harusnya peka banget nih dari member Vitality. Yang udah mereka lakukan udah benar.
Dipaksa retri.
Udah on track, udah dipaksa tentunya retribution-nya.
Iya.
Dan bahkan di zoning juga di bagian mid lane. Mau didapatkan untuk mid lane inner turret. Minon Fury.
Dan Fury dapat double stun. Masa ke belakang bersama dengan double softline. Tidak ada cara untuk mundur. Killan pemainnya. Dipaksa mundur ke belakang. Dan berhasil mendapatkan satu poin yang sangat mahal. Yaitu tidak adanya Casey di saat Lord muncul. Itu poin yang sangat mahal, Profesor.
Lihat konsep free Lord-nya. Mereka terus press di bagian mid.
Oh, mereka masih bola lebih. DMS tertahan, tapi lihat Bumi Eko tidak akan tinggal diam. Mencoba untuk keluar dari zona merah dan di cover oleh Cina dan juga Vivian.
Permainan dan decision free Lord mereka tahu bahwa tidak akan ada Casey, tidak akan ada pencurian untuk Lord-nya. Sehingga Vival tinggal datang ke Lord-nya sendirian. 4 lainnya akan memaksa resource yang tersedia dari Navi. Sekarang lihat perbedaan gold-nya. 10.000 gold sudah di tangan dari Vitality. Sebelum menit 14 endgame ini akan menjadi kemenangan untuk Vitality. Tapi ingat, Riane juga masih jauh banget untuk Demon Hunter Sword. Atau bahkan jangan-jangan dia kepikiran untuk bikin Win of Nature duluan.
Oke.
Dengan regular spear dan juga vampir Malate.
Mau tidak mau Profesor mungkin itu untuk bisa menyelamatkan diri dari FIFA. Tapi tidak menyelamatkan diri.
Enggak. Masih Demon Hunter Sword.
Masih Demon Hunter Sword?
Masih Demon Hunter Sword. Dan let's see. Dengan adanya minion Fury, tapi tidak ada flicker, apakah bisa untuk mendapatkan 3 base turret?
Oke, kita lihat di tengahnya terlebih dahulu, Profesor.
Ini dia, mid lane akan coba body charge dengan Lord. Sambil menunggu, pinch points.
Reward manipulation, triple bomb sini, menjadi trigger dan Fury! Berhasil mendapatkan double stun, sudah selain dikeluarkan berikan Bumi Eko. Masih bertahan, fokus ke Messi, tidak peduli. Dan Chell berhasil menutup match point for Vitality!
Momen untuk tim Vitality, perfect game yang mereka hadirkan. Mereka membalas game yang sebelumnya, game keempat. Mereka nggak takut sekarang. Mau Palmon, mau Moskov, siapapun itu, semuanya dilibas oleh oleh tim Vitality. Dari awal hingga akhir tak ada celah yang bisa dimanfaatkan oleh tim Navi. Dan permainan perfect dari tim Vitality menunjukkan kualitas mereka di game kelima.
Aku suka banget mentalnya Bude. Mentalnya nggak cuma di player, di coach juga.
Yes.
Mereka menunjukkan, ya ini, Link emang bisa.
Gue bisa juga.
Gue bisa
lawan
juga.
Moskow.
Bener, dan di game tadi itu emang bener-bener game kepleset Bude. Pure game kepleset.
Yep.
Dari draftingannya lagi-lagi diperbaiki dan sekarang bahkan lebih mulus lagi perjalanannya. Tapi shout out untuk Vivian, ini riset yang luar biasa. Individual mistake yang dilakukan Fumieko, Vivian di game yang keempat, ini dijawab dan dibayar lunas di game yang kelima.
Yes, dan bahkan lihat Cel, fokus banget.
Fokus.
Targetnya adalah tujuan utama mereka menang, bukan point kill. Jadi dia dapetin best dengan cepat, udah fokus.
Cepet banget, ini game tercepat kayaknya di grand final kita.
Iya.
11 menit dan
11 menit.
ngasih poin kill yang
nggak berasa 11 menit ya.
Udah tiba-tiba di sini aja
karena
kalian.
sebelumnya 28 menit tadi kan.
Yes, 16.
Anggap aja scrim kita itu Ji, anggap aja scrim kita itu adalah 7 match best of 3, aman aja.
Ya, aman aja.
Scrim
aman
kita
aja.
kan.
Scrim kita best of 7 ya.
Best of 3, 7 match.
Oke.
Itu kan scrim kita maksudnya.
Udah ya.
Latihan Bude, latihan untuk ya
7-0.
series yang panjang.
Tapi sedih Bude, kali ini kita nggak bisa bantai-bantai caster luar. Biasa kita bantai-bantai caster luar.
Biasa kan.
Oh itu scrim beneran guys. Itu scrim beneran Bude.
Beneran.
Beneran tanding Bude, buset.
Udah kelar acara tuh pada tanding semua.
Paling semangat kita.
EWC adalah tempat untuk para caster unjuk gigi.
Caster lawan caster.
Bude, baksi aku yang Bude bilang nyebelin itu cuma 1 game Bude, habis itu gak pernah muncul lagi Bude.
Band sama teman-temanmu.
Di band terus sama Filipina.
Oh gue, respect.
Dan tentunya ini juga harus respect untuk Big Vitality.
Betul Bude.
Vitality, mereka pada akhirnya ngebuat gamenya begitu indah. Dari Cel yang menangin lane terus.
Cel solo kill mulu.
Bude ini 5 game ya, Cel nggak kalah lane loh 1 game pun.
Nggak kalah lane.
Itu loh.
Walaupun kita bilang pondasinya itu ke arah Shin dan the making player-nya ke arah Fumieko, ya tapi Cel di laning buset dah. Perkasa sekali beliau.
Benar.
Beliau ini mengerikan sekali.
Ngerinya gimana Ji?
Ngeri banget Bude. Ngeri banget. Kacau balau.
Kacau.
Nadanya udah ganti lagi Bude.
Kacau balau.
Disuruh langit juga bingung.
Iya, bisa kan ngeri banget gitu kan dia. Biasanya.
Ngeri banget kali ini Bude. Kacau balau.
Siapapun lawan, hero lawan apapun dia berani banget dan selalu bisa.
Actually itu udah ditunjukkan dari yang tadi sempat kita lihat ya. Bahkan Cloud lawan Kari yang biasanya mungkin Cloud lebih diuntungkan karena ada Art of Thievery. Terus dia lebih gampang buat ngambil lifesteal dan spell fam. Tapi ternyata masih dipukulin juga pakai Kari.
Karena biasanya kalau gue biasanya ngelihat ketika Cloud itu kalah sama Kari, Cloudnya itu terlalu nafsu. Jadi dia adu pukul. Cloud nggak boleh adu pukul sama Kari.
Atau biasanya BMI-nya asal buang kan.
Itu oke.
Dia ke depan
itu
gitu kan.
Mistake gede banget. Tapi kalau dia terima adu pukul. Nggak boleh terima adu pukul. Bolehnya kita ngeluarin Art of Thievery, Karinya nggak bisa nyerang kita.
Benar, atau nggak bisa ngejar karena kan kena efek slow.
Ya pokoknya intinya cuma boleh satu sisi, cuma Cloud doang yang boleh ngedeal damage. Dan itu juga pakai Art of Thievery, nggak boleh basic karena basicnya dia nyampe. Kalau dia basic, Karinya mukul juga Bude.
Jadi kalau ditranslate Bude, intinya Cloud itu bisa menangin jarak, tapi kalau udah adu pukul berarti Cloudnya bakal kalah sama Kari. Pasti kalah.
Dari tadi gue liatin Cloudnya berani adu pukul. Sama si Cel.
Dan dimanfaatkan oleh Cel. Dan oke. Dari momen-momen yang ada juga kita lihat ya. Ini game yang cepat banget. Minotaur. Wah. Dia tahu kapan masuknya, kapan keluarnya.
Itu namanya adalah Vivian Fury.
Vivian Fury.
Vivian Fury.
Ngamuk dia Bude.
Siapapun dihantam. Loncat ya, bukan hantam lagi ya.
Diajak knock up airborne semuanya Bude.
Iya.
Makanya dia tuh ngelihat Eve dikit nih, dia loncatin. Dia ngeliat ada Moskow abis walk, dia loncatin. Gak ragu dia emang.
Pokoknya abis walk pakai flicker ya. Biar menghindarin, mau nggak? Kalau nggak kelar.
Iya. Susah sih emang susah. Dan aku merasa di sini lagi-lagi ya pick dari Esmeralda nih emang benar-benar pick yang lumayan nyaman jatuhnya. Walaupun tadi kita bisa bilang ya kalau misalkan udah punya si Halbert kan Cici ngelemparin Yoyo ke Esmeralda gampang. Cuma ternyata dibantah karena emang gankingnya nggak harus melulu ke gold lane untuk assassin. Kalau emang XP-nya bisa di-gank, ya udah gank XP aja.
Ya betul sekali.
Gengnya XP, Not Ayanami juga nggak bisa berbuat banyak.
Sepakat.
Tapi semuanya sih, tim Navi pincang banget di sini.
Betul.
Gak ada yang bisa survive, gak ada yang bisa ngegendong juga, gak ada yang bisa jadi batu tumpuan di sini. Karena dari segi turtle yang udah kita bahas, Balmon kalau udah nggak ngedapetin turtle ya wassalam. Dan ini 3 turtle diambil sama Vival.
Aku ngerasa itu kayak balik lagi ya, yang tadi sempat kita bilang bahwa itu bukan keberuntungan ternyata di game yang keempat tuh bukan kayak asal ini Link dapet turtle atas Balmon ya ini beruntung kayaknya deh gara-gara dapetin timing apa segala macam. Diulang lagi di game yang kelima Bude. Emang berarti konsep bermainnya udah dapat main Link.
Iya benar. Apa nih?
Apa Uji?
Wah, ada lebah yang akan mendapatkan juara MWI.
Bunyinya
gitu kan bunyi lebah.
Bukan dong. No, karena kameranya
langsung
jauh
di zoom out tau nggak?
Ada siapa di sini?
Ada Viva.
Wah ini gila pemain Link kita nih. Lihat total killnya tuh 8 balik.
Itu total assist juga lumayan imbang loh. Ibaratnya dia untuk ngomongin main assassin on point, ngomongin tank jungle juga hayu.
Oh iya tuh lihat tuh.
Udah kelar. Udah. Berarti itu
udah turun tadi.
Kill dikantongin. Tapi tadi bener-bener kayak wow, bener-bener nggak ada celahnya ya tim Vitality. Nggak ada.
Celahnya.
Nggak ada kan?
Aku merasa celahnya bakal kalau dari game pertama kelihatan, tapi pas game kedua Bude, aku merasa ya celahnya tuh gara-gara tim Vitality-nya sendiri. Kalau tim Vitality-nya bes nah kayak gitu.
Susah
ya? Bes-besnya begitu tuh. Nah, coba kalau tim Vitality-nya salah sendiri. Bakal ketangkep dia. Begitu teman-teman gambarannya. Iya, yang paling ideal emang bermainlah dengan konsep permainan sendiri, jangan sampai ada mistake.
Jadi tadi sebenarnya
kayak lebah nggak gitu bang.
Resep ya.
Bes gitu loh.
Apa sih bes gitu bang? Lebah begitu.
BZZ itu.
Iya. Kayak gini nih. Dia tuh misalkan dari jauh nih, kan nggak kedengeran.
Bukan gitu. Gitu nggak sih?
Itu jatuhnya motor depan komplek mas.
Itu kamu kalau lewat.
Coba guys, gimana sih bunyi laler? Gue jadi penasaran.
Bes.
Lebah.
Sorry.
Sekatan lebah.
Lebah apa tawon?
Coba.
Lebah dong.
Bi.
Kan bi.
Gimana sih nih? Jadi kita salah begini.
Dan
coba guys.
Kan, sebelum kita melanjutkan gamenya, kita bakal ngeliat yang satu ini dulu. Sabar.
We were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya, tapi ini baru permulaan.
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2. We need the win.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pagkabutok ang pinakamahirap. Ang corona ang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring it to Paris and finish it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire. Once champions, not settling for podium finishes. World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been made, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step on to the world stage. Some carry the ambitions to continents. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back. Kali ini, sekali lagi.
Bulan atau tidak,
Pareho lang ang chance namin.
no one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Bukan aku kalau bisa.
2 champions, 1 game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right.
Dan momen yang mendebarkan akan kita saksikan bersama-sama, bagaimana tidak. Match point untuk tim Vitality. Mereka tinggal satu langkah lagi untuk mendapatkan title back-to-back champion. Satu trofi yang sudah mereka curi-curi pandang, yang sudah mereka dapatkan, namun ingin mereka kantongi kembali. Sedangkan tim Navi, mereka masih harus berjuang untuk bertahan mungkin, karena ini adalah match point. Jadi mereka udah ketinggalan 2. Best of 7 series terasa begitu menegangkan karena ini adalah pertemuan antara the former champions versus the defending champions. Game penentuankah?
Wah.
Waduh.
Kita berharapnya emang selesai di sini, Bude.
Waduh.
Karena udah match point.
Harusnya ya.
Karena udah game ke-6 nih. Udah lagi-lagi tegang-tegangnya sebenarnya karena emang habis dapetin kemenangan, boost mental pasti naik. Kalau kita ngomongin mistake, itu zero mistake di game yang kelima. Pure gameplay yang indah banget ditunjukkan dengan tim Vitality.
Ya.
Kalau kata viewers kan Oji Ireng. Menurut sudut pandang Oji Ireng harusnya sih selesai di sini, Bude.
Iya, Oji.
Harusnya ya.
Harusnya ya.
Padahal Oji dibalik hijau loh.
Iya. Kalau Oji hijau apa?
Oji hijau.
Laler. Oh itu tadi suaramu tadi tuh.
Udah keluarin unek-uneknya nih.
Enggak, kita harus bes bersama untuk tim Vitality. Semangat bes. Kawanan bes.
Masih nggak nyampe.
Kita bersatu padu untuk mencari tahun ini Flying Cloud lagi untuk map mereka.
Ya, jadi emang paling amannya buat laning sih, Bude. Dan Kari langsung diamankan. Udah pede, Bude, begini mah.
Ini mau udah pede, Bude. Tuh, ada tulisannya, Bude, lihat Kak. Title Defender.
Ada Cloud-nya.
Iya.
Makanya di divisi lain juga sama, Bude. Jadi yang tahun lalu menang, dia ada logonya juga dan lebih spesial.
Totem mereka yang harus mereka jaga hingga akhir karena semua tim lain yang kalah dihancurkan. Dan nanti dipilih buat
Fondasi.
Sakit
itu
hati.
Dia. Alah, sakit hati deh. Logonya
Cendera
buat
mata,
fondasi. Iya ya, bayangin ya, cendera matanya fondasi.
Makanya.
Fondasi piala.
Wih.
Atlas Granger. Wait.
Cepet banget langsung kebuka.
Coach Cassius. Valen dong.
It's time.
Harusnya nggak sih?
It's time nggak sih?
Enak nih. Tapi respect juga nih,
Valen
King Salman, mereka nge-ban hero-hero yang kayak oke. Nggak boleh dikasih lagi Bumiko dengan Esmeraldanya.
Nah, tapi masih ada satu lagi, Bude, yang sebenarnya lumayan powerful.
Arlot
atau Pakito.
Pakito jago.
Itu dia. Pulheranya banyak. Makanya kan kalau Bude nanya tadi sebelum game 1, apa development dari Vitality? Menurutku full hero dibanding 2024 ya. Setelah pertemuan terakhir mereka. Tapi kalau ngomongin Navi, individual play-nya yang beda.
Wah, oke. Punya karakter development yang berbeda dari dua tim ini, tapi
Lingco. Mereka bahkan nggak langsung ke Valen, Bude.
No.
Ini udah pede banget berarti sama linknya.
Dan mereka udah pede banget untuk apa yang mau dia mainin.
Ya, pick off ya. Pick off The Way of Dragon, di belakangnya ada Kari, sambutan umpan lambung.
Langsung das.
Tumbang pasti kalau udah menit 9-an itu, Bude. Apalagi kalau lagi leading ya keadaannya ya. Ini apalagi dengan adanya band Esmeralda, ini malah ngebuat Navinya yang sedikit dirugikan. Karena menurutku, Bude, kalau di sini tadinya pick ketiganya Esmeralda, entah kenapa Navi picknya jadi lebih ideal. Depannya ada first man-nya Esmeralda, tapi karena sekarang Freya.
Wah, ini Freya.
Ini menurutku nantinya kalau tiba-tiba ada satu hero yang nggak di-ban sama Navi, ini Vitality akan sangat-sangat superior, Bude.
Lagi nih Freya.
Obvious depan Freya, depan Granger, depan Anas.
Ngesot semua tuh.
Loncat.
Iya, loncat pasti dia, Bude.
Di loncat, Popheus di loncat gitu.
Lompat indah dari Popheus.
Itu bakal jadi gamenya Fumi sebenarnya. Kalau misalkan emang tidak termasuk ke dalam banning phase ya untuk Popheus.
Ya, masih sisa banyak banget sih sebenarnya. Dan kalau ngebahas dari tim Vitality masih ngotot dengan Kari, Link. Tadi udah perfect banget gamenya. Tapi apa yang mungkin harus mereka perhatikan nih untuk bisa jadi game terakhir mereka juga ini nih?
Tempo early-nya, Bude, jangan dikendorin.
Jangan sampai lepas.
Iya, karena mereka lagi pegang tempo nih. Mereka lagi pede nih. Ibaratnya mau turtle menit 3, menit 4 mereka bakal gas terus.
Tapi satu hal Bude, jangan sembarangan untuk tidak melakukan respect terhadap Freya di early game. Karena mereka kan nggak punya anti regen, itu poinnya.
Nah makanya, ayo kita anggap di sini King Salman, dengarkan asumsi saya. Anda akan melupakan ada hero namanya Povius. King Salman.
Jadi Povius
lagi.
Nah saya juga pengen kayak Ranger Emas dong.
Iya dong.
Iya,
jadi
ini namanya.
mentalis juga.
Iya, kekuatan telekinesis.
Yang ada kena mental lah.
Saya jatuhnya begitu Bude. Lilia Ben, oke. Emang lagi-lagi ya, mid laner yang mungkin bisa dihindari dengan adanya Purify, Black Shoes juga, jadi menyulitkan target dari Vivian kayaknya di ban aja.
Ya, mengeliminasi hero-hero mid lane dari tim Vitality karena berpikir mereka harus menangin mid-nya juga, trio mid. Poveus di ban, Be.
Gak nyampe ternyata sinyalnya.
Gimana sih, Be?
Ya kan?
Aduh.
Ya kan harusnya salah ya. Harusnya gue ngomongnya walang pove.
Dia nggak ngerti bahasa lo.
Ngerti ya? Aduh salah gue.
Lu mau hipnotis orang tapi gimana ya orang yang nggak ngerti bahasa lo.
Walang pove. Gak ada pove.
Iya,
salah ternyata.
Rian.
Pantes tadi Oji
nyampe,
kompak.
masalahnya di Paris.
Kalau gue kan pakai bahasa Indonesia kecel-cel, bangun dia.
Wah.
Iya, salah. Harusnya tadi saya gunakan Tagalog saya.
Bukan
Salman. Walang pove.
Bini lo udah sampai.
Ya udah dari tadi, iya. Walang pove sobrang combo.
Bini lo tuh ngeliatin lo deh.
Gak apa-apa.
Udah pusing kayak ngeliatin lo dia tuh.
Lah, yang pusing sekarang tim Navi.
Oh, iya.
Harus belajar.
Iya,
Itu dia. Alice Ben juga. Walang pove. Zuxin. Ini Zuxin juga merupakan salah satu hero yang menurutku udah mulai terlupakan Bude. Karena terakhir tim fighter itu udah bener-bener skip banget untuk Zuxin. Karena mereka terakhir pakai Zuxin bener-bener gak ada damage.
Tapi mereka
dan jaraknya juga
di momen ini di match point.
Ya berarti emang harus melihat bagaimana last pick dari junglernya yang kemungkinan besar kalau dari yang aku lihat adalah Guinevere Bude.
Gwyn.
Karena Gwyn sama Zuxin itu yang paling bisa combo bareng sama Atlas.
Wah, dar banget tuh. Enak banget kalau kena.
Masalahnya jarak dari Zuxin aja udah kena nerf. Terisla.
Wah.
Emang hero badan ya karena
AOE dibalas AOE.
Terisla ini merupakan salah satu hero yang paling bisa solo tank kalau emang bawain Chow dan juga assassin di jungler Bude. Paling nyaman.
Yes. Dengan kepalaku sakit.
Kepalaku.
Valir
good pill di sini karena lawannya adalah Atlas dan juga Zuxin yang harus kena nerf. Jangan lupa. Zuxin jaraknya dikurangin untuk dia mengambil poke damage dengan menggunakan center yang dia punya.
Oke.
Makanya ini burst fireball akan sangat-sangat mudah untuk jaraknya dimenangkan dari Valir.
Oke, tapi satu hal yang mungkin dipertanyakan dengan adanya Akai tersebut, ini mungkin harus agak mulai dipertimbangkan. Kenapa? Ini malah jadi blunder bisa untuk Navinya sendiri loh, Be.
Ya, karena bisa jadi hard game Bude kalau misalkan kita ngomongin soal early game yang gagal. Dan bertumpu sekali kepada Freya, ini no damage untuk di mid game. Ini bener-bener mengandalkan Freya dan juga Granger, alias trio midnya nggak boleh kalah. Karena kalau trio midnya kalah, udah pasti bakal susah banget nge-damage-nya nanti.
Berarti angin segar untuk tim Vitality.
Lumayan.
Mereka kuat banget dari early game di game-game sebelumnya dan sekarang pun advantage ada di tim Vitality di early game.
Itu dia, karena adanya Valir juga.
Wow, oke, so are you ready guys? Ini adalah match point untuk tim Vitality. Timnas Bumi semangat karena ini adalah Grand Final Best of 7. Tim Vitality dan juga Navi match point.
Alright, mampukah tim
Yaelah, popring lagi cowok. Track. WC deh.
I was a little surprised it took him this long to finally get that Freya back, but at the same time, we've seen the back and forth and the many different strategies that have been utilized. This one feels comfortable to Na'Vi, and I want to see how much this comfort is going to make the difference, because Vitality, even in the early stages of the game, they're still pretty dangerous.
And all comes down to, I think, Viva on the Ling. It's something that we've been talking about a couple of times, right? Viva, on utility or on assassins. Which one do you like better? Me personally, I'm always assassin for Viva. And so far on the Ling, she's been fantastic. The Nolan as well. And so far in this game, against an Akai, it's looking okay. But it comes down to that first turtle. If you're able to take it away from the Akai, if you're able to snatch away some more of these jungle creeps,
bisa.
I think we're in for a very similar lead that we saw from last game.
Well, let's take it one step back here, because this is not the only different Ling setup that we've seen. Sometimes they skip first turtle and decide to go instantly for the invade on the opposite side of the map. But really, who can really say what a strong side, weak side anymore? Most of these matchups pretty difficult and skill-based. I would say the EXP makes the most amount of sense for Fumiko to actually be on the losing end, but overall, that's only because of the emblem setup.
So let's see it. Na'Vi, obviously the ones first onto the turtle. This composition is built around neutral objectives. Fumieko's not even for Ayanami is captured in this XP. Vitality, no entrance to this turtle. They contain a whole lot of damage already. Cindy trying to go and provide some focus. Mizzle's waiting in the bush right now. Oh, she steals it away from Keishi. Headbutt at the Tempest of Blades now. Keishi's caught in the flames of Cindy. Now the stun as well. Ayanami with first blood under. Navi's been baited out as Chell has already rotated from the gold lane.
Wow. Well, this is chaos. Let's go down to the bottom side. Hey, not Ayanami, casually 2v1ing two people at once in the middle of that fight and even finding that first blood. But now, with no means out, honestly, it might have cost her the entire laning phase now.
And it's just as we said, just as we assumed. If Vivo can somehow get a lead at the start of the game, this is going to be very dangerous, because it seems like Na'Vi, yes, they have Ayanami, but the main guy who they're looking to snowball in this game is Rihanna the Granger, and she's brought Purify. So that means the Ling's going to have a plenty of good space to dash around and outmaneuver the Granger.
We'll see how long they can be able to do that here. I think Na'Vi, they're not completely out of this just yet, but Chell has consistently beaten Rian in lane. It's outside the lane where things get a little dicey, and because of that, Vitality walk into enemy territory and they have an amazing read on the jungle path that Na'Vi have. Now it's oppression from this point onwards.
And that's the clear speed diff. Something that we brought up a couple of times after the patch for the utility jungles, the Fredrin, the Boxes, and the Akai, but in the group stage, even through the knockout stage, we've seen the Akai still get their hands on neutral objectives. That's the thing. Now that it's taken away from him, you can really see that gap for the Assassin in terms of clear, in terms of mobility. She's able to get into the purple buff, getting out of there as well, without using ultimate, without using any of that.
I mean, Ling is just one of those heroes that's really hard to kind of like, to balance out because of how much is in that kit. It's just universally good. And now as they contest for the space at this stage of the game, for Vival, it's a pretty straightforward answer. All I gotta do is keep on stealing these camps and cleaning up bad trades across the map, and this game should be in the bag before I know it.
Na'Vi hold control over it, but Vival has a 2-level lead, so it comes down to the red tree battle again. Vivian gonna provide some poke right now as Mimi Echoes trying to zone Ayanami. It's Keishi holding on to the neutral objective. Vivian goes for the kick, but baits out the heavy spin. Now it's Vival leaving it open, it goes in again, and the rinse up the red tree. Mirage playing the links around Vival, she's gonna be able to dive in with the Fine Blade. Tempest of Blaze now knocking him off, and it's all the Blaze picked up by Vival.
They have to kite together, unfortunately. Not Ayanami can only do so much now that the rest of her backline is already out. Rain as the anchor again. They have to understand who is the anchor of the composition. If you're not playing around your anchor and you're splitting away from them, I get it if it's a Tempest of Blades. I get it if it's a Fatal Links. But if not, why not? And I think that Ayanami at this point needs to communicate to the rest of the team, look, I'm the only one who has the lead right now. If you want Rian to get these kills, we have to play traditional front to back.
Good escape for Ayanami. They will have to do that, but it's so scattered. The way Na'Vi want this fight to be is you're front to back. Vitality are attacking from angles that Na'Vi are just not expecting. And it's really difficult for Rian to land those shots.
I mean, I think what's worse is that now that they don't have to worry about their mid laner not having, well, inbuilt Purify, they have access to Flicker. It becomes that much more difficult, right? And not only do I have to get rid of your battle spell, but I also have to get rid of your ult on top of that. It's just a consistent level of problems that Na'Vi can't force out all at once, but over a period of time. In terms of the gold so far, Ling coming up big at 1,000 gold so far, and that's already pretty good. Again, you can see that even Vivian just man-to-man defense, making sure that they have plenty of information on what's going on. Giving up the waves, and Rian should die here, but doesn't get that last auto attack down. We see that Mirai, they want to, but they back away.
I can't believe it. that amount of damage at 6 minutes for a carry with just 1 assist.
I was questioning it as well. I was thinking that maybe the Rian would be able to get out or at least create enough distance, but I think just too many procs, right? Too many triggers, that passive.
And you have to take a look at Vivo. She's been having a nasty game of farm simulator right now. I mean, she's taking away the bot wave, the mid wave as well. It's double aiding, but on the jungle. She's gonna go to the bottom lane now. Now V set their sights on the turtle, and it seems like Vitality don't care.
Can they drag this out? I mean, City still hasn't used the Searing Horn just yet. They don't mind. Have the second one. We're gonna walk away from this. We want to make sure that at least Vivil's in a disgustingly good position.
2-level advantage. Purple buff about to come back up here on the other side for Na'Vi. It is finally their first neutral objective of the game. And in the bottom lane, it's just Vivo clearing out, trying to get those items, trying to get enough gold to assassinate these backliners, mainly Rian on the Granger.
And I think they're going to get very close to doing so here, as Vival is already in a really good position overall. Despite the score being 2-2, a majority of that lead is in her hands, in her bank, in a matter of fact, as Keishi slowly falls behind. This should turn that 3-level lead that Vival has back down into a 2, but a play being forced by Vival on forward from Vivian. She gets punished, Ray pulls her back.
Bumi next to the chopping block right now with the Crimson Beacon and a heavy spin. She gets the penalty zone, but not lifted up. A bit of the heavy spin helping her out as well. Riyadh finally gets on board with a first stack of the Sky Piercer, all of them low. Vival nowhere to be seen, just going to go for the safe turret down below.
Definitely think she could have picked up the kills there, but again, don't want to risk the shutdown overall. Let's look at the gold distribution overall, and it looks like, yeah, a lot of it come, not only half of them coming from the minions, a large chunk coming in from the jungle creeps itself. The passive goal is going to be dedicated to be the same, but I mean, with 2 kills already, 400 gold in the bank, it's going to be pretty difficult for Keishi to actually catch back up because he does not want, she does not want the kills. Oh wait, play, flicker, coming out of range, no way of the dragon now. Oh my god, that damage.
Vival knows there's no way for Rian to escape even with the Purify. That's the killing spree for Vival. Rian unable to escape.
I mean, there's nothing that she can do about it, right? If you have Flicker, you die anyways. You have that Purify despite the way of the dragon. You can reposition, I suppose, but not when 2 people are attacking you. At least not Ayanami was able to get the tier 1 down bottom side before this Lord spawn actually occurs. If you notice, you see that Shell is actually hovering around that top side. She doesn't see anybody. She's going to steal away the orange buff and maybe even farm another wave up top side.
Oh my god, it just built up frustration. First it was the purple buff taken by Vivo, now it's the orange buff taken by Chelsea. Deals with the wave up top, trying to build that slow push. And at the end of the day right now, Na'Vi are still going to have to play that front to back. They're going to have to play for Mrs. President, who's Rian right now, like Vivian. Opening up, wave up top, already shoved in by Vitality.
I think you mean Madam President at that point, but
Madame.
I think at this stage, yeah, they don't really need this Lord. They can start taking away turrets kind of for free. Freya shows topside, and I think it's pretty free for Vitality. Whatever you want, you can take.
That's the Lord secured by Vitality. Penalty zone by Bumi. As Vivo just waiting for the heavy spin. She's such a patient killer.
Yeah, they haven't lost too much composure.
At
now,
9 minutes?
Yeah, endless battle. Wait, Zipper, pull up the item list real quick. Is that second item or third item? I'm pretty sure it's third.
It's third.
Dang, that is fast. That is so fast. And now, usually you would expect at least towards, like, you know, 10 minutes of the game, a couple of components, a Haskell on top of the Berserker's Fury, but now that he's got both, and triple items for Chell as well, like, this game is starting to look pretty good for Vitality if they want to hold up that trophy.
3,000 gold lead. Now add a bit more spice. It's an Ice Queen 1 against Na'Vi's composition. It was already... I mean, this Valir is already a big problem for them. Now you add that slow.
It's going to be difficult for Mirai or not Ayanami. I think the only way is if not Ayanami and Mirai come in from 2 separate angles. Worst comes to worst, you got to at least sacrifice the heavy spin. Now, they're just dealing with the waves. One by one, they're going to cut it down. Even Rain getting Ice Queen 1 for herself at this stage, but they can't walk out of their base comfortably. And the oppression from Vitality is going to make sure that, hey, this lead, this simple 3K lead is slowly going to develop into roughly, I would give 7 to 8K, depending on whether or not they find another fight.
Shout out to chat, pointed it out. I just read it out, but Vivo got level 15 at 950 on the dot. Massive gold advantage An even bigger XP advantage. Keishi's 3 whole levels down.
This is a dangerous game to be around here. And Na'Vi, they haven't been too proactive on the map. They've been waiting for the protocols, and worse yet, they have no real answer to Vival because they can't force anything out of her. They have to attack other members and force Vival to come to them, and even then, might not be enough resources. That big snowball we were hoping for Rian on that Sky Piercer has not come into fruition. And yet, we are still hoping that not Ayanami can somehow clutch a fight somewhere, somehow get him low, and let Rian finish them off. I'm just worried whether or not Keishi will be able to withstand the raw damage, not only from Just City, but Chell, because she is clutching these fights.
And the fact that Rian, the only Sky Piercer stack she got, it was instantly cut down by Vival. I mean, Vival's having a fantastic series, another fantastic game here on Ling. Really seems like she wants that finals MVP as well. She's able to close it out. Last time she got it was MWI 2022, the very first one.
There's one hell of an argument to be made here, honestly. But considering the team lineups, it makes so much sense. And even then, when we look at the item list so far, it's only going to get worse. Nearly done with the BOD as well. If this game could not be more brutal to show how undisputedly good Vitality is, Na'Vi, we need to hear that answer sooner or later because this Lord could be a make it or break it already.
And look at this. In the previous games, they've had a Moskov to deal with the wave up top, but now they have a composition that is built for pure team fights. A composition that needed the neutral objectives. Fatal Links lands, but it's only onto Bumi. Not a penalty zone. Gets a Purify out, and that should be everybody going in. Bumi taking low, able to break around and safety. Vivian gets the win, dragging out the Vival. We're attempting to play Simon straight. It's a double. It's a triple. And it's a maniac for Vival.
Come on. Just keep on fighting. Keep on fighting and give us what we are looking for. As they are looking for the inhibitor first. They've got the wave. Rain, it's all up to you.
11-minute game for match point. Now in 13 minutes with no Crimson Beacon, Rain's gonna be shredded to pieces. We're better to defend a kingdom than upon its own sacred ground. Paris belongs to the Golden Hornets tonight. The nightmare of 2024 has finally been laid to rest. Empires rise, rivals return, but Team Vitality are your undisputed back-to-back champions!
What an amazing game! What an amazing experience! MWI, the storylines that we were all hoping for has built up to this very moment. Once again, congratulations to Team Vitality, but the heartbreak for Na'Vi, a grueling series. There's so much to be earned. We're throwing it over to our stage host to wrap it up. Thank you so much. It's me and Miracle on the desk, signing out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we officially have, of course, our tradition, our key handoff. Here comes our champions, Team Vitality. Of course, showing amazing sportsmanship. As Na'Vi waits here next to the trophy, an incredible showing from Na'Vi. And the Vitality fans are absolutely electric.
Philippines, you fought valiantly, but your journey ends here.
Yo, great performance. Great job. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take things over to the Key Crusher. Team Vitality, your back-to-back MWI champions. And now, of course, they have to complete the tradition, which is of course what we do right here at EWC as they crush their foes key and of course right their wrongs from 2024.
That's absolutely right. And of course, in the midst of the hive, who is currently buzzing right now, the foes that has taken them down in 2024, and their keys now crushed on the home turf right here in France. This is the perfect ending. The Team Vitality's reign.
Congratulations. Oh my goodness. You actually could join us up there on the stage so that you can grab your trophy with the rest of your team. Team Vitality, dominant, inevitable, unstoppable.
Team Vitality, claim what is rightfully yours. Let's go, our champions of MWI 2026, Team Vitality.
Oh, mantap.
Oh, no.
They were challenged in every single way. 16 teams landed here in France with a target so huge on their backs, having to defend their throne here on the home ground of France. But with the hive buzzing in support of their queens, they have successfully defended their throne, making it our back-to-back champions here at MWI 2026.
What an unbelievable performance, and we see the emotion on everyone's faces.
Shell, I want to hear from you. I've been missing you. You're so emotional right now. What does this mean for you? What does this win mean for you? I'm tongue-tied as well.
I don't even know why I'm this emotional right now.
You guys are probably getting used to winning. You know, why is this win so special?
I don't know, because I think I saw how hard my team works, and I think we really deserve this victory.
You were challenged, but you prevailed.
Shell, of course we know back in 2024 at MWI, you go up against Team Navi, and they actually were able to defeat you. Here, you right that wrong. You are back-to-back MWI champions. How does it feel to have overcome that obstacle?
I'm really, really happy, and I guess I just want to say to them that if you guys really want to win this time, not a chance.
Oh my goodness!
And now, Vivian, I have a question for you, please. This way. Before we started, I'm pretty sure that you have seen EWC posters everywhere. And your face is among the GOATs, alongside kings that have reigned titles here at EWC. Seeing your face there and extending that reign, what do you have to say to that young Vivian that started playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang? Can I have someone on the team to help translate? You can say it in Bahasa.
I want to say, welcome back, bro, to my dream again! Welcome back! This is your nightmare, bro!
Absolutely love this energy, ladies and gentlemen. Now, of course, before we send things off, we have to make sure that we announce our finals MVP, who is none other than the one and only Viva!
The queen of the jungle. This isn't her first rodeo. She has gotten MVP in 2022. And it is about time, here on home ground, the queen of the jungle gets recognized for finals MVP. I'm gonna come this way. Let's check in. Viva, was 2022, a long time coming. How does it feel here in the midst, of home ground, Team Vitality, supporting you guys and you clutching that FMVP award here in your arms?
MVP!
I'm really happy with this award and the result of this year's MWI together with my team, and especially this year's MWI is held in Paris, which is the home ground of Team Vitality. And we dedicate this win to everyone, to our fans as well, and yeah, it was a blast.
So, do you accept this title along with this FMVP,
Queen of the Jungle? Okay, I accept.
rightfully so?
Now, Viva, of course, again, you win yet another Finals MVP. You guys won MWI back-to-back. How does this year's victory compare to the last?
This year's win is very special because it's held in Paris. It's our home ground, so we did our best to get back-to-back for them too.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to blow the roof off of this place. You just saw such an amazing display. Please show some love to our queens of MLBB, Team Vitality! Team Vitality, please go ahead and etch your names in history. Walk on over to the totem.
Take your walk of victory now as the official queens of MWI 2026.
Oh, mantap ya. Lagi pipin.
Vitality, an unbelievable sight. The home team wins the championship. And now the march to the totem begins with the trophy. The mother of tanks, Vivian, leading the charge. Vival, the queen of the jungle. Sony MVP. Not only here in 2026, but also back in 2022 for the very first MWI. What a moment this is. What a celebration for the team of Vitality. Questions were raised. Is this roster really what they used to be? Can they go back to back? Well, the answer is clear. Yes, they can. They are your champions of MWI 2026.
I gotta say, I love this parade, man, because Vivian, not only has she won here, she wants all the stages here to know who is the winner of MWI. Look at the energy that she has. It doesn't look like she just went 6 games.
It's like a marching band.
It wasn't enough to see her face plastered all over Riyadh. She needs everyone to know here in Paris, France as well. Amazing energy from Vivian, and I gotta say, so well deserved for every single player on the team.
CIO Danny Ingles also behind as well. The march begins, and I gotta ask you two a question. Is this a dynasty roster?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Even if they didn't pick up this trophy, I think they've already cemented that. You think about MLBB, women's, all you can think about is this entire roster of just very talented young women, ladies, queens, whatever you want to call it. They are amazing in their own right, and they really, really did have a huge statement today, especially after all the doubt when they lost 2 years ago at MWI against the very same team.
the way that they conquered the MLBB scene. If you touched the game for like 2 weeks, you would have heard about Team Vitality, especially this roster, because again, year by year, they do it again and again and again. You can't escape them, because again, Riyadh, Vivian's face is all over the place now in Paris as well. I gotta say, man, they are definitely the best women's team we've ever had in MWI.
Representing their region. So much pride. Indonesia has to be so proud of them. Came in with the regional battle. Which region was the best? Well, for the MWI, it is undisputably Indonesia with Team Vitality again. It warms my heart. Flexing on the competition. This team has already achieved greatness, and they continue to do so year in and year out. When will they be stopped? Well, not this year. Not this year whatsoever. The totem starting to get close. They round the corner, and this is, we're just moments away where they will then etch their names into the history books once again onto the totem for the Esports World Cup. They placed the trophy down. That is theirs. Hard-earned in back-to-back years. And as you see, the totem area starts to light up as they go forward. I do wonder what is going through their mind. Obviously, they said, welcome to my dream. And for the competitors, welcome to my nightmare. And this is where reality sits. This is where it hits home. They start to go forward. They will be lifted up, and they will put their names onto the totem. Such a beautiful moment.
And this is theirs. This was another moment that they claimed that this is theirs. This time around, Fumi Echo will be the one to place that key onto the wall with the help of everyone, as they are the undisputed, they are the inevitable, they are Team Vitality.
Mantap. Mantap, Cok. Akhirnya coy, bilang iya, pemain banget nih. Tadi udah juara, hari ini untuk premium baik buat cewek. Ya, kalau kita lihat selanjutnya yaitu nanti tanggal 22 Juli ya, MWC pakai laki-laki. Masih pakai laki-laki itu tanggal 22 Juli. Nah ini ya, pamit sama pakon dulu. Ngomong pakon ya. Mencari jam 4 seperti biasa. Sampai jam 4 hingga jam 8 tinggal sistem BO3. BO3 dan itu nanti setelah itu 2 Juli ya 23 Juli gini. Oke. Thank you banget kepada yang udah nonton, sampai jumpa lagi di slide berikutnya dan thank you banget semuanya ya. Oke, adios. Bye.